Chapter 1. The air was thick with power and golden light. Invictus held out his aged hand as if he were catching snowflakes, not the infinitesimal particles of phase. A tiny glimmering dot descended onto and then through his palm, bringing a brief creasing of his eyes. Invictus reached into his grey robes to make sure the package was still resting in the inner pocket. The clothes were a bit cliché, but he enjoyed the mystery that they presented. He'd thought about shifting his look to a nice, tailored suit, but feared that he wouldn't inspire the same fear and adoration that he did in the traditional robes of his craft. A great whooshing sound echoed through the cavern. His chest tightened as he assessed the glowing runed wall. Flame the color of an oil slick danced across the surface of the outer shell. The well of earth had vented excess phase. Invictus could feel the pressure on his skin. It was familiar, refreshing, bringing old memories to the forefront, the labors of centuries. Yet there was darkness too. He couldn't look at the well without feeling an ache in his heart. Not tired. He was that too, but this was the feeling of standing on the edge of an abyss, toes jutting over, the endless expanse tugging him forward. A marvel of magic and pure will, said a voice coming up from behind. Invictus had heard him 5 minutes ago, traversing the tunnels, cursing at each stumble. Thank you for coming, Malden. Invictus turned in time to see the shimmering field around the head of coterie of mages dissipate, either by the action of its owner or the instability of the phase-rich air. Grey tainted the edges of his usually dark hair. The mottled scaled flesh on his jaw looked cracked and painful, as did his right eye, blotched with crimson. Malden squeezed the bandage on his arm as if it was causing issues. Are you well, my friend? Asked Invictus. Malden took a spot by his side and stared at the metal casing that kept the well from exploding from the constant build-up of phase. He touched the grey hair at his temple. I'm not Celes. I don't have time for vanity, especially when I already look like this. Does it hurt? Now more than ever, said Malden with a sigh. It feels awake. If it causes you more discomfort, come see me and I'll make a poultice. Thank you. Malden arched an eyebrow. But we didn't come here to swap healing advice like a couple of old midwives. How is your hall? More frowns. I feel like I'm presiding over a yacht club. The unbound scholarship of the past is, well, a thing of the past. Half my students come with no intention of using what they learn, only to use that badge as a key to unlock the doors of wealth. The other half are too timid, or ill-prepared for the rigors of high arcana. I have half a mind to knock the whole thing down and start over. I'm sure you recall when half of Adele's students could be considered domestic terrorists, the way they went after the zoos and private collectors with a certain amount of intensity. Malden chuckled, which brought a brief grimace of pain. Intensity. They killed dozens, and then more died when the creatures they set loose went after unsuspecting humans. Adjustments were made, and now her hall is functioning as she intended, said Invictus. You didn't bring me down here for a lecture on running my hall. You've never cared about that. No, said Invictus, staring into the prismatic lights exploding from the steel casing. I haven't. It's been of secondary importance. He didn't need to look over to feel the naked apprehension radiating from his companion. It's time, isn't it? Without looking over, Invictus nodded. It's time. I fear what's to come. As do I. Is that why we're here? Asked Malden. No. Not yet. Not here, anyway. I don't believe. Malden turned to face him. You never have doubts. On the contrary, I'm filled with them, said Invictus. But as a crotchety old man, I've made more mistakes than all the patrons of the halls combined, so I tend not to look so self-flagellating about them, even when some of them have been quite horrific. Malden nodded as if he understood, and as one of the oldest patrons, he had more knowledge than most. Invictus assumed he'd probably researched his past, which meant he knew the extent of his crimes. I'm inspecting the wells, said Invictus. Malden said nothing. There was no need to. I need a favor. The head of coterie nodded once. His eyes shifted to the well and then back. I need you to deliver a message. A message? Asked Malden apprehensively. There's only one reason you would ask me to deliver a message. You are correct, my friend. Invictus handed over the package. The thin metal box was covered in ancient runes, an intricate interlocking design that few human eyes had seen. Malden hesitated before grabbing it. Are you sure? Promises were made, and now is the time. I'm certain. Malden stared at it as if it were a ticking bomb. It will cause unrest. I know. The elder patron looked away to the well of earth, so Invictus joined him. Coming down to the well had always been like watching an eclipse, or a volcano erupting. It evoked a primal fear in Invictus that felt like homecoming. May I ask what it says? Invictus nodded thoughtfully. It's time to come over. Chapter 2. The smell of fresh dirt and flowers filled Pi with unimaginable dread. The concrete pathway echoed with their footsteps, surrounded by a meticulously kept lawn. A line of black cars passed while other somber guests strolled through the endless sea of headstones. Why am I here? Ori tugged on her dark grey overcoat. I wanted to visit them. But why am I here? Asked Pi, hating the tension in her voice. We'll be back here in a week for the funeral. I hate these places. It won't be here, said Ori. You know what I mean. Ori glanced sideways. Thanks for dressing up. It's the one place I'd rather not stick out, said Pi. The last thing I want to do is piss off the dead. Her sister led them off the winding path. Pi was careful not to step on the graves. She wished the voices in her head would help distract her, but since she'd woken up that morning, they'd been quiet as well, a funeral. Here. Pi frowned at her sister. It wasn't like she didn't know they'd stopped at their parents' gravestones. The verbal reminder was unnecessary. And annoying. She almost walked away. Take a lap around the cemetery while her sister communed with the dead, but she knew the stoic exterior was a front for a cauldron of emotions. Nahid Silverthorn. Kieran Connor Silverthorn. The headstones bore their hall badges. Book on gear. Caduceus. Nothing about the order for their mother. They'd both died nearly anonymous as far as the world was concerned, when they should have been celebrated as fallen heroes. And those that call her friend ignore the seeds of the past, said Ori with a heavy sigh. She knelt forward and set the bouquets of flowers on their graves. Purple thistles for Kieran. Water lilies for Nahid. That's why we're here. It just seemed the right place. Pi sucked air through her teeth. We're not going to do a séance or anything weird like that, because I'm out. Ori chuckled lightly. I would if I could. I know. You've always wanted answers. To know the truth, as if that's a thing you can know. I don't know if that makes you more or less suited for Arcanium. When I joined, I thought it would help me reckon with their deaths. If only I could know whether or not I had caused it. Every kid plays 5 elements, said Pi. You just got unlucky that there was a gas leak. Ori frowned, hanging her head. Whenever I repeat that line of the prophecy, ignore the seeds of the past, my brain tries to convince me that it's ignore the sins of the past. This is the first thing I think of. How would it change anything if you knew the truth? It probably wouldn't. Yet here we are. Ori fiddled with the buttons on her coat. I thought I'd gotten over it, but that prophecy brought up so many questions. You are aware that it probably came from illusion and is a bunch of bullshit designed to distract us, said Pi. Absolutely, said Ori, but as skilled a liar as illusion is, designing such a thing requires hewing close to the truth so that the true falsehoods are disguised. True falsehoods? I can't explain it, said Ori. It's like how I know when people are lying. I think that's why my brain can't get over that line. He made a mistake by putting it in there. Or it's another trap. Ori nodded. Or it's another trap. For the record, I trust your instincts, but I gotta bust your balls. Pi lifted her foot to adjust the fit on her high heels. I hate these things. I don't know why I agreed to wear them. There'll be more broken in for Aries' funeral. Yeah, said Pi. What a fucking bad break. The guy survives an encounter with Illusion himself a few years ago, along with other messed up shit, and then gets murdered in what should be a safe place by some vagrant with a gun. They don't know it's a vagrant. They said the guy smelled like he'd shit himself, said Pi. And he was living in the Undercity. That's the very definition of vagrant. Shame they didn't catch him. Totally. Do you think? Elocian. Of course, said Pi. Morriganna was about to go back to Thailand. If what they say is true about that tattoo, then she might be the key to this whole thing. Which makes us assholes for convincing her to come back, said Ori. Wouldn't be the first time. Ori put a fist in front of her mouth. Seeds of the past, said Pi. From their death until I joined Arcanium, I thought I was the cause. Ori pressed her hands together as if she were kneading dough. And then after our first year, it became a binary idea. Either I killed them by using the 5 elements when I wasn't supposed to, or it was Professor Trebleton. But now there's a third possibility. A third? I don't understand. Ori faced her. Emotion had drained from her face. Dread bubbled up in Pi's chest, making her swallow. Our parents were trying to find the Rod of Dominion, so they could heal Invictus once they brought him out of stasis. It was the only way they thought that they could save him. Trebleton never admitted to killing them, and in retrospect I believe him. But there was someone who wanted Invictus dead more than anyone else. If he could remove him from the equation, then he'd have a much easier time without the head patron's opposition. The weight of her words pushed Pi down. She felt like she was sinking in mud. Elocian. Ori looked out over the cemetery. I wonder if they knew. Or if he was a voice in the shadows during their time. There's something I've been meaning to tell you, said Pi, a tightness around her chest making it hard to breathe. Ori raised an eyebrow. When I passed out at the barrier, the last time I tried to renew it, I had another vision. A memory fragment from Invictus. Pi bit her lower lip. I don't know. It was different. Her sister put a hand on her upper arm and gave a squeeze. 3 times isn't coincidence. Twice at the barrier and once in the Verum Locus. Tell me about it, said Pi, exhaling slowly. The first vision was clearly from Invictus. A memory left over from the stasis after being trapped for 17 years. The second time it was only illusion. He called my name. He knew me. The last time was much worse. Illusion. I was standing by his side in the spire. I held the Rod of Dominion in my fist. The city lay in ruins. He was praising me. I felt sick to my stomach. It felt like it was my fault. The invasion. Everything. Ori grabbed both shoulders. He's messing with you. Trying to get into your head. He's doing a good job of it. But why me? I don't know. Maybe the old connection between you and Pazuzu is still there. He knows you once sought power, thinks he can turn you to his side. Pi closed her eyes. Rocked on her heels. It felt so good. Power coursed through my veins. I was like a god. When I woke up, I felt like a junkie looking for their next hit. I craved power. That's not you, said Ori. But it is, said Pi. It's why I went to Coterie rather than Arcanium. I wanted to make sure no one could ever do to us what they did to our parents. It's why I took the soul fragments. Sure, I was saving them, but I was also making myself more powerful. There were times when we were following the wizard's rainbow that I dreamed about being the head patron. Desired it. But didn't you hear me? Illusion might have killed our parents. More than might. It seems highly likely, said Ori. You just want that because it's easier than knowing you were the cause. I can't believe you'd say that, said Ori. Even if you were, it doesn't matter. It was an awful accident. Gas magic explosion. It's not too hard to understand. It's not like every other kid who could use magic didn't play with the 5 elements. You don't think it was illusion? No, I do think it was him. Pi took a step away from her sister. She found herself on her mother's grave and stared at the headstone. I didn't tell you the most disturbing part. When I looked down to the city, I could see every detail. The battles, the fires. Everything. But most of all, I could see Invictus. He stood at the head of a vast army. That's great, said Ori. He was going to strike back against illusion. Send him back to the infernal realms. No, said Pi. He stood at the head of an army of Gigantus, and the rod of dominion was no longer in my hand, but in Invictus. Chapter 3. The bridge tattoo ached, either in memory of Ares' passing or surrounded by the demonic runes of his scholarship. There were dozens of notebooks filled with his writings. Notes. Drawings. He'd spent the last few years writing as if he was running out of time. He was. Do you think he knew he was going to die? Asked Morgana as she peeled back the front of a green notebook. A formula for some kind of potion was on the inside, but it included mercury, so it couldn't be for human consumption. Kitty was seated at his desk, reading through some documents on his computer. Ares had been kind enough to leave his password in an easy-to-find location, unlike Solstice after her passing. We're all gonna die. You know what I mean. Kitty spun on the chair halfway. It wasn't an accident. Don't believe some homeless guy from the Undercity killed him. Not for a second. Morgana hugged her arms to her chest. Neither do I. She wandered around the interior of the main floor. The second floor was his residence, and the upper one was mostly storage. Reagents for elixirs. Boarding salt. And so on. From the old plates covered in crumbs, it appeared Ares spent most of his time on this level. Where did he get all these books? Some of them are in languages I don't recognize. Morgana ran her fingertips across a shelf of tomes. I ran away while he stayed to prepare for what he knew was to come. There's still time to stop it, said Kitty without looking away from the computer screen. I'm beginning to feel like that's less of a possibility. I thought I made the right choice in moving to Thailand, keeping the sigil out of the city, but now here I am, right back in the thick of things, and Ares is dead. This would be a lot easier if you were helping, said Kitty. Right. Morgana pulled up a chair to the former kitchen table, which was covered in books. What am I looking for? Anything that helps us find his killer. Why aren't we headed to the Benahaja? Kitty looked back. We're headed there tonight. But I wanted to scour this stuff before we left. It'll take us years to read through all this. She lowered her voice. I wish Andy was here. She'll be back for the funeral. She didn't want to miss the Toronto shows, said Kitty. I don't blame her, said Morgana. After being captive and nearly dying, I understand her choice. I just wish she was here. Me too. She opened her mouth, but Kitty cleared her throat loudly. Morgana took the hint to get to work. She started skimming the notebooks and tomes, categorizing them into 6 piles: Montana's illusion, warding runes, prophecies, phase levels around the wells of power, and the topics that didn't fit into any of those. After Ares had nearly brought about the apocalypse by helping Victor, he'd thrown himself into preparing for the prevention of it. Morriganna hated the idea that he wouldn't be around after all that work, but life was never fair. If it was fair, then she'd have had the glorious professional singing career that she thought she was on track for, and the family that she'd always wanted. Morriganna turned her head and smiled at Kitty's back. She didn't get the family she thought she'd have when she was younger, but she did find one eventually. Most of the material she read through made her eyes glaze over. Either she didn't have the vocabulary to understand the finer points, like when Ares got into naming the anatomy of a dead mantic he'd rescued from the pit near the Well of Fire, or it was so obscure, like his theories on how ancient human languages had some relation to the Montes alphabet, that she lacked the scholarship to understand. A notebook that did interest her was a summary of the phase levels at the 4 wells of power. As she'd learned when she found the machines beneath Stone Singers, the phase levels in the Undercity had been increasing steadily for decades. But unlike the past, there were now seismic rumblings to match the spikes. Much like Montana's had been before the barrier collapsed, creating the disaster that they'd barely survived. But Ares didn't think the levels were comparable. There was a lot of technical jargon she didn't understand, but she got the gist of his argument. The phase levels in the Undercity, while higher than in Montana's, were not bad enough to overcome the barrier between realms. In the margins of his notes and in some of the tomes, she found his handwriting. How? It was written frequently enough that she knew it was the underlying question of his investigation. The barrier between the realms was thin, but couldn't be broken without additional help. Even in Montana's, the ability to pass through had been brief. No portal had been opened. A couple dozen gigantus, some scorpics, and a winged shadowy creature had entered the lifestone plant through the barrier. Even then, it wasn't like there'd been a tunnel. The initial scorpics that had entered had been in a strange egg, covered in phase crystals. Ares speculated about the presence of the tiny, hardened pieces of raw magic, and referenced conversations with Ivan, but neither of them had come to any conclusion about them. Were they a byproduct of the transit, or a necessary part of pushing through the barrier? Evidence of phase crystals had been found in the deep pits in the Undercity, especially around the Well of Fire. The work went late into the night. Around 2 a.m, they gave up and headed to the 4th ward. The Korean grocery store was closed, but that didn't mean anything to Kitty, who barely leaned down to tickle the locks before opening the door. She wasn't sure where Kitty had gotten the codes for the elevator, and didn't care. The long ride down was met with silence. The society headquarters was different than she remembered, but that had been a day of unusualness and conflict. She wasn't surprised that her memories weren't clear. Kitty did a quick sweep of the facility before they entered the summoning chamber. "It's kind of ridiculous when you think about it," said Morriganna. "They turned an organization for protecting the city into a drinking club." "It happened back in the 80s, said Kitty as she stared at the center of the summoning circle where they understood Ares had died after being shot. There was no police tape and the surface had been scrubbed of the blood. No evidence of the murder remained. Invictus PD had been notified, but since they had no jurisdiction in the Undercity, they only recorded the facts given and confirmed the cause of death. "Why was he here?" asked Kitty, face racked with grief. "Why come here?" It had to be important. "Maybe he wanted to understand why Beckett performed the ceremony at the wrong time," said Morriganna, disagreeing with her own suggestion as soon as she was finished speaking. Kitty crouched at the center of the circle. She scraped the floor with a fingernail, coming up with a fleck of blood that she flicked away. "Whoever did this, I'm gonna kill so slow they'll wish they'd never stepped foot in this city," said Kitty. The smoldering fury made Morriganna hesitate. "You said no more killing." "This is different." Kitty shook her head. "It wasn't an accident. There are no accidents down here. Vagrants don't just wander in." Morriganna didn't know how to argue otherwise. "Come on," said Kitty, striding toward a hallway. "He was supposed to have gotten in back here." The entire facility was supposed to be blocked off from the Undercity, but the report they'd been given was that a hole had been knocked through the concrete, blocking one of the passages. They found the entrance at the end of a natural cavern. Chunks of concrete lay around the narrow gap. "He couldn't have been big," said Morriganna. On the other side, Kitty sniffed around the hole, touching the broken wall and heading up the passage. To Morriganna's untrained eye, the breaking of the wall looked fresh. Impact dust lay around the hole, though any chance of prints had been trampled when it had been first discovered. A minute later, Kitty came back with a convenience store jerky wrapper held by a pair of tweezers. "I found this way up the passage. Whoever killed Ares tried to clean up their mess but dropped this. It fell into a crack against the wall. Can you get prints?" "Better than that," said Kitty. "But we'll need help." "Help? Where at?" Kitty pulled a plastic bag from an inner pocket and carefully dropped the plastic packaging inside and sealed it up. Invictus PD. Chapter 4. The wreckage at Camp Lucky was spread over a wide area. 2 of the cottages had been completely demolished, while the third had been battered by the heavy winds and projectiles. None of the windows on that side remained intact. "I can't believe Morriganna summoned that tornado with her voice," said Pax as she surveyed the destruction. "I think there's a lot more to her than she lets on," said Zane, eyeing the sky as if the circulating winds might return. Pax put her hand on the back of Carly's neck and gave it a familiar rub. She experienced her companion's enjoyment through their link. "Thanks again for coming out to help," said Pax. "I know you were wanting to get back to the Eternal City." Zane pumped his eyebrows. "After what happened, I figured I should stick around for the funeral." He sighed as he examined the charred grass. "Gives me something to focus on." He was a handsome guy. Pax could see why Ori was smitten with him, and vice versa, but not why they were dancing around each other. She followed Zane as he examined the area. "I'm not sure what you're hoping I'll find," said Zane. "These kinds of investigations aren't my Hall's thing. We'd need to bring in a protector, if we really wanted to have a proper inspection." A heaviness weighed in Pax's chest. Carly looked up with her golden eyes, a nearly silent whine slipping out, but not so quiet Zane didn't turn his head slightly. "Why did you focus on the seeds of the past line from the prophecy?" she asked. Crouched on his heels, Zane examined the trampled grass, turning his head back and forth. "Because the past is usually where the clues for the future are contained. Especially with prophecy. But we don't know if it was true prophecy or not," said Pax. "There's no such thing as true prophecy." Zane tapped on the ground. "Its print is here. Looks like a big cat in my limited expertise." Pax crouched next to Zane. A slight depression in the grass could be made out. One large imprint with 4 smaller ones where the toes would be located. "If I didn't know any better, I'd call these lion tracks," said Pax. "What was it?" "Besides horrific. A chimeratic creature. Head of a cobra, wings of an eagle, body of a lion. Probably bred by a mage, but it's hard to say," said Pax. "You think Sammy made it?" "Oh no," said Pax. "No way. That's not what Animalians teach us. As a tamer, she'd have the tools to control such a creature, but make it? Not a chance. It's too big, and I know she wasn't dabbling in this kind of magic while in school. There's only 2 ways I can imagine it came to being. It would take some high-powered coterie, or some other mage that dabbles in the advanced magics, or it was brought into existence by something far older and more powerful. Like, are you aware of what happened at the Portland Zoo?" He turned on his heels. "Kinda hard not to. Besides Invictus' return, it's probably the most reported on event in the last decade." Carly growled under her breath, which made Zane lean his head back. "Bad memories," she explained. Pax examined the prints. The creature had been full-grown. Lions reach their adult size at 3 to 5 years. There's a part of the zoo story that was never in the papers, because only a few of us know about it. The hunters of animalians train in a realm called Kaya Korsith. I'm aware, said Zane, nodding. While I was there, I had an unfortunate encounter with Lord Asphodel, and to work off my transgression, so to say, I accompanied him into an ancient ziggurat where he was hoping to recover an old artifact he'd lost. It wasn't the only thing released that day. The creature known as Apep, a huge flying snake, escaped then. But eventually you killed it at the zoo. I did. But Apep wasn't just a beast. It was an intelligent being that bordered on godlike. Apep was pure chaos. My family is a member of a group called the Descendants of Bastet that oppose Apep, and those that worshipped him, though his followers are less cult-like and more of a malignant corporation these days. The Descendants were founded in ancient Egypt when the pharaohs ruled. When you asked the question about the seeds of the past, this was the first thing that came to mind. It made me wonder if Apep was connected to Elosian somehow. Was Apep a demon? No idea, said Pax. We never thought to use warding symbols or anything that would tell us its origins. But how does a fully formed chimeratic creature show up with a team of mages bent on killing us and furthering Elosian's agenda? Back in the ancient days, Apep spawned many chimeratic creatures like the Matacore, the Cockatrice, or the Periton. Why not the Cobrafin? Cobrafin. Cobra and Griffin. It's the best I can do. Pax shrugged. It was the little demon creature at Ares' place that made me wonder about the connection. He called it a mantic. It's known that some of the supernatural creatures that exist in our world came from other realms, including the demonic one. What if Apep originally came from the same place as Elosian? Elosian feeds on chaos the same as Apep. How does this knowledge help us? Asked Zane. I don't know, but it's like a burr in my mind. I can't let it go. At the very least, understanding it might help us fight it next time. Pax looked around, alarmed. Should we be worried about those mages? Possibly, said Zane. I'm sure they're licking their wounds. They lost 2 of their number during the battle. Who's to say what their next course of action is, but we shouldn't let our guard down. He gestured towards the grass. Want to follow the tracks? Zane led them away from Camp Lucky and into the fields surrounding it. Pax couldn't see what he was following, but she didn't have the same level of sensory magics that he had. The path wound towards an old abandoned street, and that was where the trail ended. They got in a vehicle, probably the white van, right here. There's no way to track them from here. They could be anywhere. Overgrown fields bordered one side and abandoned city blocks covered in concrete and old buildings were on the other, while the city skyline was in full view. It's probably not a good idea to track them down, said Pax. The last thing we need to do is create another rescue situation. On the contrary, said Zane, finding them so we'll know when they're on the prowl again is important. Just because 2 of their number died doesn't mean they'll stop. If they went as far as kidnapping and attempted murder, they're capable of anything. But like you said, there's no way to track them from here. No, said Zane with a burgeoning grin. But we don't need to track them. We don't. No. What would a Cobrafin eat? The intent of what he was asking dawned on Pax. She matched his grin. Buckets of meat. Chapter 5. The antiseptic smells, the squeaks of rubber soles on meticulously cleaned tile, the droning voice over the speaker announcing an emergency in one of the many wings of the hospital. Collectively they brought back an avalanche of memories for Ori. She'd once been an orderly on the children's floor of Golden Willow. You gonna stand there all day and wait for the invasion? Asked her sister. Huh? Oh, sorry. This place brings back a lot of memories. Pi pointed through the open doors of the emergency entrance. I killed that thing that claimed to be our uncle right out there. In section G5. I get it, Pi, I'm not the only one with memories here. Sorry sis, I'm just busting your tits. No, that doesn't sound right, but I hate busting your chops. Busting your balls is the classic, but I'm not sure it's what I wanted to say. While her sister droned on about which slang term was best, receiving a few horrified glances from nurses they passed, Ori was deep in the memories of working the hallways with her mop and bucket, trying her best to stay out of the way. Head down and chin up, as her parents used to say about the value of hard work. Work hard and be proud. It hadn't been easy. She desperately wanted to get into the halls, but lacked the money for the entrance trials. It felt like no one but her and her sister saw their worth. No one looked her in the eye as an orderly, no one saw the value of her work. It made it hard to follow what her parents had said. Be proud. How could she when no one else was? A nurse directed them to the proper floor in the administration section of the main building. Ori had wanted to see the old children's floor for the irrevocably cursed, magically ailing and supernatural virology where she'd worked for a few years. The kids liked to call themselves the cursed ones. A morbid fact that ended tragically more often than not. Dr. Fairlight's office door was propped open. Her old friend was at her desk, furiously scribbling on a notepad. Ori couldn't remember when Fairlight had gotten so old. Her hair was a washed-out grey. She looked drained of vitality. At least until Pi knocked on the wall, bringing Fairlight's head up. Her smile of recognition brought colour back to her face. Ori. Pi, said Dr. Fairlight, abandoning her notes and coming around the desk. She had strong hands, and the hug reminded Ori of how resilient the doctor had to be to work in a place filled with tragedy. Are you no longer practicing? Asked Ori. They wrangled me into administration, said Dr. Fairlight. Wanted someone with practical experience guiding the hospital, and keeping the directors from losing sight of our mission. I'd rather disembowel an unruly yaw bear, than deal with that pack of bloodsuckers. She rolled her eyes at herself. But you didn't come all this way to hear about my poor career choices. What can I do for the city's most famous sisters? May I close the door? Asked Ori, bringing suspicion then a nod of assent from Dr. Fairlight. When it clicked closed, Ori faced the doctor, who looked concerned. I have a question, said Ori, but I know you're not supposed to tell me any information about it, even though we were the ones to bring it to the hospital. The pursed lips and slow nod from Dr. Fairlight revealed her understanding. We would like to see the Rod of Dominion. There are some questions we have about the artifact, and we need to see it to better understand. Dr. Fairlight grimaced. I'm afraid that's not possible. Ori didn't want to have to explain that her sister had had visions that included the artifact and a demon lord from the Infernal realm. They wanted to see if there were clues to the origins of the rod. Ori suspected she wasn't going to like what they found. It's very important, said Ori. I wouldn't ask if it weren't. I believe you. Both of you. As you said, you brought it here and because of it saved many lives. The value has been immeasurable to the hospital. I only wish we had a dozen of them. Then can we see it? I promise we won't take it from the facility. We'd like to cast some spells on it. Understand its origins better, said Pi. Dr. Fairlight squinted in confusion. She cleared her throat. I cannot let you see it because the artifact is no longer in the hospital's possession. A hole opened up in Ori's chest. Was it stolen? Why weren't we told? No. It wasn't stolen. She leaned her head back. Is it my understanding that you both work for Invictus? Cold realization settled on Ori's bones as she nodded. Yes, said Pi. Then I'm confused, said Dr. Fairlight, looking between them. He picked it up from the hospital 4 months ago. Ori stood outside Golden Willow with her sister, as an ambulance pulled into the covered entrance of the emergency room with its lights and sirens blaring. Why wouldn't old Ironballs tell us? Asked Pi as she paced. Ori put a hand to her mouth. He probably has a good reason. Pi faced her, fists at her sides. You know what I saw? In a vision from Illusion. We don't know that. The one from the Verum Locus, sure, it's more than likely, but the pair of visions at the barrier? We don't know what they were. Their origins. If they even have any meaning, said Ori with a shrug. These weren't dreams, said Pi. I know my dreams. These were something else. Vivid. Real. Like when we went into the engine of temporal manipulation to rescue Semyon. Maybe he doesn't know we were the ones to recover it. The look Pi gave her had Ori shaking her head. Yeah, you're right. Sounded stupid as soon as I said it. We need to examine it more than ever, said Pi. I know. Which means we need to go into his private laboratory. The place he disappears for days at a time. Ori exhaled. I know. Pi's open-eyed surprise came with a tilted head. This is unlike you. I'm talking about defying our head patron and supposed relative, and you're agreeing with me. This might be more surprising than the missing rod. If truth is a scale, then there are a lot of weights being placed on the side that makes me not trust Invictus. I know the prophecy is bullshit, but it called him the fallen father. For all we know, he's an imposter, or going to the demonic realm changed him. The world is filled with people that had good intentions, but did terrible, terrible things. I don't want to be one of them. Does that mean what I think it means? Asked an excited Pi. Ori nodded. We're breaking into his private quarters. Chapter 6. Are you sure you want to do this? Asked Morriganna. Kitty stood at the corner wearing the dark blue uniform of the Invictus PD, badge and all. Illusions were great, but practical effects were better. At least for the parts of her disguise that were harder to fake. How do I look? She asked, ignoring her sister's question. Great, I guess, said Morriganna, but I'm not exactly an expert on police uniforms. Where did you get that? It's not important. Kitty pulled out her phone, checked for a photo she had saved, and waved her hand over her face, transforming it. Officer Lippens, really? You still have his number, right? Asked Kitty. Morriganna screwed up her face. Do I have to? Better than your officer friend running into his doppelganger. He's not my friend. I bribed him, remember? Kitty arched an eyebrow, or really Officer Lippens' eyebrow, but the effect was the same. Morriganna pulled out her phone and dialed it with a heavy sigh. Hey. Been a while, I know. You heard. Thank you, I appreciate that. That's actually what I wanted to talk to you about. Off the record, of course. Yes, I know that's a reporter term, but you know what I mean. She looked across the street. Soup and Spells. Yeah, the place with the little cauldrons. Meet you there. I'm buying. She stabbed the phone with her thumb and shoved it into a pocket. There you go. I can probably keep him busy for a half hour at most. You'd better hurry. Kitty slapped the cap onto her head and saluted her sister. She approached the marble steps from the side as Officer Lippens hurried across the street to the appointed meeting spot. As she headed up the stairs, her heartbeat doubled. The desk officer looked up with a frown. Thought you had a meeting across the street. The enchantment she'd placed on her throat earlier helped deepen her voice as she mimicked his New Jersey accent. Forgot my good looks to charm her with, she said with a wink. In and back out in a flash. You won't even notice. The desk officer chuckled and went back to his paperwork. Kitty barged past, heading not into the bullpen where dozens and dozens of officers not on patrol lounged at their desks, but towards the analytics side of the facility. In one of her classes, instructor Maggie O'Keefe had explained she'd designed some of the equipment, and the point of knowledge had never left Kitty's brain. The analytics laboratory was busy with men and women in white coats. Half of them were focused on a particular machine, while the others were chatting in small groups or writing on the endless whiteboards that went around the outside walls. She sensed the gut tightening and eye rolls when she arrived. "We don't bother you in your home," said a woman with thick glasses and her hair pulled into a bun. "Please don't bother us in ours." A rivalry between the officers and the analysts wasn't surprising, given the male-dominated side of the police department wasn't exactly known for its modern ways. Morgana had recounted how she was treated when she'd first arrived in the department, and it wasn't with open arms or without a host of misogynistic comments. "My apologies, Joanne," said Kitty, reading the woman's name tag and opening her hands wide to be as non-threatening as possible. "I wouldn't bother you if it weren't of critical importance. You know the way this works. You trot back to your area, pull out the proper forms, fill them out in your Neanderthal handwriting, and then sign it with a big fat X. Then you turn it in to your boss, and once he puts his big dumb X on it, then we'll put it in the queue." She gestured to a whiteboard covered in investigations. "As you can see, we're slammed. We might be able to get to your job by, let's say, June 32nd. The way she'd raised her voice made the dressing down into a performance. The other analysts grinned behind their coffee cups as they watched the conversation unfold. Kitty smiled and fidgeted with the hem of her jacket, as she tried to come up with a reason for Joanne to help. She jabbed her thumb backwards. "This one is hot. Came from above like a rocket, and I was the idiot that got caught in the chest. Someone said it's a favor for one of the patrons. An old one, if you get my meaning." Joanne narrowed her gaze as if she were deciding whether or not it was bullshit. "Which patron?" "The girl that delivered it appeared out of nowhere," said Kitty, trying to sound as mystified and concerned as possible. "As far as I know, that only sounds like one hall to me." "Yeah, right. Patron or no, everyone has to follow the same procedures or this place turns to chaos. If we allowed the higher-ups to dictate what we work on, we'd be dusting for fingerprints on their girlfriends' clothes to make sure they're not fucking around on them." She clucked her tongue and nodded towards the door. "Don't make this any more embarrassing for yourself than it needs to be." Kitty took a step away. She spotted Joanne's desk near the wall, and with her imbuement-aided vision spotted a happy family in a picture frame. Joanne stood with another woman, each with their hands on a smiling girl in a soccer uniform and a ponytail. "Joanne," said Kitty, the voice coming out almost as her own. "Can I talk to you outside? Please. It's something I can't say here." Half-turned, she sighed. "I promise it'll be quick. And I'll owe you a favor. A big one. But trust me. I think you'll want to help when you hear what I have to say." Under her breath, Joanna said, "Meet me at the records room." Kitty pushed out the door of the analyst pen as Joanne said loudly, "And that's what happens when you don't newspaper train your mangy mutts. They piss all over everything." Laughter followed her down the hall. After a false start, Kitty managed to find the records room. She waited outside and wondered if Joanne was going to appear. 5 minutes later, around the time Kitty thought her attempt was a bust, Joanne walked into the room. "This better be good," said Joanne, checking down the hallway. "You remember back 6 years ago, when that psycho was ritualistically murdering people in the Undercity?" "Was some wicked stuff," said Joanne. "The forensic pathology team had a field day. They talked about it for years, never seen anything like it. Well, you remember it just stopped. No killer apprehended. Nothing." "Yeah?" asked Joanne suspiciously. "They're back, except it's worse." "Merlin's tits worse how?" she asked. "Last time it was all adults." "You're fucking kidding me." "No. No one's that much of a monster. That's why this shit is hot and isn't going to be investigated by the PD, since we don't have jurisdiction in the UC. But they wanted our help narrowing down where to look." She wrinkled her nose at the shortened use of Undercity, so Kitty noted not to say it that way again. "There's been 2. The last one wasn't far from where my daughter attends school," said Kitty. Joanne's eyes widened. We're 2 blocks away. I know. Fuck. She looked up earnestly. What do you need? Kitty handed over the baggie with the jerky wrapper she'd found in the tunnel. I need anything you can get from this. Prints. DNA. Phase analysis. What the killer had for lunch. Jerky, said Joanna right away. Kitty chuckled. With the baggie in her hand, Joanne started to leave when Kitty asked, How long will it take? A few days. Her gut tightened. Can you do better? I know. I'm asking a lot. This shit has me worried. The girl was snatched from soccer practice. My daughter has ballet tomorrow night, and I won't be able to stand guard outside. Joanne stared at the baggie. I can get it done tonight. Can we meet at Soup and Spells? You know, so no one knows we're working together. It was her turn to laugh. Yeah, sure. Feel free to bust my balls in front of the others. Got to keep appearances up. Joanne put 2 fingers to her temple and gave a minor salute. Kitty exhaled after she was gone. An urgent buzz in her pocket had her finding a half-dozen messages from Morriganna, warning her that Officer Lippens had returned. She looked up in time to see him headed down the hallway towards her location, and managed to turn towards the wall and dismiss the illusion of his face. He gave her the side eye as he passed. Clearly he'd seen something he didn't know how to interpret. Hurrying towards the front of the building, Kitty resumed the illusion. The desk officer threw his hand up when she walked past. You're in and out more than I am on your mother, said the officer. Is that how she caught the clap? Asked Kitty, eliciting laughter from the others in hearing distance. The desk officer flipped her off as she pushed through the doors. She crossed the street and the hostess reacted with surprise when he strolled through the door. Back so soon? I like our bathrooms better. Kitty found her sister and took a spot across the booth. How'd it go? I'm meeting the analyst here later. You? Morriganna shrugged. They didn't have anything on Aries' death. Mostly he offered his condolences and wanted to know what happened after all that crap with Vic. Understandable. Morriganna nodded towards the entrance. I'll keep watch out front. Kitty spent the hours scrolling through her phone while she waited for Joanne. She ordered 3 meals during the 6 hours to keep the waitstaff happy, paying and generously tipping after each one. She received a warning text from Morriganna before Joanne appeared. She sat across from Kitty, a manila folder in her hands. The pinched expression and no attempt at opening banter had Kitty worried. You think this is the ritual killer? That's what I've been told. Joanne clasped her hands in front, making no motion to hand over the folder. Why you, Officer Lippens? No offense, but the things I learned today tell me that this wasn't handed down from above. What I mean is they're not going to run this through a glorified beat cop. No offense, but this is way above your pay grade. Kitty knew she could easily snatch the folder away from Joanne and be away from the restaurant before anyone could stop her, but covert ops required a subtle hand. Blowing cover should only happen in the most dire situations, which this was certainly not. That's true. As far as you know. But on a number of occasions I've made myself indispensable to a few key players. When they don't want to use the official channels or make a scene, they ask me to massage the system. I've become something of a fixer. You and I both know that the bureaucracy is a bitch, and the turf wars make it hell to get anything done in a timely manner. If this were any old investigation, they wouldn't have come through me. She shrugged. But this ain't any old investigation. Joanne stared at the folder, then slid it over. There weren't a lot of papers inside, but that was to be expected given the short time frame. She started to get up, but Kitty said, "Can you stay? In case the terminology is over my head." Why do you care? You're passing it along, said Joanne with her mouth cocked to the side. My daughter. Joanne slipped back into the booth. For a piece of evidence, that jerky wrapper had a lot of information on it. She tapped on the front page. There were only partial prints and nothing came back from the system, so you're not getting an answer that easy. Same with DNA. We have some, but nothing beyond a hereditary profile. Mostly European with a splash of South American. Male. So you're looking for a white guy. Might have a darker complexion, but doubtful given the size of the splash. Pretty standard stuff as far as this goes. She frowned. Turned the page. The magical analysis is where things get weird. I had to call in a few others to understand the data. There was a list of 3-letter acronyms next to a 3-digit, 1-decimal place number. Phase changes as it's used. This one here, F, denotes the amount of excess raw phase. A typical number, considering it was found in the Undercity. These others suggest the killer had a few enchantments on him. But down here, these numbers are usually zeros. It's like doing a spectral analysis of metal. Most of it's going to be the common elements on the periodic table. Carbon, iron, copper, and so on. The ones on the bottom are the weird elements that never show up. Rhodium, iridium, that sort of thing. Kitty could see where it was going, but wanted to hear Joanne's opinion. I'm not following. Down here. These numbers should be 0. But 3.8, 7.1. These are a damn seismic result as far as the analysis is concerned. Joanne bunched up her lips. This section down here is for origins of phase. Usually it has 2 sources, from a mage or F. But this had its origins in the demonic realm. Now Kitty was confused. But you said he was human. European with a touch of South American. A splash. No foreign DNA. All human. She tapped on the last number. This one took us looking through the manual to figure out what it meant. No one's ever seen a number in this spot before. What is it? For lack of a better term, we'll call it high phase. Phase that has been channeled through a creature from the demonic realm, one powerful enough to affect someone here. No one in the lab even thought it was possible, but here it is. To clarify, said Kitty as her heart climbed into her throat, this number, the high phase reading, suggests that a major figure of the demonic realm was behind the attack. More than suggest, said Joanne. It's a damn certainty. Chapter 7. I had no idea how much meat was consumed in this city just by large pets, said Zane as he stared at the list of sellers and the quantities. He'd paid a hacker for the information, which he'd found out wasn't hard to find given the unremarkable nature of it. No one cared enough about large animal feeding to protect the data, especially when most of it came from farms outside the city. Trucks of it came into the Portland Zoo every day, said Pax, leaning over his shoulder looking at the screen. Carly was lying on his couch in the 5th Ward apartment that he kept for the brief periods when he was back in the city. The hardest part of administration's job was finding good cheap meat for the big supernaturals like the Manticore, the Hydra, and the Leviathans. How much do they eat? Asked Zane as he tried not to be distracted by her nearness. Not only was he interested in Ori, but he knew Pax was romantically involved with a dragon. Not a triangle he would want to be a part of. A full-grown lion in captivity eats 5 to 7 kilos a day. A Manticore eats twice that. Supernaturals need a lot more fuel for their amazing bodies. Given the remarkable abilities of the Cobrafin, I would suspect 3 or 4 times a lion's intake. You sound like you admire it, said Zane. Of course. It's a wondrous creature. Wondrous and dangerous and nearly immolated you, said Zane. A mountain is dangerous but people still climb them and admire their beauty. Zane spent his days trying to remove risk from his already dangerous life. He left her comment alone. So £20 to £30 a day, or £150 to £200 a week. Zane whistled. A lot of meat to keep up with. Expensive. People with big animals find dealers who have reasons to get rid of it cheaply. They buy the parts that others might not want. Pax tapped on the screen. This farm sends its meat to the Invictus Zoo, the one partially run by my old hall. I remember the logo. Sometimes it's an old horse head, or the parts of a cow no human wants to eat, supplemented with rabbit meat from fur farms or other creatures that died prematurely. Let me print this out, said Zane. I'll give you half. We can scour it for the likeliest candidates and then decide which ones we want to visit. With papers in hand, Zane sat on the couch next to Carly. The fox-like creature stared at him as he marked the pages. Pax took the lounge chair opposite, sitting sideways in the cushy spot. After a couple of hours of reading through hundreds of addresses, they each identified a dozen locations that could possibly house the Cobraphon. Zane marked a big map with red circles at the addresses throughout or relatively near the city. I think we can eliminate any of these from the inner ring of wards. Too difficult to move the creature in and out of the buildings without being reported, said Zane. Pax nodded. It has to be a place that has enough room. She squinted at a dot in a first ward apartment in a high-rise. How does one keep a big supernatural creature in a place like that? Not all this meat is going for critters, said Zane. There are some unusual non-humans that make their home here. Not unlike your friend Okko. Good point. He tapped the pen on his chin. When he's in human form, does he need to eat as much as a dragon? He has to change back regularly to keep up with calorie intakes. That's why it's easiest when we're doing our research in remote locations, with plenty of wild animals. Car lights passed them on the busy streets of the 10th Ward. Zane cracked his neck as he found a spot near the Wizard's Wax Museum. It was after hours, so the place was closed. He threw some coins into the meter, and joined Pax and Carly on the sidewalk as they checked the street signs for the right direction. Should be up the street from here, said Zane. Pax stopped before the glass window where a wax Invictus stared into the night. He's shorter in real life. They make him look kindly like someone's grandfather, said Zane, chuckling. I forget how big this city is, remarked Pax, spinning around. The faint candle glow of a glass gondola floated high over the buildings, headed towards the spire. Never rode in one of those. Not once. I thought everyone did once they hit their third year, said Zane. I barely spent any time in the city. Only the first 2 years, and much of my second was in Kaya Korsith. It doesn't feel like home, said Pax. Where does? Portland used to, but after the zoo, it's hard to go back. Family in Portland. She nodded heavily. Parents. They're doing better now. Zane caught the street name. He gestured towards Pax. We should be quiet now. The address is up ahead. Let me scout. He left her by a bakery that was closing up shop for the night. This was the 20th address they'd checked. More caution was warranted, but Zane was beginning to think the creature wasn't being housed in the city. The other residential areas of the city tended towards 3-story brick buildings. Long and narrow with small concrete porches or landings. The 10th was mixed residential and business with fewer restrictions. Across the street was a tall apartment building covered in terraces, a quarter of them with laundry hanging from the metal railings. Zane recognized the signs of a poorer residence, as that's how he'd grown up. His family had lived in a bunch of old shipping containers that had been converted to a residence. He wondered what the stack looked like now, overgrown and wild like much of Varna. Few wanted to live there anymore after what had happened. Zane wasn't surprised when he found the villa smack in the middle of the street. A wrought iron fence blocked a circular drive with a huge fountain at the center. Whoever had built the residence had torn down multiple structures and put the huge house in its place. Had to be 4,000 or 5,000 square feet. The owner had been listed under a shell company, which Zane interpreted as rich people investments. Lights on the second floor reflected into the driveway. A 4-car garage bracketed one side of the entrance. After checking for the location of the cameras and doing a quick enchantment scan, Zane jumped over the 10-foot fence at a spot where the surveillance system was blind. He crept to the side of the garage and peeked inside a window to find one of the white vans. "It's them," said Zane when he returned to Pax. She bit her lower lip. "I was kinda hoping we wouldn't find them. Should we contact the others?" One van was missing and there was a single light on upstairs. "If you're not opposed, I'd like to take a look inside while we have the chance. Figure out if there are more of them, or more about where they found the Cobrafen." Zane led them around to the back of the villa. An alley brought them to the back of the space, which was blocked off by a high brick wall. "Can Carly climb?" asked Zane. "We can make it over," said Pax. "Let me check for cameras." Zane scrambled to the top of the 15-foot wall. The back of the villa was an extensive garden. Water was running somewhere, though he couldn't see it amid the foliage. He spotted 4 cameras but ran along the top of the wall and managed to adjust 3 of them to be pointing away from the path he'd picked out, while the 4th wasn't an issue. Pax made the leap, grabbing the top of the wall and pulling herself up. Carly was less graceful. Her fox-like companion could only make it partially, but Pax grabbed her forward paws and hauled her onto the wall. The 3 of them crept through the garden towards the back. As they neared, Pax held up 2 fingers, one on each hand. "One human. One creature." Carly's psychic ability was handy for intel, and why they'd gotten lax as the day wore on. Zane enjoyed having a danger radar on 4 furry legs. A sliding door was unlocked. The back of the house had an enormous kitchen and guest entertaining area. Zane guessed the shell company was probably connected to the Dreadmarshes. He wondered if the family knew that Beckett's friends were still using the premises after his death. Pax indicated that the lone human was upstairs, while the creature, presumably the Cobrafen, was below. Zane led them downstairs. Basements in the city were unusual, as most did not have them. They passed a wall of portraits of Beckett and other members of the Dreadmarsh family, including Leo and Olympia. They were considered the most powerful mages in the world after Invictus. Even more than the original patrons, who each had their fearsome reputations. Long before the founding of the halls, when the use of magic had been considered taboo, and was often met with fear and eventually lynching, the Dreadmarshes operated with impunity. They were the oldest of old money. It helped having a head of the family that had been alive for centuries. The smell of old meat was the first sign they were near the creature. The front half of the basement was a small expensive gym with a wall covered in monitors. The back half was a long glass wall ringed with runes. The lights were out, but he could see a faint outline in the corner. It was sleeping or resting. His heart thumped against his chest. When Zane applied the dark vision enchantment, the world bloomed into existence. The lump became the curled body of the Cobrafen, its awkward hooded head tucked into the center. Old rotting meat lay at the center of the concrete space. Zane wasn't sure what he was more curious about, where the Cobrafen originated from or why the Dreadmarshes had a warded cage at the bottom of their 10th ward villa. The portraits on the wall hadn't clarified who used the property, unless it was an investment used by the extended family at their leisure. Rich people were like that. Pax had found a pile of papers on a desk near the cage and was riffling through them. Zane stood at the thick glass wall and stared at the Cobrafen. There was a primalness that reminded him of the Mistrakens, from the realm of harmony. The first time he'd ever seen one, he'd been transfixed by the raw power. More so when he saw one move at speeds faster than the normal eye could see. He knew the Portland Zoo had at least one of the fearsome creatures, and had he time, he would have gone to see, if only to study it safely. The presence of the cobraphon in a cage that looked purposely designed for it brought up a host of questions. Was there more to the Dreadmarsh connection than first guessed? Beckett had been embarrassed by his name, and the others claimed he was trying to make up for it. Zane wondered if that was true. When Pax let out a hiss of surprise, he turned to see what she'd found. Before he could take a step in her direction, the cobraphon was standing, wings spread with menace. The creature let out a shriek that turned his blood to ice. A snap of its wings sent shards of something against the glass. He flinched when they hit. Without the barrier, he would have been pierced multiple times. "Shit," he said when footsteps from above came pounding towards the stairs. They threw themselves through a door into what they found was the food preparation area. 3 large Sub-Zero refrigerators, a walk-in freezer, and 2 large stainless steel counters with butcher knives on the wall. The walk-in freezer became their hideout. Mist plumed from their lips as they huddled in the cold. Pax rubbed her arms, but neither of them moved to cast a warmth spell, lest they give themselves away. Pax held up 3 fingers, then a 4th, pointing up and grimacing. The others had returned. Zane thought about making a run for it, escaping before they were discovered, but the door to the preparation kitchen opened, revealing a broad-shouldered protector, Lenny Fane. Chapter 8. "He's not here," said Ori for the 3rd time. "I know he's not here, but you know how he is. He appears at the most inopportune times." Pi was crouched before the door to his special laboratory. She'd cast a dozen spells on it already, trying to ascertain the nature of its protections, but the results had come back ambiguous. Invictus used magics that she'd never seen before, so they made unraveling them difficult. Ori smirked. "You're still mad about when you were walking around without clothes after a shower, and he was sitting at the kitchen table, eating a bowl of that chocolate cereal he loves." "He'd been gone for a month," said Pi, throwing up her hands. "A little fair warning would be helpful." "Any ideas on the door?" asked her sister. Pi put her hands on her hips. "It's like the danger of translation between languages. You think you know what the words mean, but then you find out that rather than a cucumber martini, you tried to order a dildo martini. His magic is weird. I feel like I'm trying to read the Canterbury Tales in Middle English. If it's any consolation, I think they're all dick jokes." "Invictus spells or the tales?" "Both." Pi pinched the bridge of her nose between forefinger and thumb, before gesturing towards the wall near the door handle. "It appears this cucumber-shaped spell over here is attempting to identify the person entering the room. I think I can bypass it. Make it go away for a minute until we're in the room, and then we're free to move about his lab." "And if you're wrong?" Pi shrugged. "Who knows? Depends on how paranoid old Ironballs is." "So we should assume the worst," said Ori. Pi checked back to the overlapping wards. Given there were only a few of them who had access to the demi-realm, the level of redundancy in protections made her suspicious. "The more I stare at these, the more I think he's hiding a lot more than we suspect. Or he knows we're busybodies, as Nandi called us. Are we doing this? Or can't you get us through?" Pi chewed on her lower lip. "I can easily get us through. It's what happens afterwards that is the question. Cucumber or dildo?" Pi blew a breath out and prepared herself. It wasn't a spell anyone had taught her. There were some theories from coterie, and the base originated from cyber magics, as magic and programming had a lot in common. But the scaffolding of the spell was something she'd learned in Arcanium. Actual learning. Not the knowledge that bubbled up from her soul fragments all the time. The spell was like tying a cherry stem with her tongue. It required patience and dexterity. She unraveled it on the first try, pushing open the door when she was finished. Applause welcomed. "Only after I get to taste the cucumber," said her sister, pumping her eyebrows. The interior of the laboratory made the eclectic and varied nature of the demi-realm look mundane in comparison. It was larger than expected, but the spaces inside his place were angled, creating awkwardly shaped rooms. The first thing Pi noticed was the enormous metal statue at the center. A golden mitre sat on its head with an ankh prominently displayed on its chest. The statue was at least 12 feet tall. Pi moved no closer as she studied it. "Look, I can see a compartment on the front. Maybe it's like the soul golems we made in Arcanium," said Ori, prompting a nod from Pi. "If it has a bit of his soul in it, then we're in trouble should it decide to come alive." "It looks Egyptian," said Ori. "Like one of the gods, but I can't place it." "Think it has anything to do with the rod? Given we got it from a tomb in Egypt?" asked Pi. "Maybe." The room was made up of little work areas, each with their own project. Along the wall, a vat of yellowish liquid held a creature that she immediately identified as a mantic, the demonic critter they'd fought at Ares' place. Pi wasn't certain, but she thought she saw its leg twitch. In the corner, electricity sparked from 6 metal balls hanging by chains from the ceiling. The tiny bolts jumped between the balls as if they were playing on a personal electron course. There were other wonders: a hobby horse made of glass reminiscent of the Stellinkers, a mummified corpse except for the right foot which had been unwrapped exposing desiccated flesh, a puff of green mist that danced around a glass case, 4 different canisters that ticked, and a host of smaller curiosities. Ori approached a table with the artifact lying on it, as if it were a hammer or other mundane tool. The Rod of Dominion was made of 2 parts: a crook and a flail. One for peace and one for war. It had been years since they'd seen it last, when they'd handed it over to the doctors at Golden Willow. The artifact had saved many lives at the hospital, but it only had so much power. That they'd given it back to Invictus has suggested that the stored-up magics had been used. "It looks different than when we last saw it," said Ori, squinting at the object on the table. Her sister was right. Something had changed. She was starting to figure out differences, when she heard the door click closed and the runes on the interior of the frame glowed bright red. "What?" The question lasted until the heavy thump of footsteps brought them face to face with the metal golem, which had come alive. It lifted its hammer-like fists menacingly. Chapter 9. The news that Ares' killer had links to a major demonic figure left them both shaken. Whoever it was, they were either knowingly or unknowingly working for Illusion. Probably the latter, much like the mages who had abducted Andromeda. They were sitting at the table on the 2nd floor of their dead brother's place. His tastes in food were rather Spartan. It appeared Ares had been too busy for making complex meals, and as they found, delivery drivers wouldn't make the journey, so he'd taken to making large batches of food. Morgana was eating a bowl of buttered noodles. Most of the other food had gone bad, and they'd had to throw it out. Kitty was seated on the back of a chair like a gargoyle, a dark bottle of beer in her hands, staring out the window at the rusted industrial park. "It always comes back to him," said Kitty, squeezing so hard that the veins on her forearms stuck out. "Fucking Elosian. We can't escape him. First our father, now Ares. He won't stop until he has me. Or the tattoo, I guess." "That damn thing," said Kitty. "That damn thing," repeated Morgana as she rubbed her elbow. "I wish we could track down Mr. Thule and ask him about it. Where did it come from? Why was it hidden in a painting? Where did the ginger man find it, and how did he lose it?" Morgana pushed the bowl away. She wasn't hungry. "I worry that it's going to change me. Like when I summoned the winds, I wasn't intending to create a tornado. The clouds felt wrong to me and the tattoo burned right through my shirt." "Yeah," said Kitty, nodding. "Did he have the soul-stealing powers before the tattoo? Or was that something that he developed because of it? I wish we could find at least one person who's been tricked by Illusion. Figure out how he does it. Maybe we could turn that back on him, or at least know when he might be messing with us." Kitty gestured with her beer towards the old shed where the mantic had been kept. Whoever threw the turpentine and dumped the mercury was probably under his direction. It's not like they carried it by hand. But I guess whoever did it was smart enough to take the containers with them, said Morgana. She didn't know what she said, but Kitty sat tall, then hopped onto the ground. Or maybe they didn't. She had to hurry to keep up with Kitty. Night had fallen, but the city lights and the pinks of sunset left enough visibility to follow. Kitty was climbing into the old dumpster when she arrived and came out moments later. Gotcha. She set 2 containers on the cracked concrete. Morgana summoned a mage light to read the labels. 1 turpentine and 1 mercury. Degastine Industries. Has the address and everything. Morgana looked back to Ares' place. Dumped it here after sabotaging the wards. Whoever it was worked there. 9th ward. Not too terribly far. They took the blue line to the nearest station. When they arrived at the big building, Morgana grumbled. There's got to be hundreds of employees that work here. How are we going to narrow them down? She asked. Kitty smirked. We're not. We'll let them do that for us. How? You're going to use that voice of yours. Employees in blue jumpsuits were trickling into the facility. Kitty slipped off the car she was sitting on, headed towards a trio. Hi, said Kitty, waving cheerfully as she approached. We're here from corporate. Wanted to talk to you before your shift. The oldest of them screwed up his face. Corporate? Why the hell you out here? Kitty looked to Morgana, which left her tongue stuck to the roof of her mouth. We didn't want to alert HR about the investigation, said Morgana. The words had slipped out without a hint of magical compulsion. The employees shook their heads and pushed past, headed inside. Kitty raised her eyebrows. Excuse me. No one stop. Excuse me. I need to talk to you 3. They stopped in their tracks, then came shuffling back as if they knew something was wrong. I need you to answer our questions. The trio nodded blankly. Kitty nudged the 2 containers. You've seen these before? The older gentleman nodded. Supplies for mixing. Do you make these here? No, he answered, this facility makes the batches for testing. After the researchers are happy with a formula, we mix up larger quantities, note any problems for larger scale production. Kitty chewed on her lip, looking to Morgana for help. Does anyone have access to these? No. Only the team leads. Morgana nodded. How many team leads are there? 4 per shift, he told them. Each floor has its own mixing lead. They work with the small production groups and the researchers. Could you tell us their names? Asked Kitty, opening her phone for notes. The 3 employees recounted the 12 leads. 12 names. 3 shifts. Thank you, said Morgana. We'll contact you if there are further questions. 12 names, said Kitty as the trio left. Getting closer. Let's head back, see if we can find addresses. Give me your phone. We have all the addresses we need right here. I'll be right back. After Kitty handed it over, Morgana marched towards the visitor entrance for the Degastine facility. A guy in a corporate button-down slipped his earbuds out as she approached. May I help you, ma'am? He asked in a southern accent. She checked for the location of the guard before she spoke. I need the home addresses of these 12 people. It's for an investigation. I work for Invictus PD. The compulsion of her voice charm left him confused, but he started typing in his computer, checking back with the list. After a few minutes, a paper appeared on a nearby printer, and he handed it over. I hope this helps. Thanks, she said idly as she wandered away, studying the sheet. My pleasure. Have a great night. Her sister was smirking when she returned. Nice trick. You'll have to teach me that sometime. There's 2 names in the 10th, 1 in the 11th, and then the rest are in the 7th and 8th. Hit the first 3 then circle back around, said Kitty, glancing towards the lighted building. Of the ones that aren't working. The young woman at the first address answered in a t-shirt that went past her knees, smoking a cigarette and leaning on the door frame. A television played in the background. Can I help you? Hi Mom, said Morgana, we're here from Invictus PD. We'd like to ask you some questions about stolen goods from DeGastine Industries. The woman took a big drag on the cigarette before blowing it sideways while she stabbed the embers out on the door frame. Morgana sensed the woman's unease. Kitty's pinched lips told her that the woman was hiding something. I don't know nothing about stolen goods. You sure you have the right person? Tell me about the goods you stole, said Morgana, her musical voice stunning the woman into submission. It was only a little. The test hit all the metrics. I thought it'd help me in my boyfriend's sex life. Wait. What? What did you take? Asked Morgana, more curious than concerned. A little of batch number 5A99. The results were off the charts. So was sex that night. Can you tell us what 5A99 does? The woman stared into the darkness before blinking. The most wonderful orgasm you've ever had. My boyfriend is a bit of a fumbler down there, if you know what I mean, but a little dose of 5A99 made everything perfect. I've done Molly before and it had nothing on this stuff. They're gonna make billions. Morgana sighed. Is that all you've stolen? Ever nabbed any mercury or turpentine? No. Thank you for your time, said Kitty. Before she closed the door, the woman asked, Am I in trouble? Not from us. The next address was 2 blocks away. His wife answered the door and explained he was at work on the all-night shift. When they hit the 11th Ward apartment building, Morgana worried it was too late. Most of the lights were out, but they knocked on 5C anyway. A woman in a pink robe with her hair messed up answered the door. She looked like she'd fallen asleep watching TV by the noise in the background. Can I help you? Are you Mary Sader? She nodded. Morgana reached out her hand. I'm Officer Dutch. We're from Invictus PD. We need to ask you a few questions. The moment their hands touched, she knew this woman was the one who'd thrown the turpentine. Her elbow throbbed with recognition. Is something wrong? Asked Mary as she hugged her arms to her chest after the handshake. We'd like to know why you stole turpentine and mercury from the facility and damaged some property in the 12th. Mary looked back into the apartment, tugging the robe tighter. I don't know. Mary, said Kitty, we know it was you. This will go a lot easier if you can tell us why you did that. Or why you even thought to do it. Did you get a message? Did someone pay you? The woman put a hand to her nose as if she were expecting blood. Do you smell that? Smell what? Asked Morgana. It's so sweet. She craned her neck. I didn't know they bloomed at night. Where are they coming from? Confusion and concern racked Mary's forehead. She was barely paying attention to them, mumbling about the smell, her eyes fluttering. Morgana tried to think of a spell that might help her or the situation, but nothing came to mind. Mary, said Morgana, imbuing more compulsion into her voice, tell me where you got the idea to steal then throw the turpentine. The woman reacted as if she'd been stung. She curled on herself, holding her forehead. The smell. The smell. What smell? Asked Kitty with growing alarm. Lilacs. When Mary looked up, the blood vessels in her eyes had burst. The white was swallowed by red blotches. It's my secret, my score, said Mary. She seemed to be slowing down, her knees giving way. Unlike them. Them in their halls. Their secrets. It's like the tin. I'll be rewarded. Morgana reached out to help Mary, but when she touched her, a painful shock threw her back. The woman fell to her knees and then slumped over as Kitty tried to hold her up. Blood ran out of her nose and her eyes unfocused. In the span of a dozen heartbeats, Mary Sader died. Chapter 10. Pax pushed herself between the shelves inside the freezer. The metal bars burned against her exposed skin, but she didn't want to be seen by Lenny Fane, the protector mage, who was standing outside peering through the frosted glass. Carly stood directly beneath the window and Zane was crouched in the opposite corner, but if Lenny opened the door, they'd no longer be hidden. Lenny put his hand on the door as he squinted, trying to see through the mostly covered glass. Zane appeared tense and ready to explode from his spot. The hinges creaked. Pax balled her hands into fists, even though she knew it wouldn't do a damn bit of good against the protector. Lenny! A voice from outside the room stilled his movement. Lenny checked back, took a brief glance at the frosted window, and then returned the other way. Zane crept forward. He cracked the door, which was enough for Pax to hear the conversation in the other room. "What's got you spooked?" The voice was Sammy's. "Dunno. Thought I heard something. Cousin made a ruckus. This house is too quiet with everyone else gone. I'm beginning to hate it here. Understandable with Lil and Daria dead. I keep thinking we should have done something different. That if I'd done a better job, they'd both be alive. Since Bex died, things have been going from bad to worse. I'm sorry, Sammy. You lost your partner, and I'm over here with my sob story about getting spooked in a house by myself. None of their deaths will matter if we can't stop them. We've got to keep going for Bex, for Lil and Daria." A pause. Pax couldn't tell if they were still outside the food prep room. "Any word from Beck's contact?" "No, and the other contacts at Phoenix aren't returning my calls. I feel like they don't trust us after what happened." The moment that name hit her ears, Pax tensed up. Her elbow hit the metal shelf, prompting a worried glance from Zane. Phoenix Corporation. Her blood went cold. They were a big multinational company with their fingers in many pies in the supernatural animal business, from hunting to zoo security, and it seemed, to manufacturing new creatures like the cobrafen. After the zoo disaster, she thought they would have shouldered more of the blame, but they managed to weasel their way out of the worst of the punishments. Friends in high places. The conversation between Lenny and Nandi moved away from their hiding spot. Zane closed the freezer door. "What's that about Phoenix Corp?" he whispered. "You reacted like you'd been shot." "I've encountered them before. They were the ones that brought Apep to the zoo. Over the years, they've hired a lot of hunters from Animalians for security. We always suspected a link between Phoenix Corp and Pyramid Health, the company behind the creation of the Jormungandr, but beyond a few mutual board members, we could never find proof. They could have easily made the cobrafen, and must have recruited Beckett. I'd guess that the Dreadmarsh family holds a major stock interest in either or both companies, though that's a guess." "I'm not following. Your concern seems greater than a few shitty corporations." Pyramid Health was basically a front for the cult of Apep. The new version didn't care so much about their old namesake, and probably didn't even know that I'd accidentally freed the flying snake that had once given them purpose. They were carrying on the chaotic mission of Apep, in the name of big profits. "Does that mean that Apep is connected with Illusion?" asked Zane. "Fuck, I don't know. It's starting to sound like it. Maybe Apep came from the demonic realm. Would explain a lot about it. I guess these creatures find a way to come over, and then set up their little fiefdoms. Was probably easier back in the day. They could be gods. Rule over humans and do whatever their hearts desired. But Invictus brought magic out of the shadows. Now they have to hide what they're doing." Zane's ashen expression gave her pause. She detected a heavy sense of recognition. "Did you think of something?" "I'll explain later. First we need to get out of here." He popped the door loose. "Stay here and let me scout." Pax followed him into the prep room, relying on Carly to tell her that the next room was empty. The other mages had returned upstairs. Their footsteps echoed from above. Zane hesitated at the door, so Pax put her hand on his shoulder and shook her head. Carly could detect agitation from the cobraphon. If he went out, it would create an alarm again, bringing the mages upon their heads. She got his attention, tapped on her watch and gestured to the upper floors. Zane responded by miming sleep, 2 hands together and laying his head on them. They would have to wait it out. Chairs squeaked across the floor for the next hour. They were eating or gathered in the kitchen. Pax couldn't hear them, but the way Zane's eyebrows worked at times suggested he was listening. Then there was silence. It happened all at once, making Pax suspicious. While they were making noise, she felt like they hadn't been noticed. The sudden absence left her checking the corners for hidden cameras or other means of their discovery. Zane slipped out before she could bring up her concern. He was gone long enough that the only thing she could hear was her heartbeat. When he returned, he motioned for her to follow. The cobraphon was curled into the corner of the cage, a mere lump of shadow. They crept to the stairs. Pax was certain the ambush would happen when they crested onto the main floor. Zane went first. He motioned. Pax followed, cringing when Carly's claws clicked on the wood floor. Sorry. Her companion shifted her weight or pulled in her claws, making her silent enough that Pax had to check to make sure she was still behind. They made it to the sliding glass door. A footstep had them both freezing. The noise came from the upper floor. Muted talking reached their location. Then a light came on in the hallway behind them. Zane motioned to the big dining table near the back windows. They crouched behind the chairs, knowing that if anyone looked over, they'd be sure to see 2 people and 1 large furry creature. The mage from Tinker's appeared. Gregor. Pax had saved him from accidental immolation, but she guessed he wouldn't remember or see it that way. He went into the refrigerator, pulled out the gallon jug of milk, drank directly from the bottle, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and shoved it back onto its shelf. He started to leave the kitchen but stopped, glancing in their direction. Pax froze. If he had a dark vision enchantment on, they were discovered. Gregor held position, scanning the back of the house before giving a little headshake, then disappearing down the hallway, turning the light off as he went. There was a good chance they'd been spotted, but Gregor, seeing that he was outnumbered, was waiting until he was out of sight to call the alarm. As Zane led them into the garden, she kept expecting the lights to come blaring on, spearing them in their sights, followed by a barrage of unstoppable magic. The wall was easier to summit on the interior, either from experience or adrenaline. Only when they were safely in the alleyway, jogging away from the hidden villa, did Pax allow herself to breathe normally again. She put her hand on his arm to ask a question, but he waved her off. Something besides almost getting caught had shaken him. It wasn't until they returned to his apartment, after thoroughly ensuring they hadn't been followed, that Zane spoke. "You were going to say something in the basement." He nodded and went into the refrigerator. She thought he was getting something to drink, but he pulled out a row of vials with a pale green liquid inside. "Those aren't jello shots, I assume," said Pax. "It's poison." "Poison? I thought you didn't do assassinations." "Or was that just a story?" said Pax. The pain in his eyes made Pax regret the quip. He pulled a fresh syringe from a drawer, and after opening the package, placed the needle into a vial and drew a dose. Pax knew what he was going to do, but it was still surprising anyway. She reached out to stop him when he put the needle to his arm. "It's not poison for me. It keeps me alive." Pax forced herself to watch him inject the greenish liquid into his veins. She saw the dotted skin on the inside of his elbows. He'd stuck himself hundreds of times. "It's spider poison. Purpura domina arania. I've never heard of it, and I had to memorize the nomenclature," she said. "The spiders that produce this poison only exist in one place in the world. Varna. When I was born, I was injected with a small dose. Too much and it would kill me, but a tiny amount makes the body dependent on regular shots. Everyone in Varna was forced to take it. Why? The Lady of Varna, or Lady Arcadia, was a monstrous being that controlled us. She'd been around for millennia, keeping us as her private subjects. I joined my hall because of her. My cousin too. We were intended to help keep the town in line. Intended. We betrayed and killed her. Keelan lost his life in the process. I almost did too. It freed the town from her tyranny, but not the poison. At least for those of us born before she died. Thankfully we can manage it ourselves. Everyone in my family has to travel with enough doses to keep them safe. What made you think of this? When you mentioned beings that ruled the ancient world like gods, it made me think of Lady Arcadia. But she went by other names. Entana. Inanna. She was the inspiration for the Sumerian goddess known as Queen of the Night. You think she came from the demonic realm, said Pax. It would make sense. The influx of supernatural creatures from the other realms, especially in the distant past, is well known. If Apep came from there, maybe she did too. It's all related. He nodded. It's all related. Seeds of the past. Where is the lost prince in all this? We know the Cobrafen came from the Phoenix Corp, and they were involved with Apep's capture for the zoo. What if the head of the company is the lost prince? Why would he give up the tattoo? It seems particularly powerful. Who knows? Maybe it helped him hide as a human, or brought other issues. I'm not entirely sure that Morriganna is controlling it after the tornadoes at Camp Lucky, said Pax. I thought the prince might be a potential ally before, but now I'm worried that he's our enemy. Possibly working with Illusion from this side to help him come over. Maybe he's part of this company. Pax nodded. It would make sense. But what would we do now? Zane pulled out his laptop and brought up the Phoenix Corporation website. We need to find out more about this company. Chapter 11. The metal golem lumbered after Ori with the inexorable grace of an avalanche. The ank on its chest glowed with crimson menace. She turned towards it as it came around the table. Aurelia. The force of her true name shout impacted the golem as if she'd thrown a piece of crumpled paper at it. Her magic wasn't to blame. Ori knew she'd imbued it with ample power, enough to throw a moving car across the street, but it hadn't slowed the golem. They were in trouble. Osiris, shouted her sister from across the table. What? That's what it looks like, said Pi. She sent chains of glowing black metal after the golem, but they turned to mist as they hit the smooth surface. Fuck. This thing is impervious to our magic. Slick. The Mendency did nothing to slow the golem down. Ori was quickly running out of options. We can't keep this up forever. Pi got too close from behind and the golem spun on its heels, nearly taking her sister's head off with a right hook. She scrambled under the steel table where the rod was sitting, to avoid getting crushed. The Osiris golem lifted its fist as if it were going to smash its way through the table, but hesitated. Then it resumed the circling pursuit. This would be embarrassing if it wasn't so fraught, said Pi, climbing to her feet on the other side. It won't break anything in here, said Ori. Its programming must keep it from damaging the property. That's great, said her sister, sending a spray of flame against the golem to no effect. Should we disguise ourselves as the rod? Or maybe that glass case over there? Can you get us out the door? Asked Ori as she hurried ahead of the golem. I think so. Get it open. I'll grab the rod and then we'll close the golem in the room. If it won't damage property, then it can't smash through the door. Hopefully. Ori hit the golem with a few more shouts to keep it focused on her. When Pi scurried towards the door, it hesitated. Hey, yelled Ori. Brass breath. Over here. Follow me. She blasted it with a force wave to the chest. The golem moved after her, giving Pi a chance to work her magic on the door. A couple of laps around the table later, she yelled, "Got it." As Ori came around, she snatched the Rod of Dominion from the table and sprinted out of the room. Pi slammed the door behind them, and they waited for the inevitable smash of a fist through the barrier. But the golem did no such thing. They were both breathing heavily. "Gonna make that harder to put it back where we found it," said Pi. "Let's take it to our lab." The space they used for research and elixir making wasn't remotely as eclectic or exotic as the head patrons, but they were using it for more practical applications. Ori threw the rod on a steel table. She flinched at the way it clanged against the surface, fearing she'd damaged it, but remembered it was as old as civilization. It would take a lot more than that to damage it. The Rod of Dominion had been hidden in an Egyptian tomb when they recovered it. They'd followed their parents' notes to find it, keeping it from Professor Trebleton, who would have used it to subjugate the city. The rod had two parts, a crook and a flail. One for healing and one for war. "It looks different than I remember," said Pi. "The choice was reversed," said Ori, realizing the difference as her sister pointed it out. Using the rod required making a choice between them. "We chose the crook when we gave it to Golden Willow, but it's back to its original form." "Let me try something," said Pi, shaking out her hands. Ori stepped back as her sister placed an enchantment on the rod. Various shades of green sparks jumped from the surface as the magic took hold, making them step back. Pi quickly dismissed the spell. "What was that?" "Not only is it in the original form, but it has some or all of its old power back." Ori leaned on the table. "How is that possible? The hospital said they'd used up most of the power. Can he just put the power back in?" "It appears he has." "But for what purpose?" asked Pi. "Whatever it is, he should have told us," said Ori. "He knows we found the rod. Keeping this from us makes me not trust him." "Are you saying that because of my vision?" asked Pi. "No. Yes. I don't know," said Ori. "It's hard to say without knowing the origins of the vision, but the fact that the Rod of Dominion was in it means that this artifact is important. Maybe Elosian's searching for power. He knows he can't take on a city filled with mages, especially not on his turf without a little extra power. That's why he wants the rod. Why he sent me the vision. Or Morrigan's tattoo. Or both." Ori put her hand around the base of the rod. It thrummed. "Things are coming to a head. I can feel it." She shook her head. "We don't have much time." "Why Osiris?" asked her sister. "Does it have anything to do with where we got this?" Ori leaned on the table, staring at the Rod of Dominion. "Coincidence maybe. Nothing else in there was Egyptian. Invictus has items he's collected from every time period in history. The Greeks, Sumerians, you name it, he's got a piece of it." "Old as sin," said Pi. "You ever wonder if we lived that long if we would change? Would we be the same people we are now? Miss Arrogant and Miss Righteous, except with more years under our belt?" "No," said Ori. "I haven't, but I imagine that I would change somehow. The world itself would change and we'd have to adjust with it. You remember when we were in Semon's head? None of the patrons were remotely the same as they are, because they weren't allowed to reveal their magic, or they would get hunted down. He wasn't a good person back then." Ori didn't have to ask to know Pi was talking about Invictus. "What matters is that he changed." Pi frowned. "Are we sure?" "Why do you ask?" "Worried about your visions." "They're probably bullshit, but yeah, worried about them." "About him. Wish we knew more about Invictus in his early years." Pi crossed her arms. "Ever wonder if he's the lost prince?" "I considered it, but it's not him. If he came from the demonic realm, he'd never be able to touch the wards or use half those spells that protect the barrier. No, however he came into his power, it was from somewhere else. I'm sure of it. Kinda what I thought too, but wanted to bring it up. Pi wrinkled her nose. You smell that? Ori inhaled deeply. What? Maybe nothing, said Pi, shrugging. Her sister was holding something back. Ori was sure of it. The visions are bothering you. Bothering is too strong a word, said Pi with a forced smile. Curious. Why me? Are they accidental? Is it something intended by illusion? It's not like I have the bridge tattoo. If anyone should be having them, it should be Morriganna. Ori put a hand to her head as her heartbeat sped up. Morriganna might have stolen the tattoo and bears it temporarily, but you were the one that killed him. You were there when he died. Maybe part of the tattoo is in you. Morriganna said she had an outline of it when he was alive, so it's not an all-or-nothing thing. Shit, you're right, said Pi, plopping down on a chair and leaning onto her knees. And all the souls in my head. Each one is there because of him. There might be residue of the sigil. Together, there's enough of it in me to give him a conduit. Great. There are always consequences in magic, said Ori. I don't need any I told you so's right now. It's not an I told you so. It's just a fact. For me, for you, even old iron balls. Yeah, even old iron balls. Pi screwed up her face. It's just a theory, we don't know if it's true. It's not like I've had reactions towards, and I've been exposed to them plenty of times. Morriganna can't get near certain ones. I don't have the sigil but the residue, something different. If it's a conduit for the visions, it's a problem, even if they're not intentional. Pi slammed a fist into her open hand. First the rod is back and now I realize I'm compromised. I don't know if I should be around you all. What if illusion can see through me? Spy on our plans like that cyber magic's mage did to create the ambush. That could be a problem. Pi stood up. We need to go to the Verum Locus. I can go into those memories, the ones from the visions, possibly figure out what's going on. That's too dangerous, Pi. It was hard to wake you, and I don't think we'll learn anything. Too much risk. Not enough reward. What? Are we just going to give up? I'm out of ideas. If we don't start figuring things out soon, I think the invasion is going to happen whether or not we want it. Unless going into the Verum Locus to delve into the visions is part of Illusion's plan, said Ori. Pi threw up her hands. I'm so sick of worrying if Illusion is lurking around every corner. He's powerful but he has his limits. Just this idea is affecting us. Keeping us afraid to make a move because it might be tainted by his whispers. You're right. We can't be afraid to act, even if Illusion is trying to manipulate us, but I don't think it's time to use the Verum Locus for the visions. Too risky. Let's exhaust the other possibilities first. Please. I'm your sister, I can't lose you. You're the only family I have. Do sit Darum. Pi frowned. Who's the one trying to manipulate me now? I love you too, sis, but if the world is falling apart and you have a choice between saving it or saving your foolish sister, I want you to forget about me. All this is more important than us. That's why we joined the Order, right? Ori held out her hands, part rejection of Pi's comments, part desire to throw her arms around her. That's unfair and you know it. I didn't say no, I said we should explore other possibilities first. We're running out of time. What's your idea? Ori looked around. I don't have one. But you can't go. Please. We have to figure out the rod first. There's a ton of work right here. I need your help. Research. Pi stared suspiciously at the rod. Fine. We do need to figure out what's going on, or what Invictus intends. The visions can wait. For now. Ori let a smile spread across her face. There's a book in the corner library involving artifacts and the magics involved. I think there's some good spells in it that will help us with the rod. Her sister nodded. I'll grab it. She took a few steps towards the door before circling back. What happens if Invictus comes back? And we've still got the rod. It was a good point. He would go ballistic. Old iron balls shouldn't have kept this from us. Pi arched an eyebrow. I'll corrupt you yet. As she strode from the room, she yelled over her shoulder, Duset Darum. Chapter 12. Kitty stared at the dented bucket of mercury she'd rescued from the dumpster, as she cradled a bottle of dark beer against her chest. She'd opened it intending to drink, but it felt sacrilegious. We didn't kill her, said Morgana, coming in from the other room. After they'd returned to Aries' old place, they'd both gone their separate ways for a few hours to contemplate the woman's death. I know, said Kitty, setting the beer on the table. She'd opened it a while ago. It was probably flat. Illusion did it, but had we not tracked her down, she'd still be alive. And his tool. I don't think she was a willing participant, said Kitty. Why would you say that? Kitty cracked her neck. He wouldn't have needed to kill her so quickly. Illusion was afraid of something. That we'd learn something from questioning her. So we're close. Maybe. Morgana plopped onto the couch and leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees. It was well after midnight. What now? Asked Morgana. It's a few days until his funeral. I was hoping to figure out who killed him before then. It's important, said Kitty, but I don't think it's the question we should be asking. Finding Ares' killer won't stop the invasion. Whoever it was probably a tool for Elocian. He's been busy preparing himself for what's to come. Illusion wanted him out of the way. Morgana lifted her chin. Then what is the right question? The bridge. The Lost Prince. Morgana shook her head. The answer is lost to time. Even if the ginger man was alive, I don't think he would have told us. There's another way. And? Kitty snatched the bottle of beer. Took a drink. Was flat as expected. The second-year contest. Morgana shook her head. I'm not following. Or is this something you would understand if you'd done it? I was too busy trying to get into Snake and Tome to worry about it. Kitty smirked. Victor thought it was a joke. The rewards for winning weren't worth the effort in comparison to further contacts for the family. She took another drink. The technology they use for the contest is the same as they use for some of the Merlin trials. When the danger is too high, they put us into stasis and our minds interface with something that creates a reasonable facsimile of the world. No one knows how the illusion of reality is created, but you can't tell the difference. I know that much, Kitty. I'll get to my point. When I joined my hall, I felt woefully outclassed. The others were quicker, more creative in their solutions, better all around. I hated it. After always being one of the best, I worried that my successes had been bought for me. That all the wealth and opportunity had been squandered. Was that you thinking that, or Victor? Kitty took a sip. Both. But it amounted to the same thing. I needed an edge. Needed to find a way to get better. Faster. I was halfway through my first year when I happened to learn more about how the second-year contest was run from a member of GAMEMAKERS Hall. They're the hall in charge of the contest and the Merlin trials. Was more curiosity at the time. But when I learned it was like a holodeck, or immersive virtual world, I wanted to use it. So I bribed the student into letting me use it. I gave him my criteria, what I wanted to learn, and he designed intensive scenarios that tested my abilities. Or in the beginning, showcased my deficiencies. I died. A lot. But each death gave me a chance to learn. To get better. Kinda makes me wish I'd joined the contest. Kitty nodded. I did. Even though Victor hated it, I wanted the challenge. Did Ivan? He was too busy with his parties, responded Kitty. How did you do? We didn't come close. As quickly as I developed using the technology, I learned I was a terrible team player. I probably cost our team a chance to get into the top groups by constantly heading off on my own. Kitty tapped her fingernails on the bottle. The point of this story is not about my shortcomings. Over time, the guy the first bribed let little things slip about how the technology worked. It was impossible to build entire worlds from the ground up, so they used shortcuts. Memories. Imprints from recovered golems. All sorts of things. Anything that contained memories, really. Morgana held out her arm. You want to use the tattoo to build a world and investigate it. Exactly. Is that wise? Kitty finished the beer, let loose a gut-rattling belch and tossed the bottle into the trash can from across the room. The system is supposed to be safe. You can explore it without danger. I died hundreds of times in it. But on the other hand, the sigil is a level of power that we don't understand. There could be unintended consequences. Anything to help me understand it, said Morgana as she stared at her elbow. Since we came back to the city, I've been feeling weird. Unsteady. The tornadoes prove that I'm not in control like I thought I was. More reason to understand what you've got there. Besides a ticking bomb. Morgana squeezed her lips white. So you're going to contact your friend? Kitty nodded towards her phone on the table. Already have. He's no longer in the country. Works in Lithuania, but he gave me a contact. Someone he said would be better overall. Who? Kitty lifted both shoulders. Dunno. Never told me the name, but I got a message a little bit ago that we can head to GAMEMAKERS to meet them. Now. Morgana stretched her arms. I was coming in here to tell you good night. Weird time for a meeting. You probably don't know many gamers, said Kitty, laughing. My other friend was awake at the oddest hours. My dear sister, you're forgetting that the internet and online games didn't even exist for the vast majority of my life. GameMakers Hall was only a quarter-mile away in the same ward. No matter how many times Kitty had been to the place, he always saw something new. The building looked like the architect was trying out every possible construction technique and style. As if an entire small town had been condensed into one building. The fencing mysteriously opened when they arrived. Kitty led them through the front door. They headed deeper into the building, hoping whoever had let them in would acknowledge their arrival. At a short hallway there was a room filled with old arcade and pinball machines. That looks like my kind, said Morgana. Played a few games of pinball when I was waiting for shows to start. A lot of old venues had them in the back for the bands. That's strange. Nah. Better than them getting drunk and breaking things all in the name of rock and roll, said Morgana, making air quotes. An arcade machine beeped and whistled, rattling as if it were about to break down. The colorful machine had a joystick and multiple buttons on the front. Kitty approached to find a message scrolling down. Charmers, find the obsidian cube in the basement. Weird, said Morgana. Is this where you entered the game world? No, said Kitty. We used an alternate entry point. I only came here to meet my friend, though he never let me come in. We usually chatted outside near the industrial park. They passed a kitchen. A kid wearing light-up kitten ears was eating cereal with a ladle. He wagged his eyebrows at them but said nothing. Eventually they found the room with the obsidian cube. Hundreds of pillows surrounded the glistening black object. It's a portal, said Morgana with understanding. Kind of. Lie down, get comfortable and fill your mind with phase. If this is like the alternate locations, it should pull us right in. Kitty got comfortable. Her friend said the new contact would greet them, but she hadn't expected inside the game world. She settled her head on a pillow, even though as soon as she went into the game, her body would no longer be in the room. She closed her eyes and filled her mind with phase. When she opened them, she was in another place. Standing. Kitty could smell the recent rain. Wind tossed her hair. She stood beneath a night sky, brilliant stars splashed across the curve of the world. A shooting star streaked overhead. Kitty could hear Morriganna gasping with surprise behind her, but her focus was on the figure coming out of the tall grass. Short. Dark hair. The figure made no attempt to move out of the shadows. Kitty clenched her gut, concern rippling. Was this their contact, or another ambush by the mages? A wave of regrets followed. She should have vetted the contact before agreeing to enter the game. Now they were in unfamiliar territory. Oblivious to the potential danger, Morriganna stepped to Kitty's side and raised her arm. Hello. Chapter 13. The Phoenix Corporation had 3 floors in a high-rise in the 3rd ward. The headquarters were in London, but they had a sizable presence in Invictus. Morning traffic was in full swing with horn honks and squealing tires competing as background noise. I hate not having Carly with us, said Pax as she tugged on her bright blue business jacket. She looked nothing like her normal self. Considering they tried to blame the disaster on you, and had the papers calling you a terrorist for a while, I think they would recognize your companion, said Zane, who had given himself new facial features as well. Couldn't we have snuck in during the night and dug through their trash or something? She asked, craning her neck at the tall building. That would take too long. Human intel is always quicker and more in-depth. Zane smirked. Just let me do the talking. There's nothing worse than an audit from the government. They'll barely notice us because they'll be too busy worrying about why we decided to show up. Zane hadn't researched the security measures, but most buildings in Invictus only used low-level enchantment detections that wouldn't find the facial modifications. If he'd used a quick illusion, that would have been easy to discover. The security guards waved thick wands at them which beeped ominously, but they were nodded through the gates. The front desk attendant looked bored as he thumbed through his phone. Zane hefted his suitcase onto the counter, startling the guy. 2 clicks of the locks later, Zane handed over a document with official IRS letterhead and an enchanted seal that would confirm the validity of his identity. One of the benefits of working for Priyanka was access to all kinds of resources that normal spies might not have. The seals were real, along with the identifications. Please inform the name at the top of the document, Harold Peterman, that we are here for an unannounced audit and would like to speak to him post-haste. We expect a level of alacrity, given the nature of our visit. The desk attendant stared back, his mouth hanging open. Zane expected drool to come out any moment. Alacrity means speed. Which means you need to get on the phone and make a call before we charge you with interference. The guy knocked the phone off the hook, reaching for it, then passed on the instructions in less formal terms. 34th floor. Thank you. Zane strode to the elevator with the steady clop of Pax's heels right behind. When the doors closed, a stainless steel surface reflected them both. Pax tilted her head as she examined her new self, which included a toned-down hair color that was more auburn. He'd long ago gotten over being someone else. In some ways it was easier to hide in someone else's skin. The years of disguising his intentions from the Lady of Varna had left him a little unsure of who he was. When Ori had showed up in the Eternal City, it had reminded him of a path that he'd wanted to travel, but time and circumstances had swallowed it up, until the trail was so overgrown that he couldn't find it again. Her return had made him reevaluate where he was. He loved the work with Priyanka, but he felt isolated. Alone. The elevator dinged and 2 men and 2 women greeted them outside the doors with nervous smiles. Mr. Williams. Ms. Carter. How can we help you? Asked the man in front as he extended his hand. Zane frowned without meeting his offer of a handshake. And you are? I'm Harold Peterman, head of accounting. Good, then we're not wasting our time, said Zane as he brushed past them. Shall we find an appropriate room to get set up? This will likely take a few weeks. Naked fear shot through their eyes. They were probably hoping for a quick visit, not a full-scale audit. Weeks, stuttered Harold Peterman. But we had people here last year from your offices. They said we were good. Zane didn't bother answering. The less said the better. He stared at Harold until he said, right, and led them to a conference room. Coffee and snacks were brought in while they settled at the table. He popped open the suitcase, handed over a piece of paper they'd typed up that morning, and hoped that the fear ricocheting through them would be enough to smooth over any issues. While Harold stared at it, Zane explained, I need the full board list and addresses. We might need to interview them. We'll need the company org chart and the latest quarterly financial statement. Harold held up the document with an incredulous look on his face. But you can get most of that information online. We filed with the SEC. I'm well aware, Mr. Peterman, but the request for the audit came down pretty quickly, and we didn't have time to print out reams of information. Harold took a step towards the door, still staring at the document. A knot formed in Zane's stomach. The guy was sensing something was wrong. You know, we've tried to fix our problems after the disaster, said Harold. I don't know who has it out for us, but we're above board. Not a hair out of place. If that's so, then this should go smoothly, said Zane with a flat smile. When the door closed, Pax leaned over and whispered, Is something wrong? That didn't feel like they bought it. We'll find out soon enough. Over the next hour, men and women brought them documents. Zane asked questions while Pax quietly scoured the papers taking notes, which brought a lot of worried glances. They wanted to get a good picture of how the company was structured, so they could figure out who was directing the creation of creatures like the Cobrafen, and if the Lost Prince or other agents of illusion were part of the leadership. While the financial documents could be found online, the personal information and details on the company's divisions weren't easily available. He let Pax read through the documents while he barked orders and new requests at the people sent to help them. Zane wanted to keep them on their back foot, so they never stopped to question the direction of the investigation. While he kept up the ruse, he was aware that Harold Peterman was spending a lot of time talking to a few others in the back of the big open office. There were a lot of exaggerated arm movements and pinched faces, which could be interpreted a number of ways. It was possible that Harold's concerns were normal, but after he spent a little time on the phone and then stared at the window where they were seated for far too long, Zane worried they'd been exposed. Shortly after, Harold stuck his head through the door and nodded to his underlings. Can I have a moment? The others looked relieved as they scurried out. The meek exterior from their initial arrival had disappeared. Whoever Harold had spoken to, they'd girded his resolve. He faced them with his hands on the back of a chair. I'm afraid I'm going to need some further explanation of what's going on before we supply any more documents, said Harold. Refusing to serve an officer of the IRS is punishable with jail time, said Zane, lifting his chin. Yeah, said Harold. I just got off the phone with my contact at the IRS. They don't know who the hell either of you are. Out of the corner of his eye, Zane spotted a team of security personnel leaving the elevator. They had rifles and enchanted armor. We're a big organization, said Zane, trying not to look intimidated by the recent arrivals. I don't think I would get too cocky. Harold frowned. My contact is the director. You see, after the last audit, we were cleared and the DOJ removed the oversight. I get it, mistakes were made before, but we're a better, stronger, and cleaner organization. The security team approached the glass doors. Pax nudged him in the leg, but Zane kept his gaze on Harold. Meaning you increased your political donations by a sizable amount, giving yourself more cover. After years in the Eternal City, the machinations of humans seemed laughably simple and easy to spot. Harold chuckled. You got me there. He rapped his knuckles on the back of the chair as the 6 security team members entered the room. I'm going to have to ask you to stand up and step away from those documents. I don't know who you are, but we're gonna find out real soon. Chapter 14. Pi entered Arcanium through the back, the entrance the professors liked to use when they wanted to avoid their students. There were additional protections on the door. The permissions they'd been given wouldn't bypass them, but Pi knew a few other tricks. She bent the wards, slid through the gap and let them retract back into position. She could leave by the front entrance with the drawbridge when she was finished, but for now she needed to ensure there was no way that someone might contact her sister or stop her on the way to the Verum Locus. With her hood up and head down, bolstered by a look-away enchantment, Pi made her way to her destination. The all-night work on the Rod of Dominion had exposed no new information. The artifact was important, but only as a tool. Pi didn't think there was that much more to discover, unlike the mystery of her visions. The auditorium outside the Verum Locus was empty. She'd seen few students, as it was early enough in the morning that most were probably asleep. Pi had a fondness for Arcanium, but it had never felt like home. She'd enjoyed it like getting to visit a favorite aunt, who always had a bowl full of candy, but also made her keep her elbows off the table during dinner. The golden light inside the room sparkled. Visually it was beautiful, but the sharp stabbing on the inside of her nostrils reminded her of the potency of magic. Before she started, Ori's disappointed expression appeared in her mind. Even if she learned nothing new, Pi knew that her sister would find out. She could sniff out a lie in a crowded room. The main question Pi had in coming to the Verum Locus was which vision to delve into. The first with Invictus had revealed some inaccuracies about what had happened during his visit to the demonic realm. The second, during her last visit to the Verum Locus, had been in a strange location with illusion calling her name. The third had her in the spire holding the rod, and then seeing Invictus in the city at the head of an army of Gigantus with the rod in his hand. The first vision she took at face value. The third was fraught with implications, and possibly too chaotic for information gathering. Pi focused on the vision she'd had the last time in the room. A vision from a vision. It was possible that it wouldn't work, but she was determined to try. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a completely different place. Pi stood, not in the strange crystal forest, but in a wide valley. The sky was a color she didn't have the words to describe, and even if she could, it seemed to shift as she watched. The valley stretched in all directions, surrounded by impossible mountains that defied the rules of gravity from her realm. Shapes moved in the distance, but they were too small to make out. She tried to reckon what she was looking at to her left, but it made her head hurt. The mountains climbed into the sky, narrowed to a point, then twisted until they continued nearly upside down, while the indescribable sky that hung above her was directly below the other range. The two ranges were in direct opposition to each other, and they met at a narrow point that looked like a bridge. Recalling the last time she was here, Pi wondered if it was the same place she saw between the crystalline trees, back in the dream world. Adjusting her step brought the crunch of grass breaking. Pythia. A voice like honey over gravel. She turned to find the tall demon with backward-facing knees not far away. He had the face of a serial killer and tentacles rather than arms. I knew you'd come eventually. You're far too curious and cautious, unlike your sister. Fear raced through her body. Pi attempted to dismiss the vision, return to the Verum Locus, but something was blocking her. Don't run away so soon. We have much to discuss. I'm not here to listen to your lies, said Pi. The demon lord chuckled. The laughter hurt to hear. I tell only the truth. It is not my fault that some are incapable of hearing it. He took long strides towards her. You and I. Things might have been different had you summoned me rather than that imbecilic Pazuzu. The desire for power is strong. I could have granted that. I wanted into coterie, not to be beholden to a demon lord. Pazuzu is not a lord. He rules over nothing but chaos. He is a force of nature, nothing more. Pi didn't know if this was a vision or if she had somehow teleported in the demonic realm. The feel of the world was so real. It lacked the hazy quality of dreams that she'd experienced previously in the Verum Locus. A creature winged across the sky, heading parallel to the mountains. Alosian turned his head and Pi used the distraction to blast him with a force wave, but he casually extended his arm, knocking away the magic as if it were a crumpled piece of paper. You've no power here, not like this, he said. I'm in the infernal realm. Alosian smirked. Not corporally. The residue of the sigil gave me something to put my hooks in, otherwise I would have had no chance to reach you. Your mind is here while your body is in my enemy's city. What do you want? I want to talk. Offer you the deal that I know burns in your heart. Why would I help you? You want the overthrow and destruction of our world. Alosian leaned into her face, his expression turning into a rictus. You know nothing of what I want. This place is a prison. It is chaos scorching my mind. What I want is freedom like the others that have gone before me. The Lost Prince. He's not the only one. Alosian sneered, but reminded her of a poorly drawn Elvis. The demon lord stomped away, stared at the bridge between ranges. They betrayed me. Abandoned me to this place. What's wrong with it? Alosian turned towards her. The way his body rotated made her sick to her stomach. This was one of the earliest realms to spring into existence. Alosian held up his tentacle, swiping through the golden particles in the air. Unlike yours and many others, this place is incomplete, constantly changing. It is creation unbound and the font of magic. The font of magic. This is where it comes from. Alosian gestured wildly with his tentacles. Here and the primordial soup of existence. That is why those of you with the promise of it go mad without protection. The chaos of this realm is too much for untrained minds. This is all interesting, said Pi. A lovely lesson, but why did you trick me here? I want to cross over. I want to exist in your realm without precondition or prejudice. You want an invasion, said Pi. If you force me to break the barrier, then an invasion it will be. But if you help me cross alone, then you will spare yourself the destruction that will ensue. Even if I wanted to, there's no way I could trust you. You'd probably open the way for the others once you came over, said Pi. Why would I want to do that? And ruin the world I wish to be a part of. This chaos is exactly that, chaos. Unruly, unfettered, unmitigable chaos. You would not like it either. Pi hated how reasonable he sounded. She had no intention of helping him, but his logic made sense. If she was trapped here, she would want nothing but to return. You killed my parents. I would never work with you. She'd said it offhand. A way to punch back, keep from growing interested in his offer, but not expecting a real answer. To her surprise, he said, You're not wrong. But it would do no good for me to apologize, or explain that I had no other choice. They worked for my enemy. The admission was like a punch to the solar plexus. She took a step backwards. Here was the killer of her parents. A demon of unimaginable power, and there was nothing she could do to get her revenge. I work for Invictus. My sister too. I am aware, said Alosian. The irony is that your parents' death made you seek power. Put you on this path and brought you to me. Part of your plan. Alosian shook his head. If I had the power to foretell that far in advance, then I would have already crossed over, would be the ruler of your world. No. I have my whispers, my plots. Hundreds of them, each winding towards my goal. Most are thwarted by chance or the opposition. He grinned at her with yellow teeth. But a few sneak through until I can grasp the string. I'm one of those strings, said Pi, feeling empty inside at the realization. Yes. Not only have I removed a troublesome piece from the board, but now you are my bait. Bait for what? Illusion loomed over her. His tentacles brushed her arms, making her shiver with disgust. You'll find out soon enough. Before she could speak, his tentacles constricted her, lifting her into the air. The world rushed past in a blur. Pi found herself on a building that her mind wanted to call a castle, even if it was nothing like one. It was as if M.C. Escher and Salvador Dali had conspired to construct an object that defied the mind's attempt at logic. There were no walls or gates that confined her, but as she craned her neck in all directions, she had no idea how she could even attempt to escape. I'm so sorry, Ori. Chapter 15. In Morriganna's 70-plus years of existence, she'd never played any games besides a few pinball machines in the back rooms of certain venues. There was a satisfaction to the clacking of the flippers and the way the silvery ball ricocheted through the field, creating bright noises and flashes, corresponding with climbing numbers of the score. That was the extent of her experience with games. GAMEMAKERS Hall was exactly as she'd expected. Messy, convoluted, the forgotten room of a pimple-faced kid who spent way too much time in front of a screen. Morriganna wouldn't have found it hard to admit that she looked down upon games. They weren't the real thing, a distraction from life. An amusing sidebar. Nothing more. Entering the game world was nothing short of revolutionary. Since she'd arrived in her body after the Merlin trials, and had been too busy to get involved with the second-year contest, she had no experience with the arcane technology available at the halls. She was expecting pixelated trees, a blocky version of a convoluted space, not something that mimicked real life. The night sky was as brilliant and beautiful as her own. Wind rippled through the high grasses and brushed against her face, leaving Morriganna with a body full of goosebumps. She swiped her hand through the air, trying to understand how it could feel so real, when a screen appeared in her vision. There was a list of numbers and words that she had little connection to, but then someone moved out of the high grasses. Hello. Kitty grabbed her arm, the tension in her fingers relaying concern about whoever it was that approached. A snap of fingers brought light into existence in a bubble around them. The young woman before them had dark hair, dark glasses, and an intensity to her gaze that made Morriganna almost feel sorry for her. In her early years, she'd met a few rising stars of the scientific community, and she was always amazed at how brightly their minds burned. How exhausting that must be. You're looking for me. We are, said Kitty. Morriganna Charmer, age 26. Third of 6. Was the it girl of high society until a falling out with your father Victor, and 2 unexpected failures in the Merlin trials, leading to a place in Stone Singers, then Snake and Tome. She turned. Catherine Kitty Charmer, age 25. Twin with Ivan. Assassin's Hall and Silence. A history of questionable interactions, including potential murder of one Mikhail Dresden, not a sweetheart by anyone's measure. Nothing signaling that either of you were living in the city for the last 2 years, suggesting that something significant happened related to your missing father. Now you're back right as your brother Ares was murdered. My condolences. That was interesting, said Kitty. I'm Alex, short for Alexandria. Last name Duke. Alex stepped forward and shook their hands firmly and with the precision of someone who had practiced the gesture. Morriganna felt like she was being analyzed at great detail, even as they went through introductions. Hi Alex, thanks for meeting with us, said Morriganna. This game world is pretty spectacular. I wasn't expecting it to be so realistic. Bucket said you needed help. We do, said Kitty, glancing around. Is it safe to talk here? We're on the edge of the endless plains. I put up some guardians to keep the mobs from bothering us, otherwise the nearest person is probably a zone away. Mobs? Zone? Asked Morgana. Also, I have these weird numbers floating in my vision. They're distracting. Alex's eyes creased. Hit the X in the upper right-hand corner. A swipe through the air made the words disappear. Thank you. How much did Bucket tell you? Asked Kitty. He said don't let Kitty's reputation fool you, she's a cool cat, and if something's bothering her you should help. Besides, I'm sure you'll enjoy the challenge. Alex spoke as if it were from memory, even the pauses and speaking manner. Why glasses? Asked Morgana. Alex touched the side of the black frames. Why wear them when I'm in a game and can adjust my avatar? For the same reason you keep tapping your fingers together, because you're a singer, and you're used to keeping a beat, but with a microphone in your hand, and that's a way to relax yourself. I don't need the glasses, but they feel right. I'd be distracted without them. She wrinkled her nose. It's odd that you have that affliction, given you've never been a professional singer. Morigani looked at her hand. She hadn't realized she was tapping, but Alex was right. It was a nervous habit. Morgana put her hands behind her back and squeezed them together. I'll make things short and to the point, said Kitty. My sister has a tattoo that she unwillingly received from a questionable source many years ago. We want to figure out who the original owner is. I know from my previous experiences with the GameMakers technology that you can use external sources to help create and populate your game worlds. You want to go into a world inspired by the information contained within the tattoo, said Alex. Exactly. I would assume this has something to do with your brother's death and the strange happenings in Invictus, said Alex. Morgana shared a look with Kitty. I thought you've been in the game, asked Morgana. I have, said Alex, but I like to keep abreast of what's going on. The world is a dangerous place. Despite what you think, I don't play games to avoid the world, but to understand it better. I'm sorry, I didn't. Alex bunched up her lips. You're not a gamer. Never have been. Strange. She checked over her shoulder. But that's not why you came. Can I see it? Morgana pulled back the light cotton sleeve, exposing the bridge tattoo. Strange, said Alex again as she studied the design. The structural bolts on each side are positioned at right angles. This is no normal bridge. What? Morgana had never noticed, but she followed where Alex had been looking to see that the bolt patterns on one side didn't match the other. I never noticed that. Where did it come from? Before you had it. Alex remained close, looking up with an intensity that made Morgana want to step back. I got it from a painting. Morgana hadn't planned on explaining everything, but the way Alex stared at her suggested it was best that she did. I was stealing it from my father for a semi-godlike being we called the Ginger Man. From the flashes of memory I got from him and the tattoo, he'd been alive for a long time. Possibly lived in the old forests of Europe, lived on sacrifices brought to his wicker altars. He took the tattoo from me, then later on after he died, it reverted back. It's powerful and dangerous. He wasn't the original owner, said Alex. No, responded Kitty. That's what we need to find out. It's important. Alex started swiping through the air. A dark portal opened a few feet away. She stepped through. Follow? Morgana asked her sister, but she'd already gone into the black rectangle. The transition was nothing like portal travel in the real world. They stepped into a simple room with furniture and a small kitchen. Have a seat, said Alex. There are drinks in the fridge. If you don't like what's in there, close it and open it again while you think about what you want, and it'll be there. Really? We can eat and drink in the game. Alex stretched her eyebrows. Technically, we're not in the game, but the root structure for making new ones. Eating and drinking is unnecessary. Your body is being held in suspended animation and requires no sustenance, but like your finger tapping, or my glasses, it feels better when you get to. Morgana opened the refrigerator to find a bunch of seltzer waters that she liked to drink when she was in the city, but hadn't been able to find in Thailand. She popped the lid and gasped when the bubbles hit her tongue. While she was trying the drink, Alex stood at the center of the room, tapping at an invisible screen and occasionally glancing at her. Kitty grabbed a can but didn't open it. I always thought Bucket was intense, but she's a whole nother level. I think we're in good hands. I hope so, said Morgana, glancing around. I feel out of my element. They stood around for about 10 minutes while Alex worked. Eventually she made a swiping motion and turned back to them. Are you ready? You did something already? Asked Morgana, hating that she didn't know the right terminology. It'll require a few consents, but otherwise, yes. The GameMakers system is quite robust and easy to use. I designed the last 2 years of Merlin trials and the second-year games in a few days. Morgana joined Alex near the center of the room. Ready. A screen appeared in midair. Enter the world created from your tattoo, yes or no? Is this going to be dangerous? Asked Morgana. Possibly. This will be like the Merlin trials. Your avatars have the same abilities that you have in the real world, but since we're entering an unknown place, there could be unexpected dangers. Alex frowned. The tattoo contains a lot of data. More than I expected. Much more. I could spend a few days running simulations on them, but I assume you lack the time for detailed analysis. I picked what I thought was the oldest, largest cache of data to build the simulated world. She paused and with uncharacteristic hesitation added, I tried to enter an admin mode, but something about the memories contained within prevented it. No admin mode, said Morgana. Meaning we could be exposed to danger, even in this simulated game world. Games require a set of logic to exist, which could encode unusual forms of danger into the world. For instance, you could be trapped in a space of your mind, or injured in a way that is traumatic, long after you leave. If you're in a game space long enough, the world changes you. You will experience this world like you would our own. Great, said Kitty. Let's do this. Morgana swiped yes. A portal appeared not far from their location. Unlike the one that led them into the admin room, this one was made of stone with an archway that held strange hieroglyphs. Bright, blinding light made seeing through the entrance impossible. After you. Morgana stepped through the portal, squinting from the reflection of endless white. Her boots crunched onto sand and a stifling heat rose up like a cocoon. As Kitty and Alex joined her, she looked to her right to see an enormous smooth pyramid rising from the earth. Chapter 16. Pax had never been one for subtlety, so she was glad to rely on Zane's lead on getting them into the Phoenix Corporation building. He spoke easily and confidently. The men and women in the office scurried like ants at each command, while she tried to look stern and not completely out of her element. Without Carly, she lacked the extra layer of information she was used to having access to. She'd forgotten how much she relied on her companion. As the documents came, Pax grew more comfortable, if only because she could focus on the information rather than the sea of confusing people. Zane had given her instructions on what to look for. She started with the organization chart, snapping pictures of the sections she thought important. The information at first was too broad, and too filled with financial jargon for her to navigate it. Zane occasionally leaned over to ask about her progress, his tone suggesting they wouldn't have a ton of time for leisurely perusal, which made her scour the documents more frantically. A few times she wanted to knock the whole pile onto the floor. There was too much information. Not enough time. They'd never figure out where the Cobraphon had come from, let alone the connection to the cult of Apep. Rather than trying to read every document, she searched for hierarchies and titles to give herself the best shot at finding the information she was looking for. A subgroup called Supernatural Morphology caught her notice further down, a relatively uninteresting document that was discussing R&D expenditures. She circled the name and nodded to Zane, who redirected his requests towards that information. In the time after she freed the Jormungandr, she and Okko had researched Pyramid Health, the company that had been a front for the cult of Apep. The company had gone under since, ruined by the lawsuits brought by the Norwegian government, but Pax recognized some of the names and titles that had been under the Pyramid Health banner. It appeared that the real nasty work had been moved from one company to the other before its collapse. The information wasn't high-level enough to contain the gory details, but she'd read enough financial documents with Okko to know they'd gotten a good hit. "We're out of time." The words didn't register at first. Pax was lost to the memories of her fight to free the Jormungandr. She looked up to see the group of armored security personnel exiting the elevator. Harold, their contact, entered the room and initiated a conversation with Zane that had a much different feel from before. Pax focused on the documents, trying to squeeze out as much information as possible before they were forced to leave. Eventually they were out of time. The 6 security team members entered the room, with automatic rifles hanging casually in front. Pax was under no illusion that they couldn't bring them around to fire faster than either of them could move around the big table. "I'm going to have to ask you to stand up and step away from those documents. I don't know who you are, but we're gonna find out real soon," said Harold. Zane held his hands up. The fake audit was no longer a working cover. He looked to her, but she blanked. Zane made a face and stretched his eyebrows towards the elevator, but she didn't know how they were going to reach it without someone getting hurt. An idea popped into her head as she looked down to see her unlocked phone still in her hand. She held it up. "If you don't step away from the table," she said, "I'll send this information to the Herald of the Halls proving that you had willful negligence during the Portland Zoo massacre. I found that not only did you ignore the signs of the creature's high and chaotic intelligence, but you took samples for creating your own versions." Pax had no idea if any of that was true, but Harold didn't know, and his eyes widened with horror. "We're members of the Supernatural Animals Liberation Army of Determination. We know what you've done and you're not going to get away with it," said Pax, filling her voice with righteousness. "I have enough here to destroy your company, so don't you dare put your hands on either one of us." The security team glanced between themselves. They weren't hunters or mages of any kind, just regular guards with heavily enchanted weapons and armor. "I can't let you leave with that information," said Harold, eyeing the cell phone as if it were a live bomb. Pax held her finger by the button as if she were about to hit send. "Don't make me do it. They'll prosecute you for impersonating IRS agents," said Harold. "It's a price we're willing to pay," said Zane, eyes alight with the fever of true belief. "Let us walk and we'll hand over the phone when we leave the building." Harold looked around as if he was expecting to find an answer. "Fine. But anyone moves a finger out of place, I'm giving the orders to use lethal force. I'll tell everyone that we thought you were armed." He gave instructions to one of the guards, who stepped into the office full of people staring into the windowed meeting room. After a quick explanation, everyone started filing out towards a back room. When the door was closed and it was only Harold and the security team, he said, "Now no one can contradict my story should it come to that. But I'd prefer for this to be over without bloodshed." Pax kept her finger hovering over the button. The guards and Harold backed away, leaving them a narrow avenue to leave the meeting room. Heading down the space between the cubicles, Pax kept her eye on the automatic weapons, rather than the elevator doors where her heart desperately wanted her to be. "Be ready to run." "Exit door on left," whispered Zane through his teeth. 1, 2, 3. When he hit the last number, an explosion of wind and sound blasted the guards, sending up plumes of papers and knocking the front pair backwards into the others. Pax didn't wait around to see what happened next. She flooded her mage steel imbuement for speed, heading around the corner, ducking as she expected gunfire and hitting the exit door like a freight train. Pax had so much momentum, she nearly tumbled down the stairs in her haste to escape. Bullets slammed into the closing door as Zane sped through the gap. Go, go, go. Pax leapt down each stairwell, foregoing the individual steps. Halfway down, Zane poked his head into the middle. Another team's coming up. He tried to open the 10th floor door, but it wouldn't budge. A badge reader blinked red at them. Zane leaned back and front-kicked the spot near the handle, denting the metal. A thick snap echoed in the narrow stairwell. They hurried through the open door, finding themselves in a space filled with glass cages. Men and women in laboratory coats milled about the area, tending to individual creatures in the cages or strapped to a stainless steel table. The mix of unusual features, horns, wings, tails, etc., revealed the probable source of the Cobraphon. Those fuckers, said Pax. They took over where Pyramid Health left off. It took a moment for the researchers to react to the breaking of the door. They hesitated, syringes and other implements in their hands, but didn't move to escape. Zane grabbed a huge metal desk that had to weigh hundreds of pounds and pulled it in front of the broken door. You, he said, pointing to a woman using a turkey baster to feed a round furry creature with a flat face and a bright yellow beak. It looked like a baby bear, but with other features. How do we get out of here? The scientist pointed the baster towards the door and gave an awkward shrug. Maybe we can find emergency scaffolding, said Pax. Right. They hurried through the lab as the scientists threw themselves out of their way. A long enclosure filled with dirt and small shrubs had a pair of cragworms basking in the artificial heat. Pax paused before it, hands on the glass. She wanted to smash the barrier and throw the critters at the scientists. A modified cragworm had ruined her life when she was a kid. She brought it home only to have it bite her parents, turning them into angry versions of themselves, making her childhood a living hell. A second lab looked the same as the first, except it faced the outside windows. The cages were filled with more chimeratic creatures, larger and more developed than the ones in the first room. Banging on the stairwell door as the guards attempted to move the desk announced they were running out of time. Zane ran to the window and pressed his face against it. No scaffolding. We're trapped. Pax stuck her head into the other room to see the guards wedging the door open. They were about to break through. There was no way out. Chapter 17. Egyptian mythology had always been a favorite of Kitty's. Despite being named after a famous Tsarina, she found the history of Russia far too depressing to feel affection for her namesake. There was something majestic and secretive about ancient Egypt. It wasn't hard to imagine herself as a ruler during the time of dynasties. I wasn't expecting this, said Morgana at her side, marveling at the sight. The enormous pyramid in the distance reflected the sunlight. It was almost too bright to look at. A second, smaller and unfinished pyramid lay further behind. Lines of workers in white clothing moved like ants towards the structure. I don't see blocks, said Morgana. I thought they built them with blocks. Their guide Alex had said nothing. As wondrous as their surroundings were, Kitty was curious about what Alex made of it. Alex reminded her of Ivan, but in a different way. If you carved away the insecurities, the addictions, and the flippant mouth, the remaining would be a lot like Alexandria Duke. Every time the gazes met, Kitty felt exposed. One theory is that the blocks were cast in place using a limestone mixture, a lot like concrete. We might be able to confirm this theory today, said Alex. Where should we go? Asked Morgana. My only experience with Egypt was a themed set design and headdress that made my neck hurt by the end of the performance. She gestured towards the massive structures. Head over there. Would the pharaohs be at the pyramid? Whoever was the original owner of the tattoo wouldn't be at the construction site. The pharaohs spent time on the river, relaxing on barges. I can see the line of palms. We should go that direction. Kitty paused, turned towards Alex. Will they see us? Or can we walk around freely? Alex adjusted her dark glasses to fit better on her nose. The people you see will be acting of their own accord. They will likely see us as strangers, possibly dangerous. Right, said Kitty, we need to find clothes that don't stick out. They crossed the packed sand. A hot wind dried out her eyes, but she was able to apply enchantments to help with the bright sunlight. A huge ox with many scars on its back pulled a wagon along a road towards the construction area of the pyramids. The driver had a whip in his hand, but the beast lumbered forward without requiring further encouragement. 4 men sat in the back of the wagon, along with crates and sacks. Kitty jogged alongside the wagon as the driver recoiled from her appearance. Hello. Do you have any clothing we can borrow in there? The driver held his whip up as if he might use it. Kitty hoped he would. Pale demons from the deep desert, he hissed. Begone. At first she was surprised that she could understand his speech, since she didn't speak ancient Egyptian. The arcane software must translate somehow for them. Morgana and Alex came up from behind. The driver whipped the ox to move faster, but the beast seemed to have one speed. Trudge. Before the whip could be used against them, Kitty leapt onto the front seat, snatched the weapon away from the shocked driver, and knocked him out with a single punch. The men in back rose to cause trouble, but she dispatched them with additional strikes. The ox was happy to stop when she pulled the reins that had been left limp against the front bench. We have clothes, we might want to consider disguising ourselves. He called me a pale demon from the deep desert. After removing her street clothes and donning the robe of one of the unconscious men, Kitty felt less conspicuous. The layered linen protected from the sun and allowed the breeze to blow through the fabric. She felt cooler. The head wrap and a modification of her face, including the browning of her skin, helped hide her gender and foreignness. She helped her sister and Alex with their disguises. They followed the stone road towards the river's edge. Grass grew in a strip along the water. Reeds clumped together at the curves and small oxbow lakes. A barge filled with goods floated in the center of the river, being pulled by oxen using ropes from the opposite bank. The owner of the tattoo can't be far, said Alex, holding her hand at her forehead to block the sun. Morgana extended her arm towards a trio of smoke trails heading into the sky. Back that way. I think I can feel it. Sand blew across the stone road as they followed the path back towards the promise of fires. A group of men with bronze short swords passed them halfway to their destination. As they neared, the white stone columns of the palace grew out of the haze, surrounded by patches of green. The lines of smoke multiplied as tents and smaller buildings surrounded the larger structure. Is this the Mal-Carter Palace? Asked Kitty, trying to remember her Egyptian history. No, said Alex right away. The Mal-Carter Palace, or the place where things are picked up, wasn't built for another 1,000 years, but this is an early precursor. The area grew thick with people. Kitty saw guards with bronze weapons or bows at various points. The further they went, the more she worried about how difficult it would be to escape. Even with magic, defending against so many would be challenging. Impossible depending on how bad it got. Wait, said Kitty, holding her arms out to her companions. If things go wrong here, how do we get out of the simulation? What happens if we're injured? Alex swiped through the air as she read a screen only she could see. A nearly imperceptible frown hooked itself on her lips. It appears that if we die, we'll return to the build room. It appears, asked Kitty. Alex glanced over her shoulder to where they came from, and then towards the palace. The program isn't reacting the way I think it should. Whatever power held that tattoo during this time had supremacy over more than just the land. The recreation of that person could cause us harm. Pain at minimum. Beyond that, I think it's best we not find out. If we want to return, we'll need to get back to the place we walked through the portal. I don't like this, said Kitty, frowning at the busy area ahead. They'd be pushing through crowds to get closer. Morgana rubbed her elbow as she grimaced. I can feel it ahead. The original owner. It hurts. Are you sure about this? Asked Kitty. Morgana tilted her head. No, but I think we need to keep going. We need to know who it is. Maybe we can track them down in our world and get their help. If they exist or aren't on Elosion's side. Morgana appeared pained by the suggestion. Kitty knew what her older sister was thinking. She wanted the owner of the tattoo to be someone they could count on, to tip the balance in their favor. Knowing what she did about Egypt, Kitty wasn't so sure they were going to find that here. We keep going but stay close, and if we have to run, make haste. Kitty took point, maneuvering them through the crowds that were milling about the market. Some stood before blankets selling their trinkets, while others used their wagons or makeshift huts. The tools of commerce hadn't changed in thousands of years. She could find the same thing happening on every continent in their world. The deeper they went, getting closer to the palace with every step, the more Kitty scanned the horizon looking for threats and escape routes. If they had to run now, they'd easily be captured. There were too many guards, too many people, in a world she wasn't entirely sure she understood the rules of. The palace was up ahead. White stone stairs led to a platform where men and women in tailored clothing of the time lounged beneath tents, enjoying the cool breezes coming up from the river valley. Slaves pumped palm fronds at the nobles. The figures were too far away to make out details, but one of them seemed to be wearing an elongated golden mask. That's him, said Morgana, grabbing Kitty's arm so she could move no further. The one in the mask, and holding a weapon. Kitty peered ahead. The weapon had a curved end. Like a shepherd's crook. Not sure it's a weapon. Morgana flinched, a gasp slipping out as she grabbed her elbow. The sea of people between them and the palace parted as every eye turned towards them. Oh no, said Morgana. He knows we're here. Shit, said Kitty as guards moved towards them, reaching for their weapons. We need to run. A group of guards was getting near. Kitty raised her hands to knock them back with a force wave, but Alex pushed them down. No magic. Not yet. We have to get out of here. Alex pointed to a wagon near a side building of the palace. A group of men were unloading the contents while an ox swished its tail. This way. Kitty had no time to argue, because Alex started running in the direction of the wagon, which was perpendicular to the pathway of the crowds in the bazaar. As they moved, Kitty spotted multiple groups of guards converging on their location. We need to be going the other way, she called ahead. This is a dead end. Alex scooped up a rock as they ran, and when they were about 50 feet from the wagon, she launched the rock in a high arc. It hit the ox's rump, surging it forward. The ox pulled further up, and Kitty saw the reason when Alex leapt onto the wagon. Before she continued, Alex grabbed a sack of grain and then scrambled across the wagon to the ox's back, before leaping to the roof of the side building. Kitty checked behind to see Morgana only steps behind, and then dozens of guards sprinting to catch up. A group was setting up to fire their bows. She followed Alex's lead onto the roof of the building, helping her sister up when she almost leapt too short. It's a bottleneck here, said Alex, gesturing towards the angled roofline. And they won't be able to hit us with arrows. Right, said Kitty, not understanding how Alex could have seen that in the chaos of their discovery. She led them from the side building roof to the main one, which was a series of angles, providing ample sections that would protect them from arrows. When they reached the apex, Alex turned, holding the bag of grain in her arms. Kitty crouched behind her. What are we waiting for? A dozen guards scrambled up to the side building, and then started leaping across to the angled roof that would lead them up. Kitty wasn't worried about the guards. Between her magic and curved daggers, he was certain she could make quick work of them. As the guards headed up the incline, Alex ripped away the rope that held the top of the grain sack, spilling brown seeds onto the slick surface. The guards hit the sliding grain and immediately lost their balance, tumbling backwards, kicking everyone over the edge with screams of fear and pain. When Kitty glanced back to Morgana, she was raising her eyebrow in surprise. Where to now? Alex scanned the horizon. I don't know. This defensive spot will only last so long. She nodded towards the front roof of the palace. You might be able to get a glimpse of your lost prince, but don't expose yourself too much or you'll find a dozen arrows in your chest. Kitty followed Morgana to the front. The roof blocked sight of the crowds, except those further out near the river's edge. They crept to the edge and peered over to find the man with the elongated golden mask. He wore a mitre and carried a heavy rod that ended in a crook in one hand, and a flail in the other. That's Osiris. Kitty was certain of it. Not the actual god, but at least the imagery. She hoped. Osiris raised his arm, and Morgana cried out in pain, falling to her knees. He's got me. I can feel him in my head. Morgana's headdress had fallen away. Spittle was thick on her lips. Help. Chapter 18. The excitement bled into the supernatural creatures in the cages, some of whom had minor psychic abilities, causing a collective ruckus as they tapped against the glass or ran around inside their enclosures. The first guard had half his body through the gap. If he could climb through, he could easily move the desk. Any chance you can fly? Asked Zane from the window. After letting the researchers escape the secondary room, Pax closed the door and locked it. Another barrier that wouldn't last long. How high up are we? Zane screwed up his face. Too high to jump. I can make it to the street safely, but I can't bring you. Pax eyed the blue-tailed lizards in the cage. One of the lizards was stuck to the side of the glass, its suckered feet providing superior traction. I can get down, I hope, if you can get that window open. Zane put his elbow through the glass, shattering it. He knocked the pieces inside the room, so few of the sharp projectiles fell out. Like this. Yeah. Hurry. I'll go after you. He seemed apprehensive, but there was no time for questions. Pax put her hands on the blue-tailed lizard cage. The scraping spell was brief. Her fingers remembered the patterns. When it was over, Pax felt disoriented. The spell should give her the ability to climb on walls, but there were limitations. Her weight was much larger than the lizard. It was possible that she could try climbing out the window, only to lose her grasp and fall to her death. Pax stepped to the window. The wind blew her hair around. Hurry up. They're through the first door. I'm trying to hurry, said Pax, glancing out the window. Whatever you see after this, said Zane, don't be surprised. Or frightened. She had no time to pass his meaning as she leaned out the opening, placing her hand on the outer glass. Her fingers clung to the material as if they were made of glue. She started to pull her leg through but remembered the scraping wouldn't work through her shoes. She pulled them off, socks too, and flung them out the window into the alleyway below, thankful that the window didn't lead to a busy street where they'd be sure to be spotted. With the wind blowing her red hair into her face, Pax stuck her hands, then one foot onto the outer window. Pulling her last leg out to be completely supported by the blue-tailed lizard ability was much harder than she expected. She glanced into the room to find Zane, but he was behind a table. You can do this. Pax pulled her foot out and stuck it to the window. It didn't feel like she should be able to hang outside, even though she'd used the spell dozens of times. She'd never attempted something so dangerous. She moved her foot down a few inches, then the other, followed by her hands. Finding that she wasn't about to fall, Pax kept moving, downward and slightly deeper into the alleyway. Something black and furry moved above her near the window, and she thought it was going to be a security guard leaning out to fire upon her, but instead it was an enormous spider the size of a large dog. Pax loved spiders, though her experiences in the Portland Zoo disaster left her a little less excited about them. This one, however, she knew as friendly. "Hey Zane," she said, smiling as she scampered down the window. "Nice trick." The enormous spider lifted a foot in greeting, then kept moving faster than her, headed towards the alleyway. She'd made it about 2 floors down when a guard leaned out the window. He spotted her seconds later and aimed his rifle at her. Pax had been working methodically down the outside of the building, afraid to move too fast and dislodge herself, but with a rifle pointed in her direction, she scrambled without regard to adhesion to the glass. The first shot whizzed past her face. She almost reached up to check if she'd been hit. Reaching the bottom before the guard could fire again was impossible, so she headed to the side of the building to put the corner between her and the rifle. A second shot went past her arm. The tiny zephyr of wind left her shaken. Pax made it around the corner before the third shot. She headed straight down, ignoring the screams of safety in her head, especially when her fingers and toes started losing their adhesion to the window. The spell was wearing off, probably because of adrenaline. Or sweat. The spell failed when she was still 5 feet up. She landed on a rotting banana peel, which felt much worse upon impact, until she looked at what was beneath her foot. "Hey." She looked up to find a naked Zane holding her shoes before his crotch. Pax blushed and looked away. He was handsome, more so naked, displaying the webbing tattoos that covered his fit, muscular body. She could see why Ori had a thing for him. Pax took the shoes and slid them on. They ran to the opposite side, hoping they'd reach the street long before the guards. While he crouched by the corner, getting strange looks from the pedestrians that noticed him, she hailed a taxi. When it stopped, he opened the door and he went darting into the back seat. "You can't be in here naked," said the driver with a thick East Coast accent. Pax climbed in behind as Zane sat with his hands in his lap. "I'll pay triple." The driver glanced between them and then turned back around, shaking his head. "This city sometimes. I guess this isn't the weirdest thing that's ever happened to me." Zane gave his address to the driver. "What is the weirdest?" asked Pax, hoping to keep him distracted on the question and not the group of men with rifles running down the sidewalk towards their location as the taxi pulled into traffic. "One time a few years ago, some kid leapt over my taxi, running faster than some of the cars as if the world was on fire." Zane chuckled. "You don't say." Pax continued talking with the driver so she wouldn't notice Zane's nakedness any more than she already did. She loved Okko and was devoted to him, but Zane made her flush, and the excitement of the chase left her shaking slightly. When the taxi dropped them off, she let him go first, regretting it as she stared at the tight dimples in his naked ass. She was pretty sure she could bounce a quarter off it. A little old woman in a floral housecoat waved at him as he headed inside. "I think you have a fan." Carly greeted them when they went inside. Zane went immediately to his room for clothes, while Pax crouched down with her companion. "Stay in other room for Pax mating." "No dear one, just flustered from nearly getting killed." Pax sent Carly a mental picture of what had happened, including the climb down the outside of the building and the naked ride to his apartment. Mating not love, mating help relax. Zane returned wearing dark jeans and a deep blue V-neck t-shirt. "Humans don't work like that," she said to Carly as she stood up. "They should." Pax chuckled, bringing a tilted head from Zane. "Something funny?" Carly's read on the world is much different than ours. Pax pulled out the phone. "Shall we?" "First let me get our faces back," he said, dismissing the enchantments that created the disguise. He plopped down on the couch afterwards. "What did you find out?" "I was so focused on keeping them busy that I barely looked at a single document." Pax took the spot opposite and Carly climbed up next, laying her head on her thigh. She still couldn't get the vision of Zane's naked body out of her head, and stared into the phone as a distraction, even though she knew what she'd read by heart. As I feared, Pyramid Health, which was working with modified cragworms to create new materials for making drugs and other elixirs, moved their research to Phoenix Corporation before they went under. That lab was filled with supernatural creatures, some of them chimeratic. The others, I assume, were for using as templates. I found a significant amount of money focused on their R&D section. I wouldn't be surprised if they were the ones to make the Cobrafen. They had everything you'd need in that lab to do it. Zane nodded with understanding. Nice save with the supernatural animal liberation army of determination thing. You had them spooked. Also, you know the acronym is SALAD. It's from a comic I read, said Pax, chuckling. Any idea why they're making the chimeras? Were there any documents explaining it? Nothing I found, said Pax. When Pyramid was modifying the cragworm, it was purely for capitalistic reasons. They wanted to make money. The big one we released into the ocean they called the money worm, because its secretions had been turned into countless drugs. But this, the Cobrafen, has no money-making possibilities that I'm aware of. It's a glorified attack dog. Elocian. Maybe. Probably. I have no way of knowing since we don't know how his whispers work. Does he talk to people? Come to them in a vision? She snapped her fingers. Oh, there was something else. In the organizational documents. There was a name that came up a couple of times, once on the board and again as a consultant for the Supernatural Morphology Division. It appears they provided information that helped them with a number of breakthroughs. But most of the documents spent more time avoiding the name, as if they were afraid to bring it up. For obvious reasons. What was the name? Asked Zane, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees. Leonidas Dreadmarsh. Chapter 19. Morriganna squeezed her arm as if the pressure could keep the pain out of her elbow. The tattoo burned black. Not the embers of power, but something different. She could feel the man in the Osiris mask probing her mind. Kitty and Alex were doing something nearby, but she couldn't see them anymore, the pain was so great. Help. They crouched by her side. What's wrong? Osiris. He's in my mind. Morriganna was vaguely aware that Kitty stood up, leaned over the edge of the roof and threw something. As if a balloon had popped, the invasion ended, leaving Morriganna breathing heavily. The relief was almost pleasurable. We have to go, said Alex, tugging Morriganna to her feet. When she stood, she caught sight of the greenish mottled flesh of Osiris as he picked up his golden mask. After her time in Montana's and coming face to face with Elosian, she was sure that he came from the demonic realm. The guard that had tumbled from the roof had returned, but Alex simply ducked under the swipe of his sword, and shoulder charged him into his brethren. The whole lot slid back down, the cries of impact reaching Morriganna's ears as she fled away from the front of the palace. The effortless way Alex was dealing with the various threats had Morriganna wishing she'd been around during the fight with the Mantic, or Nandi and her friends. The back of the palace was higher than the terrain, requiring a 20-foot drop. The soldiers had regained the roofline, heading their direction with swords drawn. Drop and roll when you hit, said Kitty, landing in a crouch. Easy for you to say, said Morriganna. The impact went through her knees. She managed to roll forward but jammed her shoulder into the earth. Sand got in her mouth and she spit it out as Alex helped her up, looking no worse for the drop. What now? Asked Morriganna. We run, said Kitty. The three of them took off across the hard-packed sand. As they circled around the rise that backed the palace, Kitty glanced backwards and cursed under her breath. Chariots. Dust rose up from behind the wheels of 6 chariots thundering towards them. There were at least 2 soldiers per vehicle. Morriganna thought she saw a few bows as she ran to keep up with Alex and Kitty. Are we allowed to use magic yet? Asked Morriganna. Be my guest, said Alex. Morriganna faced the oncoming chariots. She brought the song quickly as they were closing fast. Within a few notes, gusts whipped across the ground, grabbing sand and dust and throwing it into the air. As she used the tattoo to add power to the winds, she felt a competing tug from beyond the palace. Osiris had sensed her use of the bridge and was attempting to take control. She let the song drop, fearing what might happen if he won. The cloud of dust started dissipating. This should do, said Alex as she strode forward, pulling back the sleeves of her shirt. Get behind me. They both stood behind her as the chariots approached at great speed, undaunted by the dust cloud. What are you waiting for? Asked Kitty with alarm as the lead chariot was only 50 feet ahead and closing fast. 40. 30. 20. Morriganna braced for impact. At the last moment, Kitty blasted the ground with a force wave. The angle of her spell sent the chariot directly into the path of the one to its right. The line of 3 vehicles came apart as they cascaded into each other, horses, men and equipment flinging everywhere. The other 3 went past, having had to veer away from the impact of the spell, but were circling around. Back towards the palace, a group of soldiers with weapons were running their direction. We're trapped, said Morriganna as Alex grabbed the reins of a horse that had managed to avoid getting injured. Alex swung herself onto its back and held out a hand for Morriganna. Or not, I guess. I'll run, said Kitty, sprinting ahead towards the chariots that had circled around. As Morriganna put her hands around Alex's waist, the horse took off after Kitty, and Osiris resumed his attack. She held on tight, even as the pain in her arm made the world distant. Morriganna fought against him but found herself slowly losing. If he managed to get control of the tattoo, she was certain it would be very bad for her. Faster, she muttered. Morriganna had no idea what happened with the oncoming chariots. She was only aware of a second crashing sound, and the swirl of sand and dust pelting her exposed flesh. Osiris' hold on her mind grew more complete. She felt herself slipping away, barely able to hear Alex's encouraging words. She managed to open her eyes to see the black rectangle of the portal standing in midair, waiting for their arrival. But it was too far away. Osiris nearly had control. The world faded from view. She was lost. Chapter 20. The store looked like any other business in the 7th Ward. Gadget Girl Games had a brightly colored cartoon woman on the front, playing with something that had blown up in her hands. The wild eyes and joyful glee was almost maniacal, leaving Zane to chuckle as he stepped out of the way of a mother and daughter leaving the store with 3 boxes, chatting excitedly about their project when they returned home. We're meeting someone here, asked Pax incredulously. Not meeting, said Zane, holding the door open for Pax and Carly. She owns the place. The interior was filled with products that exploded, transformed into different colors, or did any number of exciting and potentially dangerous things. There were basic alchemy sets and trinkets that were more well-made than the crap tourists bought on street corners. There were many shops like this one in the city, but Gadget Girl Games knew its audience. The shop was packed with dozens of girls, half of them with their mothers. There were a few boys, but they were the minority. I need to see Maggie, said Zane to an employee when they approached to ask if they needed help. They were led to the back of the shop and through a warded door. Zane smelled gunpowder and thermite. A bright flash of light from the back of the workshop was followed by a round of cursing in Scottish. A woman wearing tan cargo shorts and a white tank top smudged with grease was putting out a small fire on the table with her hands. She looked like a rounder version of Lara Croft. A long steel grey braid hung over her shoulder. Zane fucking Carter Maya Kushla, said Maggie, opening her arms to embrace him as he approached. Her Scottish accent was thicker than normal, turning fucking into fucking. She smelled like oil and mint. You damn near shocked my tits off. I thought you and Pri were off dallying with those grey-skinned fuckers. Before he could speak, he leaned her head to the side to appraise Pax and Carly. "Why aren't you a couple of sweet things?" said Maggie. "Is this your girlfriend and her pet doggy?" Pax crossed her arms, even as Carly approached Maggie for scratches around the ears. "I'm just bustin' your balls, girl. I know this one ain't a doggy." "You're the girl from the zoo, ain't ya?" asked Maggie as she crouched down to embrace Carly, who was greeting her like an old friend. Pax frowned at the betrayal. "I am." "You're a right bastard then." Maggie winked. "The good kind. Not many folks would go back into a shitshow like that. If you're a friend or girlfriend of Zane, you're a friend of mine. I assume you're not here to reminisce." Zane gestured towards her. "Pax, this is Instructor Maggie O'Keefe. If there was something that needed to be blown up or turned into something else, she was the woman to do it. And this, as you've deduced, is Pax Nagard and her companion, Carly." She already told me," said Maggie. "No need for the instructor bullshit, Zane, you've more than graduated. How are things?" Feeling a little more loquacious in her presence, Zane said, in a word, "Fuck. You got a few minutes?" "For you, I got all the time in the world." "I wish we had that much time." Maggie crossed her muscled arms. Zane went into an explanation of the last few days since he'd returned from the Eternal City. He left out the more dangerous details like the bridge tattoo, but went into Elosion's machinations and the existence of the Lost Prince, since that was a major point of their plan. Maggie cursed under her breath at the more shocking parts of the story. When he was finished, she paced away, shaking her head. "Always been Pre's blind spot," said Maggie as she came back. "Always seeing the next threat but not the one right in front of her damn eyes. To be fair, things are pretty tight in the Eternal City. She's not wrong, and as she's told me 1,000 times, there are plenty of people focused on the demonic realm, and not enough on all the others. What you need from me besides giving your boss a right kick in the britches?" Zane repressed a smile as Pax stared at Maggie with her mouth hanging open. "We're going to go talk to someone we suspect might not be who we think they are, and we wanted the right tool for the job. Neither of us have much knowledge about demonic runes or anything like that." "I'm not much of an expert either," said Maggie, knitting her forehead. Pax spoke up. "We don't need expert, we just need discreet and workable." "Who's the target?" "Leonidas Dreadmarsh." Maggie looked like she'd been slapped. "You've gone off your fucking rocker if you're thinking of messing with Leo Dreadmarsh. We're not messing with him. We think he might be the Lost Prince." Maggie frowned. I can see why'd you think that. We thought we were on the trail of a potential ally, but now we're concerned that he's in league with Elosion given the evidence," said Pax. "Not much evidence," said Maggie. "True," said Zane, "which is why we want to meet with him, see if we can uncover more. Before you tell us we're crazy, I would do this 1,000 other ways, but we're rapidly running out of time. We need answers. Fast. The invasion is nearly upon us. We need all the help we can get, or at least need to know who we're up against." Maggie stared at the door leading to the shop portion of her store. "You really think it's here?" "Invictus does," said Pax. "The Dreadmarsh family is not one to be trifled with. They were a power long before the halls," said Maggie. "Which is why we think he might be the Lost Prince," said Zane. Maggie pumped her eyebrows and blew air into her cheeks before exhaling. "A possibility. Leo and Olympia are far older than they let on. The rest of the family grew up around them. Even his brother Magnus really isn't his brother," said Maggie. "What about his daughter Victoria?" asked Zane. "She's their flesh and blood as far as anyone knows, but it seems strange to have a child after hundreds of years. Or more." Maggie screwed up her mouth as if she'd thought of something. "I know I've asked this already, but are you sure about this?" "Why? What did you think of?" "There have always been rumors about where Leo and Olympia got their strength. Demonic rituals long before they were forbidden was the betting line, but maybe that was a front. A story concocted to keep people from seeing the truth. A lost prince, said Pax. A lost prince. Maggie nodded. If you're gonna talk to him, you're gonna need something that does more than checks for demonic heritage, because that's a damn near certainty. What you need is something more clever. You need to know how old he is. You can do that? Asked Pax, perking up. I can't help you figure out if he's the lost prince, but I can at least tell you if he's not, and leave open the possibility. The rest you'll have to figure out on your own. Even if we can prove he's not, that would be a big help, said Zane. Maggie nodded. Give me an hour. While she got to work, Zane huddled with Pax. Are you sure about this? She asked. No, but do you have a better idea? No. Pax checked back towards Maggie. I like her. Hard not to, unless you get on her bad side, then watch out. Pax grinned, but then it faltered. What happens if we piss off Leo? I know nothing about these old powerful families. I'm way in deep. Back before magic wasn't treated like an affliction, or hunted like an abomination, everyone who used it kept their abilities hidden. Except the Dreadmarshes. They bribed or blackmailed politicians. Probably threatened them too. Had huge private armies to protect them. Going against the Dreadmarshes was tantamount to suicide. And you want to track him down and accuse him of being an ally to the worst demon in all the realms. Unless you're not coming along. Yes, said Pax with a sigh. I'm not planning on accusing him, but we need to know where he stands. If he's the Lost Prince, or an agent of Elosian, or something else entirely. We have to know, otherwise it's going to make our defense more difficult. Zane pulled out his phone. Which is why I need to make a few calls and get an invite for a meeting. You can do that? He winked at Pax. One of the benefits of working for Priyanka Sai. Her name can open a lot of doors that would normally be closed. Some doors should be left closed, said Pax. As long as we don't piss him off, we should be fine, said Zane. It sounded good in his head, but he could tell Pax didn't believe it. She found a stool and gathered Carly against her knees while Zane pulled up his contact list and thought carefully before he made his first call. Whoever he talked to would pass the information along to Leo Dreadmarsh. Zane needed a good first impression. Hello, yes, I need to speak to Patron de Gastine. Chapter 21. Kitty paced around the room where Alex had brought them. Morgana sat on the floor against the couch, holding a cold can of energy drink against her forehead, looking like she'd gone 3 rounds with a championship boxer. We shouldn't go back in, said Kitty. I don't know exactly what happened, but you said he was in your mind. If we go back, he might be able to get you, unlock it or break it. It's too risky. Alex watched them with an unnerving level of blankness. Kitty was used to reading people, but the GAMEMAKERS Hall alumnus displayed an unusual amount of discipline about her visible emotions, as if she were controlling everything they saw. Kitty tried not to let it distract her, but she kept glancing back in hopes that Alex might break and let a little of her inner thoughts out. I'll be fine, said Morgana. Alex said if we go into a new memory, the one from Egypt won't know because it's an entirely new simulation. Probably won't know, said Kitty. Did you get the information you needed? Asked Alex. Kitty responded at the same time as her sister. No. And the information is critical. Kitty looked to Morgana, who pulled the can away from her forehead. Yes. Then continuing into the other memories would be the best course of action. Knowing what I know now about this lost prince, I think I can direct us towards less hazardous memories. Are you sure? Asked Kitty. Nothing is certain. Mori. Her sister lifted her shoulders. You know my opinion. Will Osiris react like that every time? Kitty asked Alex. She adjusted her glasses. I can't say for certain. This lost prince either gave up or lost his power. Or at least part of it. That suggests something traumatic happened, or they had a change of heart. It might not be safe to interact with Osiris until after that happens, but since the bridge tattoo was no longer connected, you'll never know unless you look at the exact time that he gave it up. Can you do that? Not without risk. Morriganna popped the top of the energy drink, took a long swig, and then wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. It tastes exactly like it should. She looked up, dark clouds in her eyes. We can't go back to any time he exists. I can take you to the time afterwards. There's a long period of almost nothing. It'll be easy to take a look. Morriganna nodded and climbed to her feet. Kitty watched how unstable her sister was. The battle in her mind had taken a lot out of her. She was tough, had won control of the body she was in, even though it wasn't hers, but battling a major figure from the demonic realm was a different level of challenge. I'll be fine, said Morriganna when she caught Kitty looking at her. Are we ready? Asked Alex with her fingers poised in midair. The show must go on, said Morriganna. The rectangular portal opened up again. Alex stepped through first. Kitty didn't know what to expect, but it wasn't the entrance to a cave in the deep forest. It smells like petrichor, said Morriganna, smiling. It's refreshing. Rain was pattering through the trees. Faint sunlight turned the entrance to the cave a dark green. Mottled, diffuse shadows were a kaleidoscope across the muddy stretch leading to the opening. Where is this place? She asked. Alex squinted at an invisible screen. Somewhere in Eastern Europe. Kitty started moving into the forest, raindrops hitting her in the forehead as she looked to the sky. Not out there. Alex gestured into the cave. It's in there. In there. Even though this was a memory contained within the bridge tattoo, and Kitty had been in much worse places, heading into the cave brought a shiver of concern. It felt like a trap. After applying an enchantment, Morriganna headed into the darkness. When Kitty caught up and arched an eyebrow, she said, I don't sense it, or anyone for that matter. The cave narrowed down, forcing them to walk in a squat for a few meters before it climbed up into a dry space that was quite large. Kitty was busy craning her neck when her sister broke away, headed to the back. The mural on the stone wall took her breath away. When is this? She asked Alex. A few hundred BC. Morriganna was reaching out towards the wall. Kitty grabbed her hand before her fingers brushed the stone. It's like the painting, but different. Look, don't touch it, Kitty. Without having to worry about her sister, she focused on the detailed mural. The bridge was the obvious center point of the picture, but the rest of it made her head swim. What is the place it's showing? Asked Kitty. It's hard for my eyes to pick out the details. The landscape was fractal-like. There were two obvious and different areas connected by the bridge, which was different than the version on Morriganna's arm. Her sister was studying the two, looking back and forth. Is it connecting two mountain ranges? Asked Kitty. It's the demonic realm, said Alex fatly. The original painting, the one I got this from, was a scene of old European idyllic beauty. At least on the surface. There was a town and a thick forest, not unlike what's outside of here. Morriganna cupped her chin in her hand. In the details there were horrific scenes, children screaming, sacrifices in the woods. There's none of that here. But there's a lot more, said Alex, gesturing to the upper right corner. That looks like something that might be called a castle. There's another on the opposite side. Why a bridge? Asked Kitty. Why place your power in the image of a bridge? A bridge is a metaphor for connection, communication, said Morriganna. Songwriters have been using bridges in their music for decades, centuries. You burn bridges when you're no longer communicating. You travel across them to symbolize change, or meet with an idea or place that you were previously unfamiliar with. It's a symbol for the place between the living and the dead, said Alex grimly. Kitty caught the crack in their new companion's exterior. She'd experienced something about life and death. It was the only time thus far that she'd caught sight of the person underneath the brilliance. "It can be family," said Morgana, smiling at Kitty. "Oh shit," said Kitty with sudden realization. "Montana's." Morgana turned towards her. "What about it?" "The other kinds of demons. Remember how Ares had to find new runes to protect us because the others weren't working? We already know the demonic realm isn't a monolith. Maybe that's what this is showing. Whoever the Lost Prince is, they tried to bridge the two sides. Maybe they failed and then fled to our realm." "A possibility," said Morgana, neck craned at the mural. No one said anything for a few minutes. "It's speaking to me." "Whispering," said Morgana breathlessly. "What is it saying?" asked Kitty without looking over. "I don't know, I don't understand the words." "Longing. I can't tell if it's lonely from being stuck in here or if it senses I have the real bridge and is wanting to reconnect," said Morgana, her expression turning sour. "Can we leave?" "Ready for the next jump?" asked Alex. They went back to the outer portion of the cave, where the rectangular portal waited. Stepping through brought them back to the exact same place, but it was clearly a different time. The trees had lost their leaves and clumps of snow covered the branches. White breath formed on their lips. "Tracks," said Alex, looking down. Someone had gone into the cave. Morgana looked white, forehead knitted with concern. Alex headed into the space they'd been in only moments ago, but was now probably centuries later. The flickering light of a torch reached them from the narrow section. They stayed in a crouch, watching a figure stare at the mural. It wasn't until Kitty was examining the figure that she realized he didn't have a torch. Flame licked from his hand, the sign of a mage. An ancient mage. He wore dirty leathers, and his hair was crusted into a wave behind his head. He was muttering, laughing, bouncing from foot to foot as he took in the mural like a child about to climb onto a roller coaster. When he reached out towards the bridge, Alex tugged them away. Kitty wanted to stay and watch until she saw the heavy haze in Morgana's eyes. She looked about to go under a trance. They helped her out as a scream erupted from the inner cave. It went on until they reached the portal. Morgana stood with her hands over her ears and her mouth open in agony. Alex made a few motions on her invisible screen and they stepped through again. "Broken hells," said Morgana on the other side. They hadn't left the forest, but there was no cave. It was nighttime. Kitty smelled smoke. "Are you okay?" He was a man. A mage bent with madness. I felt his screams as the bridge invaded his mind. Morgana looked up with apprehension. "Where are we now?" "I thought there was one more area you might want to see, but if you don't, we can go back," said Alex, squinting in the darkness. "No, let's go. Maybe we can understand a little something," said Morgana. Kitty put a hand on her arm. "Are you sure? The ginger man wasn't the original owner." "I want to see," said Morgana, pushing past, heading into the forest. Even with her enhanced senses, Kitty couldn't tell where the smoke was coming from, but her sister strode forward unerringly. The closer they got, the more Kitty thought it had been a mistake to enter the tattoo in search of secrets. Morgana seemed injured by the experience, the trauma of the past made real. Hopefully, it would only be temporary. Shapes moved through the forest as the light of torches illuminated the trees. A great bonfire rose above the canopy. On a rise at the center of the lighted area, a wicker god stood high above the people. An altar had been built at its feet, and a priest in robes awaited the approach of petitioners. Kitty pulled her sister back from approaching too close. They watched as a young man fell to his knees before the priest. After a moment of contemplation, a knife sliced through his throat, spilling blood, and the body was pulled away. Kitty didn't need to get any closer to know the priest was the ginger man. They watched for a few more minutes until Morgana nodded. Returning to the portal was a solemn affair. Knowing about the ritual murder and seeing it were two entirely different things. Alex sent them back to the waiting room. Did you get what you needed? Kitty said no, at the same time Morgana said yes. I don't know who the Lost Prince is, said her sister, staring at the floor. But I understand the sigil better. Its owner too. Did you see through it? Back in Egypt, said Morgana heavily, I felt his hunger. The need for power. Though we didn't see it, Osiris made the pharaohs provide him with sacrifices to feed the tattoo. Or to feed him. Or both. Eventually, he must have seen what he was doing. He gave up the tattoo, left it in the cave. It was there for a long time. Centuries, maybe a millennium. Time changed it. The bridge knew I was in the cave. Then the ginger man came. A mad mage called by it. It needed someone with magic, but few were able to wield it at the time. The bridge couldn't be picky, had to take what was there to escape. I don't know if it was the Fae's madness or the echoes of the past from the tattoo that led the ginger man to become the blood-soaked wicker god of the forests, but slaughter he did. Eventually he lost the tattoo. I'm sure we could find that moment, but I don't know if I care. The story of the bridge isn't his, even though he held it for a long time. Morgana squeezed her eyes closed. Kitty worried that she would fall over, but her sister remained solid. Still. I see it now, said Morgana. Our world is different than the demonic realm in many ways. The Lost Prince came here to escape, but found himself caught by the bloodthirsty cycle of staying at the top. Holding on to power required constant refreshing of the tattoo, sacrifices in this case. In the demonic realm power was easier to grasp, but in our realm it required the flesh of mortals. Eventually he saw that power like that was poisoning him, changing him irrevocably, so he gave up the tattoo, put it in the cave. But power like that isn't easily discarded. Eventually the tattoo found a host. She stared at her arm. Oh, why did I come here? Now I can feel the weight of its countless murders. I'm carrying an abomination. I feel sick. Kitty went to console her sister, but Alex held her hand out. You said you could feel the Lost Prince. What did you feel in the moment that he gave up his power? Morgana wavered on her feet, eyes still closed, lost in the horrors of the past. He wanted a different way. The bridge had been a symbol just like you said. A connection between peoples. Of family. But he'd ruined it. He had to discard it and find a new path. There was still the desire for power and prestige, but not at the cost of civilization. The Lost Prince didn't want this world to become like the demonic one. Sensing what Alex had been doing, Kitty asked, if you had to guess what he was like now, what would you say the Lost Prince is like? Powerful. Wealthy. A big family. Untouchable and probably aloof. He stepped away from being the most formidable being on Earth, so he might use his influence to protect himself, but nothing more. The Lost Prince won't want to help us. He's already run away once. He'll never be an ally. He only wants to save himself. Chapter 22. Sentinels of towering oaks stood guard on the long road leading to the shining white building. Black limousines, Maserati Fireballs, and other wildly expensive vehicles dropped off their owners near the huge fountain. Old wealth knew no boundaries. The Magdalena Club was a half-hour outside of Invictus proper, but it could have been in his hometown. Zane hated it. It reminded him of the Lady of Varna's plantation, vast, pristine windows hiding the ancient rot within. He spit on the ground when he climbed out of the rental obscura, trying to rid his mouth of the bitter ashes of his past. The attendant didn't react to his display, but hesitated when the enormous Carly came around the corner. I'm sorry, sir and ma'am. There are no pets allowed at the Magdalena Club. Carly's not a pet, said Pax, crossing her arms. They'd had to stop by a clothing store in the third ward. Neither of them had the proper attire for an upscale club. Pax had chosen a dark green sleeveless top over a white skirt, while he picked out a black silk suit with a purple shirt. "We're here to see Leo Dreadmarsh," said Zane. "You wouldn't want his guests to feel like they were being put out." The attendant flinched. Zane almost felt bad for the guy. "I'm sorry. The rules are strict on this matter. I would lose my job if I let you bring your pet." Carly let out a little whine and bumped her head against the attendant's leg, which made him soften his pained expression. "I think she'll be okay staying here," said Pax wistfully. The attendant looked mystified by the attention. "I'm not supposed to be." Pax winked. "You'll be fine. After you park the car, you can find her some water. She'll hang in the grass near the fountain." Carly climbed back into the back of the Obscura, leaving them in front of the plantation. Before the attendant took the driver's seat, he said, "Mr. Dreadmarsh is out back watching the spikeball game. The path under that flowery arbor leads you there." "Spikeball?" asked Pax as they headed towards their destination. "Rich people game. Like polo except with mages." "That's all I know," said Zane, craning his neck towards the enormous statue at the center of the fountain. "Who's that asshole?" asked Pax. "I don't know, but I don't think I like him." "You're tense," said Pax, frowning. "I don't even need to sense your mind to know something about this place bothers you. Reminds me of Varna. The lady lived in a place a lot like this. The town turned out every year for her ceremony, then there were parties and random celebrations. The thin veneer of civilization covering the horrors beneath. Even after all this time, whenever I think of that place, it makes my blood run hot. Keelan sacrificed himself for us to escape her grasp. You still take her poison." Zane reached to his elbow. "Thousands of needle pricks in his lifetime. The price for living. That'll always be a part of me. Like old scars. You can never truly escape the past, but you can move beyond it. Create something new. Something better." He looked up at the side of the white building. "Maybe that's why I hate this place. All they've done is recreate the past. They're not trying anything new. For all their wealth, they're dead inside." A cheer from ahead brought their heads up and into the present. Zane reflexively checked to make sure the runed metal ball that Maggie had made for him was still in his inner pocket. If he pressed the button on the outside, it would send out a pulse of disruption that would interfere with protective enchantments, followed by a second wave that would attempt to understand Leo's true age. They wouldn't know for sure if he was the lost prince, but it could eliminate him from consideration. Zane hoped using it wouldn't cause an incident, but they were desperate for answers. A huge field surrounded by white tents lay ahead. Something dramatic had happened, because a group of medics in uniforms that would have looked relevant during the World Wars were helping a young man from the pitch, while bright flashes of magic erupted from behind them. Horses thundered across the grass along with others on foot and in strange padded armor. An attendant spotted them as they neared. Zane tensed up, expecting to be told to leave. "Zane Carter. Pax Nagard. Leo is waiting for you." The elder Dreadmarsh's tent was the largest on the sidelines. It looked like a sultan's den inside, with ample places to lounge, a bar serving drinks, and a dozen guests milling about in clothes that were at the same time more casual and more formal than the ones they were wearing. A small chandelier hung from the center of the tent. Zane tugged on the lapel of his jacket, feeling out of place. Leo was easily recognizable. Handsome to the point of caricature. He'd mastered the art of sculpting his face without leaving the smooth sheen of sorcery that plagued so many of the newly rich. "Zane." "Pax," said Leo, turning towards them with hand outstretched and a magnanimous smile. He had a faintly aristocratic accent. "Thank you for joining me." Zane found himself liking the man even when he didn't want to. They'd invited themselves on a favor from Celes, but he'd flipped the script and made it sound like they were his guests. Zane noted the technique for later use. Mr. Dreadmarsh, said Zane, thank you for agreeing to see us. A gorgeous blonde woman in a simple white dress stood next to Leo, sipping lemonade and watching the contest on the field with feigned interest. She stepped near as Leo nodded. This is my daughter, Victoria. She was a member of Coterie, said Leo. It's lovely to meet you both. The Dreadmarshes were the subject of countless rumors. Their daughter's power was the source of much speculation, as she breezed through Coterie, demonstrating herself as the strongest mage to enter the halls in a century. I'm going to check on Philip, said Victoria with an eyebrow raised. He took a good blow to the head on that last bout. Victoria left the tent with an artful sway that had even Pax watching her leave. Do you enjoy the game? Asked Leo, jutting his chin towards the field. An attendant brought them each glasses of lemonade. Zane politely sipped his drink as Pax sniffed hers suspiciously. I never had much time for games in Varna. Leo's eyes creased briefly. You both have quite a pedigree in the halls. Priyanka's assistant and the girl who saved a zoo. It wasn't just me, said Pax. Of course not, said Leo, but none of that would have happened without you. The world needs more people to stand up against aggression. Even if it comes from the supernatural realm. That's why we wanted to talk to you, said Zane, trying not to sound rehearsed, even though they'd gone over the potential conversation with Leo a half-dozen times on the drive. The city of Invictus is in danger. We need your help. If is a request for money, I give millions to the charities in the city, and have my own foundation that's cut poverty in half in 20 years, which personally I find quite remarkable given it was during Invictus' absence. Zane swallowed. Either Leo was being honest, or he had deftly avoided taking the bait. We're talking about more tangible threats, namely one that comes from another realm. Leo squinted. I assume you're not speaking for Priyanka. No. Then you're not talking about the Eternal City. Zane nodded once. That is correct. Rumors of a demonic invasion have been going around for decades. He waved his hand. Before you go on about phase levels in the Undercity, or the disaster in Montanas, I'm aware of them. Many of my investments are in the city of Sorcery. If there was a real danger, I would be marshalling my resources to stop it. Pax stepped forward, fervor in her eyes. But it is real. We've fought against creatures from the demonic realm. Agents of illusion have tried to stop us. Her outburst wasn't part of their plan, but it had caught Leo off guard. He recoiled, leaning away from them as if they were contagious. Zane sensed his roving eyes looking for someone to rescue him. I'm sorry, Mr. Dreadmarsh. Leo, please. We've been through a lot in the last few days. A week ago, I was in the Eternal City at the Diamond Court. I wouldn't be back here if it weren't serious. Then where is Priyanka? Zane forced a smile. Doing what she does best. Somehow I doubt that, said Leo flatly. A crash on the field was followed by a raucous uproar from the spectators. Leo's gaze shot towards the action, which had moved from a scrum to a single woman in padded armor knocking a ball forward with stabs of force magic, while three others in opposing uniforms were trying to head her off before she could reach the far side of the field. She's a fool, said Leo. The ball carrier? Asked Zane. All alone, no one to support her. An idealistic view of how the game is played. She wants to be a hero, said Leo. Before Zane could comment, the three men surged forward with Sorcery. The impact looked like a car crash. The woman who'd been punching the ball forward with force magic was hit from two different directions. Her body twisted awkwardly. She was thrown into a tumble and flopped flat onto the grass. The three opposition members knocked the ball back the other way, leaving the woman they'd knocked out to be rescued by the medic squad. The opposing players moved slowly, waiting for the horseback team members to collect around them, forming a wedge that they drove into the other team's defenses. When they crashed through the line, sending the ball into the scoring area, applause erupted from the sidelines. See, said Leo, that's how the game is played. You can't split your team. Battle is all about numbers. Find ways to overwhelm your enemy to win. Theoretically, said Zane after clearing his throat, if an invasion did happen, you'd be there to support us. Right? Leo raised an eyebrow. Theoretically, I would be worried about my extended family first. After making sure they were safe, I would offer my services to the defense. But there's no need. The invasion isn't happening soon. Or probably ever. The patrons have done a wonderful job of protecting the wells. The danger is less than you think. Invictus thinks otherwise. Invictus is an old fool who loves to make himself seem more important than he is. Leo's harsh response was tempered with a smile. He's done wonderful things with the school. The halls have made the arcane arts acceptable for the common people of this world, but he's a bit of a showman. Clever and creative with his inventions, but a showman nonetheless. Is that all you came here to ask? It seems like a waste of all our times. Zane glanced to Pax, who looked equally concerned. This was the part that could go wrong in many ways. As generous as Leo was to meet with them on short notice, he was a powerful man with many resources that could make their lives miserable, but they had to understand if he was an ally or enemy. There are rumors, began Pax. There are always rumors. A man of my stature collects them like badges. When people lack the intelligence to understand the truth, they make up things to make themselves feel like they do, said Leo. They'd been facing the match, but Zane turned towards Leo. He wanted the elder Dreadmarsh's full attention. Have you ever heard of a being called the Lost Prince? The barest hint of recognition reflected in Leo's eyes. Possibly. I've heard of many things in my long years. Do you have any ideas of who it might be? Speculation, asked Pax. Leo frowned. Not a clue. I have more important things to consume my time than rumors and speculation. Pax made a nearly imperceptible shrug. Without Carly, she lacked the full complement of her psychic abilities. Zane girded himself for the reaction to the next question. Are you aware that the chimeratic creatures being made at Phoenix Corporation are being used to hunt down other mages? A company that you are a board member and contributor to for R&D, said Zane. The genteel air inside the tent grew tense. Zane could see Leo's entire body shifting from open and relaxed to closed off. How I use my expertise is entirely up to me, said Leo. I do not appreciate the insinuation of your question. I'm not insinuating anything, said Zane. But a creature made in the Phoenix Corporation labs was used to ambush us a few days ago. How can you know that it was from Phoenix Corp? There are labs all over this world experimenting with chimeras, said Leo. We have proof. Then take it to the authorities. I thought you were serious people, not conspiracy-minded fools like that head patron of yours. His jaw pulsed. I think it's time our discussion is at an end. Zane reached for the item in his pocket. Leo took a step back, alarm in his gaze. Zane jabbed the button with his thumb right before he produced a business card, which brought a measure of relief from the elder Dreadmarsh. As he accepted the card, the item pulsed with disruptive energy. For a brief and awful moment, half of Leo's jaw disappeared, replaced with a curve of mottled green flesh. The flash only lasted a fraction of a second, but no one in the tent could ignore that it had happened. It looks like they're about to score again, said Pax cheerfully. Everyone turned towards the pitch. Leo seemed disturbed but made no comment. He checked back to them twice before finally decreeing, "It's time for you to leave." "Yes," said Zane. "We appreciate the time you've spent with us, and I hope that we're wrong about an invasion, but if we aren't, then you'll throw your weight behind the defense. As you said about Spikeball, you can't split your team." Leo stared back with the practiced ambivalence of someone who was always the top of the social food chain. Very well. Zane left the tent with Pax as Leo pretended to watch the Spikeball game. There were more cheers, but Zane didn't bother looking back. He wanted to get into the car to discuss what had happened with Pax. He kept expecting a line of police vehicles to come screaming towards building, as they waited for the attendant to bring their vehicle back. It wasn't until Pax was safely driving them away from the Magdalena Club that she exhaled and glanced over to him. "What happened?" "I wasn't expecting Maggie's item to do that," said Pax, eyes wide. "Neither was I. He must use an enchantment to hide some disfigurement caused by his demonic heritage." He pulled the item out of his inner pocket. "Now to get this back to Maggie for an answer. Do you think he is the Lost Prince?" Zane shrugged. "Maybe. But even if he is, he doesn't plan on helping us, that much is for sure. If I had to bet, I'd say that if the invasion happened, he'd pack up his family and head to a far-off realm. Unless he's in on it with Elocian." "I don't think so," said Zane. "He's got too much to lose. Leo has power and influence to spare. Why give all that up? If the invasion was successful, he'd be left with ruins just like Montana's." "What about Phoenix Corporation?" asked Pax. "I don't know." He rubbed the back of his neck as he grimaced with thought. "I feel like we're missing something." Carly whined from the back seat, placing her furry head on his shoulder. He reached back and scratched her ear. "When the zoo disaster happened," said Pax as she turned the steering wheel, "it wasn't an accident like some speculated. Apep was a psychic being and took control of some weak minds at critical points. Almost as soon as Apep was revealed, the security and power systems failed. After that, the supernatural creatures in the domes became Apep's tools." "What are you saying?" "We still don't know how it's going to happen. Leo is confident it won't because he thinks the wells will hold. It was the same in the zoo. They thought their security system would keep them safe. And it would under normal circumstances, but Elocian isn't a normal being, just like Apep wasn't just a flying snake." The inkling of a possibility formed in his head, but before Zane could pounce on it, the phone in his pocket buzzed. He almost ignored it until he saw it was from Ori. Interlude 1. "You tellin' me they keep gold bars in their little private club?" asked Easy as he chewed on a piece of jerky. He was sitting on a stool at one of the hidden bars on the outside of Big Dave's town, the kind of place only the locals knew about. Easy had a tattoo of a monarch butterfly on his neck, and teeth that looked like a picket fence. "Stacks of the stuff," said Ollie, grinning. Ollie wasn't supposed to be anywhere near Big Dave's town. After betraying the Razor clan a few years ago, he had a price on his head, but his old mates hadn't turned him in because he kept bringing profitable jobs their way. As long as he made it more valuable to keep him alive, they would keep their mouths shut. "Then why didn't you grab some?" said Easy, squinting. "I would have, but a bunch of those preppy society kids showed up. I killed one of them. Shot him right in the chest before he could even say boo." "I don't know, Ollie. Those societies are bad mojo. Don't they have ghosts guarding their stuff? A succubus or Miho? Don't want to have my soul sucked out. All fucking rumors they spread to keep people scared of them," said Ollie, bouncing on his heels. "And even if they did, I could take care of him. But I can't carry all that gold myself. I need a crew of 4. Can you talk to Fitch and Lame John?" "Fitch dead," said Easy, sucking on his teeth. "One of the drops got him. Got the drop on him, as you might say." He chuckled. "Poor bastard. He finally got the nerve to ask out Delilah." "She said yes?" asked Ollie incredulously. "Oh hell no. Spit in his face and told him to get out of her bar, but he figured if he could ask her out, he could ask any girl," said Easy. "Lame John?" "Yeah, he'd be in. You know we always got your back, especially when you bring jobs like this," said Easy with a wink. "What's the gear?" Ollie was reaching for his back pocket when his hand tingled. He faked a cough and turned away before his flesh erupted in flame. The blue-orange flicker lasted a few seconds before he managed to squelch it on his pant leg. It had been happening more often. Magic was spilling out of him, and he didn't know why. You okay? Not going mad, are ya? Ollie spun around. I'm not mad. Easy recoiled, hands held up. His mouth was a smile but his eyes were not. Hey brother, just a joke. You know we good. Ollie inhaled deeply, trying to control the rage in his chest. He imagined setting Easy's flesh aflame, burning that stupid tattoo off his neck. Here, he said, handing over the list. I need everything here to pull off the job. Easy took one long look at Ollie, before focusing on the crumpled paper with loose handwriting. Whoa, that's a lot of explosives. You sure? I need everything on that list. Everything. No compromises. No substitutes. Cool, said Easy, arching an eyebrow speculatively. Just checking if I got wiggle room. Not an inch. A stab of vertigo made Ollie close his eyes momentarily. Truthfully, he could hardly remember writing the list. If you asked him in that moment, he could probably only repeat 2 or 3 items, but he knew that he needed all of it to accomplish his goals. There was no gold, but his companions didn't have to know that, especially when everyone assumed that the society kids kept their ill-earned money in hidden vaults in the Undercity. When do you need this by? Tomorrow. Easy clucked his tongue. Maybe. It has to be tomorrow. Fine. Might cost a little more on the float, but I'll do what I can. Ollie stepped up to Easy, gripped his upper arm. It has to be tomorrow. Easy pulled his arm away. I told you I'd do what I can. That's all I can do, brother. You gotta trust me. The smile that came to Ollie's lips was good enough to appease Easy, even though inside he wanted to strangle his friend. If he couldn't get what he needed to stop the societies, then they'd be overrun with demons. His friends wouldn't be happy when they found out that there wasn't any gold, but what was wealth if you couldn't spend it? What they were going to do was better than gold. It was survival. I trust you. Ollie grinned. We gonna be rich. Real rich. Chapter 23. Alex had never been in another hall before. She'd hardly been outside GAMEMAKERS, except for a few trips into the city. Now she was standing on the front of the drawbridge that led into Arcanium, while a friend of Morriganna and Kitty's was arguing with a professor in a wheelchair. She wasn't the only new friend. There was a girl with red hair and a huge creature that reminded her of a wolf, but with a fox face. She was standing with a guy in a sharp suit with his arms crossed. No one looked happy. A friend of theirs, sister of Ori, had something happen to her. Since Bucket had contacted her to help these fellow alumni with a unique problem, she'd found herself deep inside problems she hardly understood. The search for the lost prince inside the tattoo seemed simple enough at first, until they'd dropped into ancient Egypt and then the deep forests of Europe. The gods of her games were real out here. Beings with immense power. Alex felt outmatched, surrounded by people with far more magical ability than her. Morriganna kept the sleeves of her shirt pulled down to hide the tattoo, but Alex could picture it in her mind after analyzing it. Demonic wasn't the description she thought of when she saw it, but yet the proof was in the danger it presented. Alex wasn't even sure she should be there, but when it came time to leave GAMEMAKERS, Itty had asked her to come along, citing that she might be of help with the problems ahead. No one had given her a second look since, except for the beast Carly, who had approached for a round of thorough ear-scratching. Ori and Professor Marley started shouting at the same time, and a crowd of spectators formed on the street. As one of the original halls, Arcanium attracted a fair number of tourists. The attention led to a change of location. Alex followed the others across the drawbridge, without having heard the resolution of the argument. The interior of the building reminded her of a cross between a regular university and a deconstructed library, as nooks contained shelves filled with books at every turn. She couldn't imagine what it would be like to have had real professors that wanted to teach, rather than being dropped into the middle of a vast and complex game world, and having to scrape for every inch of advantage. Alex preferred her experience even if it had been brutally frustrating. Reading and memorizing facts had never interested her. Never scratched the itch that inflamed her mind whenever she had nothing to do. There wasn't much difference between a problem and a game, except the second had been made for enjoyment. As they moved through the building, Alex found herself looking for escape routes and identifying items that could quickly be turned into a weapon. Unlike the rest of the group she was following, she lacked the magical aptitude that they enjoyed. Her Merlin scores had barely been high enough for entry, while she was certain the others were at the higher end of the spectrum. If she was ever to get into a fight with one of them, she wasn't going to win it with raw talent. When they were stopped again at the entrance of an auditorium, the redhead turned towards her. "Who are you again?" "Alex. Short for Alexandria." "I caught that earlier. But why are you here?" "I was helping Kitty and Morgana with a problem." Pax shifted her mouth to the side. "You're in GAMEMAKERS?" "Yeah." Pax frowned. "How would GAMEMAKERS help?" "I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be rude, but I'm confused." The interaction was familiar. In high school, after one of the cheerleaders found out she was a gamer, she interrogated Alex about it, trying to figure out why she would care about games or what she was getting out of it. She accused her of being a gamer for the attention, completely oblivious to her own spot in the high school hierarchy. Alex was well aware that if you asked most students about her hall, they'd stare back blankly. Most probably weren't aware that it was a hall, let alone that it provided the contests that became the Merlin trials or the second-year contest. Alex was saved from having to answer the question when the second blockade was eased and they were allowed into the auditorium. She smelled the phase right away. An open door sparkled with golden light, and at the center stood a girl that had a young face and spiked hair. She was staring at the wall, but her eyes were unfocused. There but not there. Pythia. Ori's sister. She knew from the papers that they'd been the ones to rescue Invictus from a failed experiment that had trapped him in stasis for 17 years. Alex kept hearing the phrase verum locus being thrown around, which roughly translated from Latin as place of truth. The presence of phase suggested that truth was found through the use of magic, and the size of the space made it a solo affair. This is like GAMEMAKERS Online. But for individuals. A voyage into the self. "What?" asked Ori, spinning around. "Who are you?" She'd been starting to explain what had happened when Alex had blurted out her comment. She regretted it, if only for the sea of eyes now staring at her. Especially Ori, who was looking for someone to blame. Ori's face was etched in pain, like a parent who'd let their child get hurt during a moment of inattention. Kitty stepped forward. "We enlisted her help investigating the origins of the bridge." "You can't just invite people into the Order," said Ori, facing off with Kitty. "That's not how this works." "I didn't invite her into the Order. I asked for her help and she provided it in spades," said Kitty, glancing over with a nod. Ori looked back into the verum locus at her sister. "I'm not sure now's the right time for new people. There's so much at stake. Ares is dead." Kitty said it with the force of a punch, and Ori reacted as if she'd been slapped. "I'm sorry, Kitty. I'm her." Morgana stepped forward and put her hand on Ori's shoulder. "It's okay. You've been under a lot of stress. And now this. Tell us what happened." Ori went into a long explanation about Pi having visions with illusion in them. A few of the members nodded as if they remembered the time she was speaking of. Ori kept halting at points, navigating around the parts of the tale she wanted to avoid. Alex wasn't sure if the others noticed that, or if they were too trusting because she was their friend. Not friend. Whatever held the group together wasn't friendship. Common goals maybe, but the bonds were weak. Pi had gone into the Verum Locus to investigate the vision. Ori made it clear that she'd told her sister that it was too dangerous, which gave Alex a good idea about the nature of both sisters and their relationship. Did he lure her there or did she get stuck? Asked Zane. Ori balled her hands into fists, placed one against her mouth and looked away. I don't know. What do we know then? Zane looked to Kitty. Did you learn anything useful in the tattoo? Kitty, with additions from Morriganna, explained their foray into the tattoo beginning to end. There were glances to Alex when the flight from Osiris was described. In the end, we were never able to figure out who the lost prince was. Zane frowned. We might have an answer. Not definitive, but a possibility. In the same manner as Kitty and Morriganna, Zane and Pax went into the tale of their investigation, from getting trapped in the basement of the villa, to the escape from Phoenix Corp, and finally the meeting with Leo Dreadmarsh. Even Alex had heard of the Dreadmarshes. It was a name that was thrown around whenever someone wanted to blame the elites for something bad that had happened. They were the great boogeymen of the modern magical world. Maybe for good reason. Even if it is him, he has no intention of helping. What you learned in the tattoo's past confirms that. The Lost Prince gave up his power probably to blend in, said Zane. What about the item? Did you figure out his age like you planned? Asked Morriganna. Yes and no. He's old. Older than he lets people believe. At least 1,000 years, but the item wasn't clear about the exact age. Maggie thought he could be anywhere from a couple thousand to the oldest person alive. Or not a person, said Kitty. What do we do now? Asked Pax. I'm getting my sister back, whatever that takes, said Ori. Zane looked to the others as if he was hoping someone else would say it, but then he sighed and spoke. You know this is a trap. That's what Elosion wants. Pick us off one by one. He knew Pi couldn't help herself. Whatever the problem is, she's going straight at it like an arrow on fire. I know that, said Ori, lips pinched white. But I'm still going. How? She's trapped in her own mind. Or do I not understand how the Verum Locus works? Ori crossed her arms and squeezed them against her chest. I don't know yet. A pained silence intruded until Alex blurted out, I can get you in. A few of the group gave her nasty looks, but Ori's was one of relief. Alex knew the pain she was going through, having a loved one in terrible danger, and not being able to do anything about it. The problem of the Lost Prince and the impending invasion seemed like something that needed more than the 6 of them working on it, and it scratched an itch. Since Alex had saved GAMEMAKERS, he hadn't had a significant enough problem to work on. How? The same way I got them into the tattoo. Morriganna screwed up her face. But you put us into a simulation of the tattoo's past. We didn't actually go into it. Yes. But it works the same. Game world or someone's mind, the construct is similar, except for the consistency. A computer can hold the information intact, create an orderly universe with rules. A mind is less so. It's based on state of being, self-view, those sorts of things. You sound like you have experience with this, said Kitty. In a roundabout way, said Alex, thinking of Dr. Althard and the trials with the tumor. What would we need to do? And can we do it soon? Asked Ori. Zane held out his hands. Whoa, aren't we moving too fast? We're going to walk into a trap with blinders on. We need to be figuring out how the invasion is going to happen, and focus on that. I'm sorry, Ori, this is too risky. You can do both, said Alex as an idea formed. Or as a battle of resources and information. If Elosion has trapped Pi, it's likely in a construct of his own mind. It would be possible to find out how he plans on entering this world at the same time as rescuing her. We're not at war, said Pax, frowning. Alex ignored her because she didn't have time to explain game theory. How might we do this? Asked Zane, receiving nods from the others. There will need to be a distraction. Something that Elosion wants that he cannot ignore. You want to control the location of the battle. By providing a new goal, you can force him to move out of his comfort area. I think we all know what the distraction should be, said Morgana with a heavy sigh, holding up her arm. Aren't we just giving him what he wants? Asked Kitty. If he gets the sigil, then he won't need pie or anything else. That might be his end goal, tricking us into offering up the tattoo. I don't think this is a good idea, said Pax, pacing across the front of the auditorium while Carly watched from the floor nearby. Isn't that what Elosion does? He manipulates people into doing what he wants. To hear him is to be deceived, and all that. Rounds of nods quieted the burgeoning excitement. The fear of Elosion's manipulation had let the air out of their strategy. But Alex didn't see it the same way. He doesn't see the future, does he? She asked. A few blinks. A head tilt or two. Not that we know of, said Kitty. It's not possible, said Ori, looking up. Or at least Pi explained as much. The best you can do with predictive magics is improve your chances. If he can't see the future, then this Elosion isn't invincible or omnipotent. One of his whispers killed Ares, said Pax. We think. That's just strategy. She saw the hardening of their expressions. She was losing them. I'm sorry. I know he was your brother and your friend. But as I said before, war is about information and resources. If Elosion was all-powerful, he would have won already. If you have perfect information, then you'll win every time. No question. Then how does he get in the heads of so many people? Asked Kitty. Spycraft, said Alex with a shrug. The same way countries get foreigners to act on their behalf. Money. Fame. Fear. The two of you should know that. She nodded towards Kitty and Zane. Elosion might be a demon lord, a 5-star general of his realm, with fingers. Tentacles, said Morgana. Tentacles reaching into many places here, but he's just one being. One mind. The worst thing you can do in a fight is overestimate your foe, give them powers they don't have. We shouldn't underestimate him either, said Zane. Clearly that's not a problem right now. Ori faced Morgana. Are you willing to use yourself as a distraction, so we can go after my sister? Morgana's gaze shifted around the room. If we have a good plan. Maybe. There would be 2 goals to the plan. Get Pi out and figure out where Elosion is planning to break through the barrier, and how. Morgana shook her head. It'd be nice to take the fight to him for once. I feel like we're constantly jumping at shadows, worried that our choices are going to lead to chaos. Which is a great place to be if you're him, said Alex. If everyone's questioning their own motives, no one's worried about his. What do we even do in his mind? Or is it Pi's? Asked Pax. To keep her trapped, it would have to be in his mind, said Alex. Which gives us the opportunity to discover the truth. Our minds want structure, so even in our subconscious, we create a representation of our world. It'll be just like a simulation. If we can overwhelm him with problems, we can break Pi free of the mental prison and hopefully come away with the information we need at the same time. Who should go? Asked Zane. The more the better. The way to win a battle is to overwhelm your enemy, reduce the number of options they have, force them into a losing choice. Overwhelm him. Make it impossible for him to keep a prison in his mind, said Alex. We can't have everyone go in, said Kitty. Someone needs to watch us. How are you going to distract him? Pax asked Morgana. I don't know actually, said Morgana. None of us have the old summoning ritual, nor would I have the first clue on how to cast it. Pi could do it, said Ori. Or Ares, said Kitty. There was a long silence. Alex didn't have a clue on how to make the distraction work. It was a level of magical scholarship she was unacquainted with. The plan had been coming together until that point. "I can do it," said Pax suddenly. "Well, I think I can do it. I'm not actually sure, but I have an idea. When you track down the woman Mary Sader, the one who threw the turpentine on the wards to ruin them, Alosian killed her. Gave her a brain aneurysm or something. If we could find another one of his whispers, someone he has a connection with, me and Carly could use that to open up a gateway. Lure him out with Morriganna. We could provide the conduit, kind of like you're going to do with Pi." "Do we know another of his whispers?" asked Zane. "Whoever killed Ares is one," said Kitty. "But we would have found him already if we could." "Wait," said Morriganna. "The police report said that the killer had gotten into the Benahaja with a key." "A lot of people have keys," said Kitty. "Not the key that the killer had. It opened the outer door, the one that leads into the Undercity." "A passage that was blocked with concrete," said Kitty. "But it wasn't always. My point is that the killer got the key from someone high up in the societies, a current member." "Beckett Dreadmarsh," said Ori and Kitty at the same time. "Exactly," said Morriganna. "The killer was just a conduit for Alosian. The high phase residue proved as much, but he's not the only one. I doubt he was the one to steal the key." Kitty snapped her fingers. "I bet it was someone close, maybe a cleaning woman or something. We always had to worry about the staff stealing from us. If you go after her, she'll just keel over and die like the other one." "Not if I find her first," said Pax. "Carly and I can keep her under. Might help if we have an elixir too." "I think we have the outline of a plan," said Ori, nodding towards everyone while Alex grinned behind her hand. "It sounds like it," said Zane. Pax, Morriganna and Carly tracked down the housekeeper. Ori turned towards Alex. "What do you need for getting into Pi's mind?" "A short trip across the city. With a little help, I could be back by this afternoon. We could be in her mind by the evening." "This is gonna work," said Ori. "I think this is gonna work." Alex nodded, smiling along with the rest of them. They looked optimistic, determined. She believed it was possible. The chances were better than 0. Not much more than a few %, 10 if she was being generous, but when had chance ever stopped her before? Chapter 24. Kidnapping. Knockout drugs. "And if she dies, you can probably throw murder on the list, even if it wasn't us who killed her," said Ivan. Pax watched as Ivan paced around the 3rd floor of Ares' old place, which they had cleaned out for the distraction. Abducting Beckett's housekeeper had been easier than Pax had thought possible, but 4 mages and 1 psychic companion turned such problems trivial. "I'm sorry, Ivan, you know this is important," said Morriganna. "Oh, I wasn't complaining," he said, looking up with a grin. "I used to keep a list of all the different laws I'd broken. For fun. I get to add 3 more to the list. I'm up to 29, but that depends on if you count the butt ones." His girlfriend Audrey punched him in the arm. "Ivan, you need to destroy that list. Imagine if the cops found it." While they continued their banter, Pax crouched on the floor to check on the housekeeper. Layla Krasnova. Older than them by a decade. Nails nicked, no sign of polish, with calluses across the palms from manual work. Even asleep, the woman looked tired. Carly lay down next to the woman. Busy mind. Busy mind. Awake, not awake. Ivan's elixir had worked well. He'd brewed it up in a half hour. Said he'd never made one before. His siblings had called him brilliant. She was beginning to understand why, even if he seemed like a mess. "She okay?" asked Morriganna. "Yeah. Deep sleep, nothing more." Carly was checking on her. When Pax looked at Morriganna, she had a hard time reckoning that she was nearing 80 years old behind those eyes. "You don't seem your age," she said. Morriganna chuckled. Getting thrown into this world made me learn to swim fast or drown. That sounds like my entire Animalians experience, said Pax. Morriganna raised an eyebrow. You seem more put together than anyone else here. Carly keeps me sane, said Pax, but trust me, it was a shitshow the whole way through. I seem to attract problems. I know the feeling. Morriganna's phone rang. She put it on speaker. You already there? Asked Kitty from the other side. The rest of the team was at Arcanium, at the Verum Locus. Alex has us set up here. We're good to go as soon as you start the distraction. We'll get started, said Pax. Audrey can let you know when you're good to enter her mind. Audrey took the phone and Morriganna took her place next to Layla on the mattress, while Pax took the opposite side. Carly lay at their head, not quite a pillow. Leaning on her elbow with the unconscious housekeeper between them, Morriganna asked, "Have you done this before?" "Not really. Not with a human before. Plenty of animals. But I'm confident we can do it, as long as you open your mind. It's easy to keep us out if you try, but if we're going to travel into this woman's mind together, I'm going to need complete transparency." Morriganna frowned. "You'll see everything in my head." "I won't try to, we'll be too busy for that, but I might learn some things." Morriganna gave a sly grin. The 70s and 80s in the music business were really fast and loose. Everyone settled on the mattress. Pax closed her eyes. She didn't have to reach out to Carly because she was already there, but as she focused on her companion, the details drew in. The smell of Ivan's nervousness, the light floral perfume that Audrey wore, a dead mouse in the attic, the rumble of a commercial jet flying high overhead. The Megestial enhancement had given Pax additional sensing tools, but they never compared to Carly's. Pax reached out to the unconscious woman first. She had to open the conduit before she could invite Morriganna in. The elixir had put her under, but kept the mind active. It was important. A knockout drug would have made their task more difficult. Like slogging through a swamp. Ivan had added something to make her more compliant too. As soon as they connected, there was panic from the woman. An invasion in the mind could be traumatic. Pax sent out waves of calm and acceptance. The fight lasted for a few seconds before returning to peaceful confusion. Inside her mind, Pax sensed the other connection. The one from beyond their realm. It felt hot. Like a hastily constructed wire patch that wasn't quite right, so it put off radiant heat from the poor resistance. When Elosion had killed the alchemical worker, it had been through this connection. He'd overloaded the wires and burnt up her mind. If he did that while they were inside the housekeeper's mind, the same could happen to them. As long as she kept the woman under, Elosion shouldn't be able to break into her mind. That was the hope. Pax wondered if she should slip back out and explain the potential problem, but decided everyone would still go through with it. They already knew the plan was dangerous. Normally, when she took control of a supernatural creature, she could sense everything they could sense, but she didn't want control. She wanted to be inside her mind. After a minute of patient exploration, settling without disturbing the woman, Pax reached out to Morriganna. Pax had never attempted to connect minds together, but it was easier than she thought. A lifetime with Carly as her companion had given her the tools. "Am I here?" The voice was Morriganna's, yet not her. Had an older, honeyed tenor. Pax had been viewing everyone as signatures of energy, connecting them with threads of psychic ability, but when Morriganna spoke, it shifted the amorphous world into a physical space inside the woman's head. They stood in a small apartment, somewhere in the city, with a picture of a smiling family on the wall but no signs of others living in the room. Carly nudged her hand. The wet nose felt hyperreal. "Yes," said Pax. "I think we're here." Morriganna came in through a door from the bedroom. Pax did a double take. The same beautiful blonde young woman was standing before her, but, like a secondary image superimposed over the first, he saw Minerva as well. The haziness didn't stop there. Pax sensed a third image deeper inside, barely visible. The bridge tattoo burned through all of them. The embers were an anchor point on which the other versions of Morriganna shifted around. "This is strange," said Morriganna, staring at the embers. "It doesn't normally do this. It's Illusion's connection. It's not far from here." Pax couldn't see it, but she could feel it with her mind. Like having her eyes closed and knowing where the sun was by the heat on her back. She looked towards the guest bedroom. The brown door wavered like the highway in a desert. When Pax looked back, she caught the brief image of a little girl holding Morriganna's hand, but then the vision was gone and it was only the stone singer. "You okay?" "You made a face," said Morriganna. "Lots of residual memories here," said Pax. "The connection is through there." The guest bedroom had a statue of the Virgin Mary on a chest of drawers. A quilt lay on the bed, along with a mass of throw pillows that looked inviting. Pax saw all those details in an instant, then immediately lost interest as her gaze was drawn to a pulsing black crack on the wall. The sharp scent of Faze hit her nose, making her squeeze her nostrils together as if she might sneeze. "That's him," said Morriganna, staring at the crevice as she rubbed her arms. "That's how he's whispering into her mind. It frightens me." "Me too. But the three of us are here together. We won't let him hurt you, and if something happens, I pull us out right away." "No," said Morriganna, shaking her head. "No. If you do that, then he'll see the others. Unless we're going to die, keep us here. We have to lure him away for this to work." "If I think the tattoo is at risk, I'm getting you out of here," said Pax. Morriganna lifted her arm to stare at the embers. "I hate this thing. It's caused so much death and misery. It's like carrying a genocide on my arm." She bunched up her lips. "Sorry." "No need to be sorry. I'd probably feel the same way." Morriganna faced the crack. It smelled faintly like lilacs. "How do we do this?" "I'll reach out to Elocian through it, but I need you to concentrate on the tattoo. He has to know that you're here and available. He has to come to us." "And then what?" Pax put her hand on the back of Carly's neck. "I wish I knew." Chapter 25. Ori stared at the small obsidian stone sitting next to her sister. They debated where the portal should be located. Concerns about the excess phase in the Verum Locus interfering made the choice a difficult one, but in the end they listened to Alex. The newcomer to their group was an unusual one. While they waited for the word to begin, Ori covertly watched Alex as she sat cross-legged near the obsidian stone, tapping patterns on her knees while she stared straight ahead. It was easier to analyze Alex than think about her sister. She should have known that Pi would disobey her. Disobey. Like she had that authority over her sister. They were both adults, but Ori still felt like she owed Pi for what she'd let happen to their parents. "They're in," said Kitty from the doorway, staring at the phone on her palm. Audrey had been giving second-by-second updates on what was happening on the other end, though most of it was just them lying on a mattress on the third floor of Aries Place. A wave of nervousness hit Ori. She blew out a breath and shook her hands. Zane approached, put his hand on her arm. His touch was warm, comforting. She wanted to melt into him, but this wasn't the time. "We're going to get her back," said Zane earnestly. "I know it." Ori couldn't bring herself to answer, so she nodded emphatically. Alex patted the space near the stone. "It's best if you lie down so when you come back you don't fall over." "Wait, our bodies don't stay in the room." "No. They'll be in suspended animation while our minds enter your sisters." Ori glanced into the auditorium. Professor Marley had set a few students as guards near the entrance with instructions not to bother them while they were working to retrieve Pi. "Okay." She sat opposite Alex and next to Zane. They formed a square around the obsidian portal. She lay on her back, staring at the golden light of phase as if they were fireflies in a summer field floating overhead. I've set the portal to accept us. You can enter when you fill your mind with phase and think about going through it. The portal will do the rest. The wait for the final confirmation had Ori bouncing her knees, trying not to think about what she would do if she didn't have Pi in her life. She knew it wasn't what she should be thinking about. Focusing on the task was better. Would improve their outcome. But yet... Audrey's voice came over the phone lying near the portal. I think they're in. You think? Asked Alex, leaning on an elbow. Maury's shaking a little bit, and the tattoo has a light glow to it. Probably as good of a sign as we're going to get, said Alex, shifting onto her back. I'll see you on the other side. The newcomer winked out of existence as soon as her head hit the floor, startling Ori, even though she'd seen portal travel hundreds of times. This time seemed different. She wasn't going somewhere else, it was headed inside her sister's mind. Ori worried what she was going to see. Would it reveal secrets she didn't want to know? In the end, she didn't care. What mattered most was getting her sister back. Ori exhaled slowly, calming herself as she saw both Zane and Kitty disappear. She reached out and put a hand on Pi's leg. I'm coming for you, sis. Do sit Darum. Chapter 26. No walls confined her. No bars or locks kept her from escaping. Yet Pi could find no way to leave. For the 100th time, Pi climbed the tortuous stairs that went up at a strange angle that shouldn't be possible to climb. When she reached the top, she found herself back where she'd started, and the stairs no longer behind her, but ahead at the edge of the room. Pi tried climbing the stair backwards. Or with her eyes closed. She went through the passages or jumped off the side. Only to end up at the same spot she'd begun. Magic came like faint sparks to her hand. Illusion was dampening her abilities. She could manage to make a single flame dance on her palm like a candle in a breeze, but anything more brought an ache at the back of her skull. When she grew frustrated with trying to escape, Pi spent time examining the world around her. Jagged, fractal-like mountains rose in the distance. Occasionally she saw figures winging through the sky. Once she saw 3 of them chase down a smaller one, then tear it to pieces, which floated towards the ground in an unseen breeze. Pi was trapped on a castle that hung off the side of a mountain. The liminal space changed each time she looked back to it. At one moment, time had lost meaning for her. The mountain peak above her disappeared. An entire section of rock completely gone. She'd heard no explosion, seen no detonation, yet it was no longer there. It wasn't the demonic realm as she'd imagined it. There was no heat. No flames. Few creatures except those she could see in the sky. Not that she had a good sight line. The spot she was trapped in looked out, and while she couldn't see down, it was clear she was on top of a massive structure. When she'd first arrived, she could see the golden light of phase twinkling in the air, but now it wasn't visible. Pi wondered what that meant, or if she should be worried. Was being trapped in Illusion's mind palace the same as being in the demonic realm? Invictus had called it an underrealm. A place connected to all others. An early precursor to the connected realms she'd become accustomed to traveling. Seeing how it morphed and changed explained much to Pi. The air itself was thick with magic. In her world, if too much of it was around, it warped and changed those exposed. Phase wasn't just the raw stuff of magic, it was the raw stuff of creation. When she was using magic, she was playing with the energies of the early universe. It explained so much. When escape seemed unlikely, Pi focused on understanding her surroundings better. Insight into the nature of the demonic realm might give her a chance to leave should the opportunity present itself. Sitting cross-legged on the warm stone, she never saw a sun, so assumed the warmth came from the magic itself. Pi brought forth one of the few magics she could accomplish, the candle flame. The fire jumped and flickered on her palm like a tiny dancer moving through the paces of an unknown ballet. Normally using the 5 elements required no thought on her behalf. She'd been playing with them for so long it was second nature, but in the demonic realm it required attention and focus. She could repeat the same thing with the other magics, each one dancing in the same erratic behavior except for force. When she brought force, which was also called spirit, into existence, the magic dissipated into sparkles, returning to its base creation. Phase. No matter how Pi tried to hold the force magic together, it evaporated. It felt like trying to catch a downpour with her bare hands. Advanced magic was out of the question. The use of magic in her world required complex gestures, thoughts and words, sometimes pictures in the mind. Each were instructions for how the magic should be constructed, the scaffolding on which the structure hung. But in the demonic realm, the unformed nature of it made performing magic impossible. It was like being a chef at a fancy restaurant, used to the high-end ingredients and cooking tools available, but sent back to the Stone Age and being asked to create baked char siu bao. The affluence of phase swallowed every attempt at magic. It was like there was too much fuel and not enough oxygen to light the flame. Pi slept at times. She didn't need to. Her body didn't react to staying awake like it did in her world, but sometimes it was better to lie on the stone and close her eyes, forget where she was, knowing that if her friends came for her it would likely end up with them trapped. Neither thirst nor hunger ever bothered her. Whether that was a property of the demonic realm, or being stuck in Elosian's mind, she could never figure out. But after reminiscing, imagining taking a long drink from a glass of water filled to the brim with ice so full it risked spilling onto her shirt if the ice loosened, she managed to produce a larger dancing water sprite on her palm. Pi failed to repeat the feat. She missed eating and drinking. And sleep. She even missed the other annoying factors of having a working human body. She felt like one of the marionettes from Andromeda's show, going through the motions without consequence. Most of all, she missed her sister. For the last 2 years they'd spent their entire time together traversing the realms on Invictus' behalf. Sometimes Pi forgot where she was and spoke to her sister as if she were sitting nearby, only to find nothing but empty stone. But as much as she missed Ori, she desperately hoped that she would never see her again. Because if her sister came after her, Elosian would trap Ori like he had her. One fool stuck in Elosian's mind was enough. Chapter 27. The air was choked with cologne and bitters. Kitty stared at the head of an elk affixed to the wall. The antlers had to be as wide as a truck. "Why don't you take a seat, Catherine?" The voice was like a lightning bolt through her chest. She flinched. It was her father. Victor Charmer. Kitty turned slowly, expecting to find him looking at her, but was instead presented with an unusual scene, considering she'd been expecting to land somewhere else. Anywhere else. The huge room was dominated by a table that could seat 40 people comfortably, but only had a group of 10 seated at one end near her father. The moment she saw his smooth skin, the hale and hearty color to his flesh, dark hair without the telltale signs of gray, she knew she'd entered a memory of her past. Especially when she saw a younger version of herself climbing into a chair next to the gray-haired board members surrounding her father's position. Faint cries of joy followed by splashing had Kitty checking over her shoulder to see her siblings by the pool. Young Ivan launched himself from the roof of the pool house, landing in a cannonball, which sent a wave of water towards Solstice, who'd been reading by the side. She threw her book down and with laughing grace leapt after him. "You're a bunch of fuck-ups," said Victor, forcing Kitty to return to the table. She knew she should be trying to figure out why she wasn't with the others. Alex had gone through the portal first, but she was transfixed by this moment in her past. One she remembered well, even if she hadn't thought about it in a long time. 10 or 11, said Kitty as she approached the table, remembering how old she was when this happened. No one gave her a second look. She wasn't there. Or they weren't. The young version of herself sat next to her father, surrounded by the board members, looking at ease with the strange power dynamic. The lodge was somewhere in upstate New York. They'd flown in helicopters. Kitty remembered Ares being sick during landing, threatening to puke, their father yelling at him to suck it up. Ares puked behind the building after they landed, well out of sight. "Not one of you has a good idea on how to turn around our earnings slide," said Victor. The men and women stared at the table as if they were studying a menu. Kitty moved around so she could see herself. Short cropped haircut that matched the line of her jaw. Steely intense eyes, even as young as she was. Ivan called her the Predator sometimes, and she responded by making a fearsome cry and leaping after him. The memory made her smile. Not like the one before her. As Victor continued his dressing down of the board, Kitty tried to leave the room, but found herself standing in front of the elk horns again. She had a bad feeling in her gut, and would have tried to leave again, except she found herself transfixed by what was about to happen. "I should fire the lot of you, replace you with a board that knows how to get something done," growled Victor. "My daughter Catherine has more balls than you. She's a real fighter. Knows how to get in there and give someone the blade." The younger version of herself gave a smile that had no business being on someone that young. Kitty put a hand to her mouth, wondering if that was what people saw when they looked at her. A killer. A waiter brought a tray full of drinks. Whiskey by the dark amber color. When he passed young Kitty, Victor barked out, "Give her one too. Gotta learn the taste of it eventually." A few of the board members glanced around as if they expected someone to speak up, but no one did. The waiter did as he was told. Put the glass in front of young Kitty. She didn't know if she should be proud or concerned when that version of herself took a drink without so much as a twitch. Victor leaned back in his chair and ran his hand along the smooth table, eyes glinting with malice. She knew this mood. Knew it well. It didn't matter that she remembered what had happened. It was as shocking as the first time. Everyone up. On their feet. The board members looked around at each other. Victor was known for his unusual outbursts. "You're all too slow. No regard for the real knife fighting that needs to happen in our line of business. You're all pussyfooting around trying to fillet your opponents and not getting in there, shoving the blade in deep." He sneered. "We're going to play a game. We'll call it fire tag. If Catherine hits you with a spit of flame, you get a point against you. Whoever gets 3 points is fired. No one leaves the room. If you do, you're fired too." "Sir," said a grey-haired board member with glasses, "your daughter's not old enough to use magic safely." "I'll be the one to decide if she's old enough. Point against you, Dawkins. You're one down. You went to Harvard for Merlin's sake. Think before you open your stupid mouth." He clapped his hands once. "Now go." They didn't move at first. Mostly they stood around, incredulous at what they were being asked to do. Kitty watched as her younger self went for the nearest board member. He stared down as if he didn't expect her to flame him. When the burst came from her small hands, hitting him in the face like a barbecue grill with too much gas on it, he yelped, tripped over his own feet and smashed his shoulder into a high-backed chair. She'd gone after him, intent on giving him a second blast. No mercy as her father had taught, but Victor had given her a secret grin. Give him a shot to get up at least. Don't want to end this too quickly. The meeting turned to chaos as young Kitty stalked around the room, firing flame shots at the board members. Usually a direct hit. Wearing that killer smile. Victor called out the hits as the game wore on. Who'd been hit and how many times? "You gonna let that 11-year-old get the best of you, Susan? Why the fuck do you still have those heels on? Throw 'em at her if you want, but you'd better hit clean or she's going to fry that overpriced haircut of yours. Did you get it at a fucking 10th Ward barbershop?" The insults flew along with the points. When half the board had 2 hits, their desperation turned to more ruthless tactics. A few times they pushed each other towards her. Kitty watched as the younger version of herself slowed down, drawing out the hunt. She remembered it feeling like a game. Vic was making the board members play with her. Yes, there was a lesson involved, but it had been fun. Kitty couldn't remember if she noticed how terrified they were. Not only would they lose their job, but the flame shots were painful. A few probably caused first or second degree burns. The game ended when Dawkins took the third hit. He looked to Victor hopefully, but her father jabbed his thumb towards the door. Get the fuck out. Too slow. Too dumb. You should ask your Ivy League school for their money back because they didn't teach you a damn thing. Victor turned towards the others, who were breathing heavily, damp sweat on their faces. Get out. Go clean up and come back here in 30 minutes. You'd better have some fucking good ideas or we'll play our little game again. Victor winked at young Catherine when the room was empty. What did you learn? Young Catherine looked to the floor contemplatively for a few seconds before lifting her chin, a smile forming. Move fast. No hesitation. Trip someone if you have to. She shifted her mouth to the side. And heels are a bad idea when you have to fight. Victor chuckled. Fair enough. He drummed his fingers on the table. You're a real fighter. I like that. It'll serve us well in the future. Young Catherine leaned on her tippy toes and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Can I go play with Ivan at the pool? She asked sweetly. Go ahead. You earned it. After she left, Kitty stood near her father's side staring down at him as he quietly mused over the events of his meeting with a self-satisfied smirk. Rage bubbled up in her chest until she swung at him. Her fist went through his head, leaving her filled with emotion but with no place to put it. You made me a monster. Chapter 28. The steady beeping and sterile antiseptic smell confused Zane, until he turned around to find he was standing in a hospital room. Ori was lying on the bed, damp sweat on her forehead, eyes rimmed with red circles. Hey, why are we here? He asked her, but she kept staring ahead, breathing shallowly. When Ori put a hand on her stomach, he realized she was pregnant. About to have a kid. Ori. Can you hear me? He waved his hand in front of her face. Nothing. Where am I? Something had happened when they went into Pi's mind. He wasn't aware that Ori was ever pregnant. Zane strode through the door, only to find himself back in her room. The beeping increased in tempo as she grimaced, breathing faster, glancing to the door expectantly. Seconds later, a different version of himself burst through carrying a bucket of ice chips. Zane watched as that version threw himself by the bed and grabbed her hand. So sorry, took a little longer than I expected. There was a line. How much longer? Said an anguished Ori, squeezing his hand until her knuckles were white. The doctor said soon. Other Zane smiled. And then we'll have a beautiful little girl. She's almost here. Keep focused. You're almost done. Ori nodded as she closed her eyes. Another contraction hit. She groaned, pushing her head back into the pillow. Zane was caught between wanting to watch their future daughter be born and getting out of the vision. He threw himself through the door again, only to find himself by the window. As soon as he reappeared, a doctor and 2 nurses came in. I think we're about ready, said the doctor as she pulled blue latex gloves over her hands. Are you ready? Ori nodded emphatically. Fuck, muttered Zane, what is going on? Where are the others? He managed to pull open the window, which no one noticed. It was 5 stories up. He could manage the landing from half the distance, though he threw his leg out to climb down a ways. And found himself back at the window staring at Ori, straining to push the child out. No. 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 Please hurry. Please come out, said Ori between her rushed breaths, while the other Zane knelt at her side. The doctor, bracketed by her nurses, crouched between Ori's legs, which were suspended by stirrups. Zane almost took a step around to watch, but decided that since this was a vision rather than the real thing, it wasn't right for him to look. During the next few minutes, the doctor encouraged Ori, and she pushed and pushed until there was a rising scream, followed by the wet squelch of the baby sliding free into the doctor's arms. The pride welling up in Zane's chest was euphoric, even as he told himself this wasn't really happening. The nurses took the baby to a side table to clean her up. While the other version of himself comforted Ori, he moved to view the baby. Zane smiled at the little wrinkled ball. The eyes were barely open. He couldn't tell who the child looked like and wanted to reach out and wiggle a toe or stroke the round head. He could feel the corners of his mouth stretching into a grin that went down into his toes. Until they brought out the syringe. He knew the lady's poison the moment he saw the greenish liquid in the vial. Wait. What are you doing? He tried to knock the syringe from the nurse's hand, but he couldn't touch her. He wasn't really there. This wasn't even real. It was a nightmare. No. Please don't do that. Why are you doing that? Zane watched as the nurse slipped the needle into the soft flesh on the inside of her arm. The other version of himself looked up and smiled at the injection. Eventually the injection was complete. They cleaned up the baby and put her in Ori's arms. Both parents stared at the child as if it were the only thing in the world. Have you decided on a name? Asked a nurse with a clipboard. Ori and Zane looked to each other with a secret smile. Ori nodded and Zane spoke up. We want to name her Arcadia. In honor of the lady. That's wonderful, said the nurse before disappearing. No, I killed the lady. I freed Varna. I freed my family. Zane tried to grab the clipboard out of the woman's hand, but he went right through. He read over her shoulder as the nurse left the room. First Hospital of Varna. The letterhead bore her spider symbol. What was going on? I have to get out of here. Chapter 29. Morgana knew where she was the instant she stepped through the portal. She'd been expecting to see the others. Not this. Anything but this. The sedan rumbled down the two-lane road. She was sitting in the passenger seat. The brown interior, the smell of cigarettes, the feel of the plastic beneath her thighs. All of it familiar. All of it horrifying. Morgana looked over to see a young Minerva in the driver's seat. Younger than the body she was in now. Maybe 22, 23. Gorgeous blonde hair coiffed in the style of the late 60s with a colorful headband. A cigarette dangling from her lips. A giggle from the backseat brought Morgana around to see her ex-husband Ian, bouncing their child on his knee. Ian had curly brown hair and thick glasses. Isabella was a cross between them. Morgana only had eyes for her daughter. Sweet Izzy. She reached back to her daughter, but her fingers went right through Isabel's hand. I'm not supposed to be here, said Morgana. I don't want to be here. She opened the door. The sedan was speeding down the back roads in Ohio. They were late for a concert. Morgana thought about jumping out, but didn't know how that would work in the vision. She was afraid she'd get hurt. Morgana closed the door, then her eyes, trying to will herself somewhere different. The smell of cigarettes never left. Minerva stabbed one out in the ashtray, flung it out the cracked window and lit another. Love, you need to slow down. You're going too fast, said Ian from the backseat. I can't be late. My Columbus fans love me, said Minerva, leaning her head back. The car swerved, veering off the road momentarily before she jerked it back. They'd love you more alive, said Ian. Minerva checked the rearview mirror. Frowned. That asshole with the camera is still with us. Forget about him, love, said Ian as he bounced Isabella on his knees to copious giggles. Mommy, go fast. She's a big star, Izzy. Gonna be even bigger soon. Got a big tour for her planned. Just a few more warm-up shows and then we'll blow 'em away. Everyone will know her name. She'll be playing the Glitterdome before long. The winding roads had Morgana putting her hands on the dash. The younger version of herself was watching Isabella and the car following them, occasionally adjusting the curls of her hair, while the vehicle flew down the road at high speeds. Morgana remembered her state of mind as if it were only yesterday. She'd been so desperate to get to Columbus on time. She knew how fickle promoters were about their stars. Since she'd had Isabella, there'd been a push to cancel her tours. Fans didn't want a star that was raising a child. It ruined the illusion. They wanted to be able to imagine them as anything. A blank canvas. She'd been worried about her career. Not her family. Mommy big star. Izzy is a big star too, said Minerva, smiling at her through the rearview mirror. I got you a present. Present? She asked in her cute little voice. Minerva reached to the glove box with her long nails, taking her eyes off the road. But Morgana could see ahead. A second paparazzi had set up along the route, a camera held to his face as he stood at the rear of his parked car. As Minerva snatched the glittery tiara from the glove box, her car drifted towards the side. The photographer held his ground for a few seconds, until he realized that she was about to hit him. As Minerva handed back the tiara to a grasping Isabella, Ian shouted, "Min, watch out!" Morgana put her hands over her face before the impact. She heard the crash from a distance away, opened up her eyes to find herself standing near the photographer, who was scrambling back to the road with the camera in his hands, breathing heavily and muttering that he was glad to be alive. She watched as he reviewed the scene before him. The car she'd been driving had hit the left rear of the photographer's vehicle, flipping 3 times to land on its side in the middle of the road, wheels spinning. A tiara lay in the middle near the white dotted lines. The photographer lifted his camera and snapped a picture of the tiara with the flipped vehicle in the background. 3 things died that day. Isabella, her marriage, and her career. The first burned deep into her soul. The other 2 she managed to get over. She had nightmares about the crash every so often, but it was mostly the impact and aftermath that she witnessed. In this vision, she was forced to confront the truth of what happened leading up to the crash. Ian was right. He'd blamed her for the death of their child. She'd been too focused on her career, and not enough on being a mother to Isabella. Not on her family. Morgana lost everything on that day. Mostly she lost herself. But why was she here? She pulled the sleeve of her shirt up to reveal the bridge tattoo. It was burning. She touched it with a fingertip, only to flinch away when it burned her. Morgana faced down the road as the sirens of an ambulance grew louder. In the real version, the medics hadn't arrived for a half hour. Maybe longer. When they'd arrived, they'd found her wandering around the road inconsolable with only a minor head wound. She couldn't see the emergency vehicle, but something about it worried her. The bridge was burning brighter, sizzling with embers. The flesh around it hurt. Entering the woman's mind had been meant as a distraction, a way to pull Illusion away from the others so they could rescue Pi, and possibly learn how the invasion was going to happen. As she stared down the road, the sirens growing louder, she knew they'd made a terrible, terrible mistake. Chapter 30. The last thing Pax remembered was talking to Morgana in the memory of the housekeeper's apartment, while staring at a pulsating crack in the wall. Sweet lilacs lingered in her nose. But now she was standing in the kitchen of her parents' house in Portland. Carly was by her side, looking up. "Oh, thank Merlin you're here." "Home, not home." "Yes, not home. A memory." She looked around. Elocian did something to us. Diverted us. He was ready. The bitter taste in her mind was Carly's way of agreeing. "Need out." Yes, out, said Pax, but she hesitated when she heard the rustling of a newspaper from the front room. She found her father reading in his favorite chair, with a cup of steaming coffee on the table. The door creaked open, followed by the squeaking of the wood floor. Pax couldn't see who had entered, but she knew who it was even before her father's sharp call. I hear your sneak thief steps. A moment later, a younger version of herself appeared at the edge of the hallway. Red curly hair pulled into an unruly ponytail with a piece of wire. Clothes filthy from digging around in the woods to find critters to care for. To her surprise, her father's hard mouth broke into a smile at her appearance. Did you have a nice time in the woods? Find anything interesting? He asked. Young Pax matched his grin as she held a plastic lunchbox with the emblem of the 100 Halls stamped on it behind her back. Maybe. He winked. You can show me later, after you've cleaned up. Okay, Daddy. Pax groaned inside. She couldn't remember the last time she'd called him that. Once they'd been bitten by the cragworm she brought home, they were never the same. The cragworm was inside the lunchbox, a creature born of Pyramid Health slabs. We need to get out of here, said Pax. Carly not here. No, sweetheart. You didn't come along until after. Illusion is trying to distract us from our mission. Can you help us get out? He might be ready for a bunch of mages, but he certainly isn't ready for one Carly. Her companion bumped her in the leg. They headed towards the door. Pax could feel the temporal manipulation as they reached it, and when they returned to the kitchen, she had a good idea of what he'd done. Try that again, but with a destination in mind. You ready for it this time? Yes. With her hand on the back of Carly's neck, they went through the door, except both of them focused on their friends. As they crossed the threshold, there was a moment of wavering. She thought they'd squeeze through the crack, but when she blinked, she found they were somewhere entirely different. Winter. Cold. A crane was loading the Jormungandr onto a huge container ship in the partially frozen harbor. The enormous cragworm's flesh was covered in hardened scales and oozing crust, much different than the smooth skin that it enjoyed in the cold salt water of the northern hemisphere. She could hear shouts and the rat-a-tat of gunfire below. Pax's heart rate increased at remembrance. It had been a close one. Pax Carly born today. Yes, you're right. We were born this day, but this isn't where we need to be. Let's try again, but focus really hard on Morriganna. We need to get back to her quick before Illusion gets to the tattoo. It was hard to turn her back on that momentous day. She'd nearly died and she'd been born. Both of them. We need a doorway. She remembered they'd left the snowcat further up the road. She and Carly ran for a quarter mile before they found it. The door was left open. Come on. We'll climb inside and come back out. As she sat in the driver's seat, she had the urge to drive back to the battle, but the past was past. The future was at stake. With her connection to Carly firmly in her mind, she jumped out of the cab, not to the crunch of snow but to the sliding of sand. What's this? The landscape was unfamiliar. A gilded palace lay ahead, surrounded by palm trees and people in white linen. A group of women carried baskets on their head, coming from the bank of a wide river. Pax's gut clenched. This wasn't a scene from her past. Or was it? Screams erupted from inside the palace. With Carly at her side, Pax sprinted ahead until she could see inside the flickering halls of the palace. A woman in a linen wrap followed by two guards in bronze breastplates who held spears came flying out the front, checking behind them as they ran. Strange barks came from inside. They crept forward, the noisy eruptions echoing through the colorful halls. Murals were painted on the walls. She didn't know enough about Egyptian history to know the era, only that they were walking through a memory thousands of years old. Why are we seeing this? What is Illusion trying to do now? Not Illusion. Pax wasn't sure if it was a guess on her companion's part, or that she sensed something deeper in the memory. A body lay near a crosshall, holding a spear, foam coming out of his mouth. The eyes were unfocused. Not dead yet, but soon. They followed the barking to find an embalming room. In the far corner near a collection of urns, a great flying snake was trapped in the corner by a group of small, darkly furred creatures that bore a resemblance to Kali. Standing at their center was a figure in a mask, facing Apep, shaking his staff and shouting in a language she couldn't understand. It was the Lost Prince. She was sure of it. The masked figure sent a bolt of lightning crackling into the corner, but Apep was faster, darting around the Lost Prince and avoiding the early versions of the Calidus. Pax nearly dove out of the way as Apep flew right through her, leaving her heart in her throat. The masked figure and his pack flew down the hallway after Apep, leaving Pax reeling in their wake. She turned to follow, but an open door drew her forward. It was covered in runes and arcane markings. The room beyond was nothing like the embalming area with its ancient tools and fluids. Pax was reminded of a mage's laboratory, with bubbling liquids and primitive machines. A cage that took up the entire corner had been bent outward. Pax was immediately reminded of the labs inside Phoenix Corporation. The seeds of the past. Apep wasn't born but was made. She wondered less if the Lost Prince was a potential ally. How could anyone with a shred of good in them create a being of pure chaos? More and more she was convinced that it was Leo Dreadmarsh under that mask. If he wasn't their friend, then he might be an enemy. "We have to get out of here," said Pax, feeling sick inside. "We have to find the others, or we're all going to die in Elosion's mind." Chapter 31. The scene wasn't what Alex was expecting. She knew the instant she opened her eyes back in the little room in their Kentucky trailer, that Elosion had diverted her somehow. A younger version of herself was seated before the computer screen, tapping on the keyboard and mouse, controlling her colorful character. Young Alex had been trying to reach level 75 so she could join her online friends in a raid. "Hey, Alexandria." It was her dad. Young Alex never turned around. Why would she? She mistakenly thought that he'd be alive at the end of the day when he returned from work. Alex walked through her father heading out of the trailer. This was a distraction. Elosion had done to them what they'd planned to do to him, which made their situation more dangerous. He knew they were coming. She balled her hands into fists. He'd outthought them. Outmaneuvered her. "Fuck," said Alex as she found herself back in the room with her younger self and father. She marched into the living room, where her mother was on the couch knitting a pair of socks. She had wrinkles around her eyes, but her heart hadn't been pulled out by his death yet. She was still fairly happy, even if their circumstances were less than ideal. "What are you doing, Elosion?" Alex produced a bit of flame, only to find it reduced as if the air didn't have enough oxygen. Interesting. She searched around the area, looking for imperceptible errors in the vision. Elosion had hijacked her deepest thoughts to create a simulation in his mind. If she hadn't had years of experience in the game world and with Dr. Alford's therapy, she might not have known what was going on, but those traumatic events had given her a perspective on reality that was helping her now. Like computers, minds only had so much processing power. If they were all in Elosion's head, then he was taxing his own demonic brain. And unless he was significantly more powerful than she understood, if they could force him to overload it, they might break free. And if not, then this is where we live now. Alex went out the front door to find herself back in her old room. She left again, heading out the door. The vision continued as she bounced from spot to spot until her father left for work on a day he'd be killed by an unlucky construction accident. The moment he left the trailer, she found herself back in the room with young Alex furiously tapping on the keyboard. "Hey, Alexandria." The vision repeated on a loop. Alex had a good idea why. It would take too much brain power to create a larger or longer simulation, so Illusion had constructed a smaller, compact one designed to distract and contain them. She had to find a way to force herself out, or annoy him so thoroughly he freed her accidentally. Magic isn't working right. What does that mean? Is that a property of his mind? Or the demonic realm? Or something else? She tried kicking the walls and knocking over the stuffed animals on her bed, but her hand went right through them. The scene playing out behind her occasionally tugged on her emotions. She could have gone to the Devil's Icebox with him for a day of hiking and exploring, but she'd chosen the game instead. He'd gone to work since she was busy. A choice she would regret every day for years afterwards. Frustrated, Alex pushed out the door again. Wait. Why can I affect the door? Doors were portals. Even if they only led from one room to another. Alex tested the other doors. She couldn't open the one that led to her parents' room, but she could go in and out of her room and the outside. He wanted me to see my mother. He wanted me to feel pain. Alex looked around. It's not just a construction of a memory. It's like a program. The doors have to be active because they provide the looping mechanism. Go through this door, head into another place, or back to the spot you came. She ran her fingers along the cheap wood. She could put a fist through the front if she wanted. The acoustics were terrible. Everything that happened in the little trailer was apparent to everyone else inside. It was one reason she loved playing games with her headphones. With the volume up, she could imagine she had her own space, without noisy and loving parents just a few yards away. Pulling on the door made it rattle, but she didn't want to break it. Alex tried to find a screwdriver, but when her hand went through the junk drawer in the kitchen, she remembered she could only touch one object. How do I move this if I want to? Alex stared at the door with her hands on her hips. The only answer she could come up with was magic. But she was a terrible mage. GAMEMAKERS had taught her to use her mind creatively, but the learning of actual spells and enchantments was few and far between. She'd picked up a few spells since she'd graduated, but nothing that would help her. She tapped on the hinge, relieved when her knuckles hit solid metal. It was cheap like the door. Flimsy and weak. Her father had always told them that one day he'd make enough money for them to move into a real house, but emergencies and the occasional layoffs in the construction industry had left them with more bills than savings. It was worse after his death. Using her flame to hit the hinge but not the wooden door was challenging. She wasn't used to the precision, and had to move to the living room to practice before she was comfortable enough to apply it to the door pivot. She managed to heat up the metal until it glowed a faint orange, and then immediately Alex shifted to ice, which was the reverse of fire with a twist of water. The sudden drop of temperature put a hairline crack in the edge of the hinge. This might work. This just might work. As the younger version of herself blew off her father on his very last day alive, Alex applied more flame to the door hinge. Chapter 32. The pattern on the stone wall had changed. Pi was sure of it. She'd been staring at the same patch for a measure of time that she didn't have words to describe. It could have been a day, or it could have been 3 years. The sameness of her world made it impossible to tell. There was no shifting of shadows as a big ball of light crossed the sky, because there was no sun. But the pattern had changed. Pi had been sitting cross-legged in the center of the space she'd been trapped in, staring ahead, trying to not claw at her skin or scream aloud. She'd done as much some time ago, but it hadn't done anything but make her feel out of control. And she was sure that Illusion was watching. He would be amused to watch her fall apart. Pi crawled forward on her hands and knees to examine the pattern. Before, the discolorations on the stone had made her imagine a horse thundering across a rocky field. But now, as she ran her fingers along the rough stone, the horse was gone. The pattern had changed. If the pattern changed, then that meant something had happened. Everything previously had been exactly the same. Every block of stone, every crack, every particle of air. Even the strange birds winging through the sky repeated themselves. Until now. The tiny change gave her hope. She wasn't sure why. It wasn't like a hole had opened up where she could escape, but having a slight difference made her wonder why. Had her sister come for her and Aloysian was distracted? Pi resolved to make him even more preoccupied. Maybe then she might find a way to get out of his trap. Or at least divert his attention so the others might be able to rescue her. When she'd first come to the prison, she'd been convinced that her sister shouldn't rescue her because it would only put her in danger too. But now that there was a hint of disturbance, Pi threw herself into pushing against the boundaries of her prison. After running up the stairs a few dozen times and finding herself back at the base, Pi resolved to take a more measured approach to her defiance. The experimentations with magic had gone nowhere, but yet she knew there was something in them that could help. Pi went through the 5 elements, focusing on each one. The first 4 were pale versions of what she could accomplish in the real world, and force barely made an appearance before dissolving into raw phase. She recalled a time when water had come more freely. Why had that moment been different? She wasn't thirsty in this pseudo-realm, but had she been thinking about water? Was this like the Eternal City, where traveling meant not navigating fixed points but moving by intention? The home of the Matri was closer to the demonic realm in strangeness. With the image of a glass of water firmly in her head, Pi brought that element into existence on her palm. She focused not on the finger gestures or the application of phase, which usually governed the output of a spell, but on the desired result. Intention was her guide. As the brief spell completed, a fistful of water exploded into existence and collapsed around her palm, dripping off her fingers onto the stone. Pi gave a whoop of excitement. It was the first real crack she'd found in her prison. By the time she re-examined the stone, the wetness was gone. The ephemeral existence made her goals more challenging, but she wasn't deterred. In fact, she was elated. The sameness of her prison had been a weight on her mind, pulling her into a miasma of nothing. Now she had something to work with. A task to give her purpose. Pi experimented with the 5 elements, managing significant results for all but force, which dissipated into golden light at each attempt. Having rediscovered her magical ability, Pi decided to leave the prison using the same logic that she used to move around the Eternal City. She imagined the plane where she'd seen Invictus speaking to the blade creature in her vision, placing the details in focus as much as she could, then constructed a doorway in her mind where she could walk out and into the open spaces. With the confidence that it would work buoying her flagging emotions, Pi strode towards a flat wall, willing the archway into existence. And ran flat into the stone. The sharp pain in her nose from the attempt was almost cathartic. Pi laughed, wishing her sister had been around to see it. While she would have preferred to escape, she knew it wasn't going to be that easy. Her destination might have been too ambitious. Too distant. For all she knew, that location was on the other side of the demonic realm. If Invictus was too far away, then Aloysian was closer. Was she standing in a castle of his making, or was this a prison in his mind? Pi decided to test her theory. Rather than escaping the prison, she imagined a doorway that would lead to other, closer spaces. Pi gave herself a good length to get moving, fixing the idea of an archway on the stone wall in her mind, which would lead to other areas of the castle. She told herself that she had to be convinced that she would walk through the wall, even as her nose still smarted from the impact. She neared, refusing to shrink from the impact, and stepped through to a stone hallway that was tilted on an angle. Pi looked behind her to see a flat wall. She was standing on a slant without gravity pulling her in the direction her mind thought of as down. She refused to let herself get too excited in case he could catapult her back to the prison, but the longer she remained outside, the more her heart soared. The passage twisted in a corkscrew. When she was walking upside down, Pi kept expecting to fall, and worried that even thinking that would result in it happening. Gravity had little meaning in Illusion's castle, though she'd seen bird-like creatures winging through the sky. Maybe they worked on intention too. Or there were other mechanisms that created the act of flying. While the freedom from her prison had given her something to explore, Pi kept expecting to be yanked back as Illusion found her absent. The longer she went without feeling the hook of return, the more hope grew in her chest. After an indeterminate time of exploration, time moved as if in a dream. Pi knew she was getting nowhere. Happy to be free from her prison, she'd left her intentions behind, but now that she was wandering aimlessly, she knew more focus was necessary. She hadn't meant to be thinking about Illusion, but she was wondering where he might be, or if he existed at all in his mind, when she stepped into a new space that looked like a grand and gilded hall viewed through a kaleidoscope. The room smelled like lilacs, so much so that she expected to find a garden hidden in the corners. On the floor was a strange design. A giant circle with 5 dots and 2 lines going through them in an X, with the 5th marking coming at the point the 2 lines crossed. The symbol was familiar, yet incomprehensible. She moved on through a gap between the walls. A greenish light pulled her forward. The space was narrow, forcing her to move sideways. It was tight enough she worried about getting stuck, but eventually she reached the end. She was looking down into a room with 2 figures facing each other. The tentacles marked Illusion immediately. The second figure had glowing green skin and the countenance of royalty. The way is open. Pi pushed her face to the gap. Chapter 33. Ori was standing on a patch of manicured hyper-green grass that looked like it had been edged with a pair of scissors. A concrete path wound up the slope to her right, and in the distance fires burned. Dark shapes winged through the sky, chasing after an airplane that was making erratic movements to avoid them. At the top of the hill a figure stepped into view, angled and sharp like a porcupine. It took a moment for Ori's eyes to adjust to the strangeness. The man looked like he'd been stuck through with hundreds of blades, yet he continued to live. The last thing she remembered was lying on the ground inside the Verum Locus. She was supposed to step into Pi's mind, but this looked nothing like she'd expected. An explosion distracted her. A warehouse or something had blown up just beyond the trees. The black cloud of roiling fire extended into the sky. When she checked back to the crown of the hill, the bladed figure was gone. Where's Pi? Ori searched everywhere until her gaze settled on a grey stone sticking from the earth a few feet in front of her. Pythia Azade Silverthorn. Born 1999, died 2022. Ori knew it wasn't real. She knew it was a vision. Some translated worry from the Verum Locus bleeding through Alex's game portal. But she fell to her knees just the same. The pain of losing someone close to you runs deep. The voice was honey over gravel. Her entire back prickled with fear. Ori hesitated to turn around, but refused to let herself be cowed. The figure was tall, with backward-facing knees and 2 tentacles for arms. Illusion. His face was vaguely handsome but unsettling at the same time, as if someone who'd never seen a human had been given a description and recreated it. He was only 20 feet away. A few strides and he could have her with his tentacles. She lifted her hands to hit him with magic and he said, "That won't help you here." "What do you want?" "The same things you want. Freedom. A world that exists even when I'm not thinking about it. Family." Illusion's lips peeled back in what was supposed to be a smile but came out a grimace. "You probably ate your family." His black eyes had a lizard-like quality. Seeing everything. Feeling nothing. "You really upended my plans when you brought my enemy back." He was supposed to stay stuck in that stupid stasis of his, trapped by his own cleverness. "I'd worked so hard to get him to take such a foolish risk." Illusion tilted his head. It didn't seem right that that face was on that body. "Where is my sister?" "Waiting for you to rescue her, or did you fail that too?" Like you failed her when you let your parents die. Foolish, foolish girl, playing with toys that should have stayed under the tree until you were supposed to open them. But you had to show off. Your sister intimidated you. Her brilliance, her specialness. But you, not so much. Ori resisted, balling her hands into fists. Shut up. I don't care what you think. We both know that's a lie. You've been overcompensating since. Trying to lead your friends, failing miserably. I had a glimpse of your little battle in the Elder Charmer's place. What a mess. Everyone stepping on each other's dick. If you'd been a proper leader, that mantic wouldn't have stood a chance. Poor Aurelia. Good intentions. Terrible follow-through. No wonder they roll their eyes behind your back. Ori threw her hands forward, expecting a wave of powerful force magic to come flying out and knock Illusion onto his back. A breeze barely shifted his hair out of place. Ever wonder why your head patron was so mean to you? It's because he was disappointed that you were the one to save him. A couple of misfit orphans who'd managed to turn his precious school against themselves. Oh, how delicious it was to watch that battle a few years ago, under the watchful and dead eyes of his statue. You and your sister have been my favorite tools. Well, you really. Righteous and oblivious, a potent combination. Not unlike Beckett, only he wasn't quick enough. Or really, he didn't have your sister by his side. We all know she's the real threat. That's why I had to take her out first. The words splashed like acid against her ears. They obliterated her ability to think clearly. Pulsating rage remained. You lie. You're all lies. That's the only thing you have. No loyalty, no friends or family. Only lies. His hooded stare ran her blood cold. She took a step back. At least I didn't destroy my family. His grin never reached his eyes. Congratulations. This is what you have wrought. Destruction of your precious city. Death to all those you know and love. You're a tool. Nothing more. An empty, starry-eyed fool who has been my greatest success. A mole inside my enemy's headquarters. You, Aurelia Silverthorn, amongst all my whispers, have been most pivotal. Killing your parents before they could find the rod. Sowing discord in the halls amongst the patrons, bringing the sigil back to the city. It's all you, Aurelia. You. A real leader would have seen your sister's condition for what it was, a trap, and left her. But no, you brought your entire little order into her mind and into my grasp. Thank you, Aurelia. Your support has meant much to me. A tentacle brushed against her jaw as she shook with anger. Not at Illusion but herself. She feared he was right. She'd failed. Failed her parents. Failed Pi. Failed the city and her friends. It was over. Chapter 34. What's taking so long? Asked Ivan as he paced around the mattress where the mind travelers were lying unconscious. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a little vial that he'd brewed up a few days after Ares' death, just in case things got too bad. It was probably too strong even for him, but the urge to sink into a hole and forget about the world had been gnawing at him. Audrey appeared and placed her hands over his while smiling serenely up at him. Let me take that. Ivan gave up the elixir without complaint. He knew she was looking out for him. Audrey stood on her tippy toes and gave him a kiss. Thanks, babe. You're doing great. I'd be doing better if they'd wake up and all this would be over. Look at the tattoo. It's burning. Not like the cool embers in leaves kind of way. Mori looks like she's in pain. She's grimacing. I heard a moan a little bit ago. Audrey checked back to the mattress. Frowned. He chewed on his fingernails as he continued pacing, thinking about the elixir in her pocket. Are you sure I can't take it? It would reduce my anxiety. Help me think. Audrey wandered to the window. I think this is the one time the anxiety is good. Keeping us alert. Oh, I knew you'd say that. He put his hands on the back of his head. Why did this have to come back? I just got over the night terrors from last time. He was expecting a consoling word, but Audrey was staring out the window. I think I see your sister. What? He joined Audrey at the window to see Andromeda standing before the gate, waving her arms and shouting. She looked like she'd come straight from the Mystique as she was wearing dark blue tights and a sparkly patterned black and white form-fitting shirt. Watch them. Ivan hurried downstairs, humming the code 3 times before managing to open the gate. Andromeda threw her arms around him when she made it to the front door where he was standing. I missed you. Andromeda squeezed quickly then pulled back. We're in trouble. Those assholes who kidnapped me are on the way here. Shit. Are you kidding me? Now. Yeah, now. I had just gotten into town and I was in a taxi when I saw their vans. I can't forget them. But thankfully there was road construction in the 5th and we got out ahead of them. They can't be far behind. Where are the others? She asked, glancing all around as she was coming to the realization that he was the only one greeting her. Ivan gave her the short explanation, which amounted to a series of run-on sentences delivered at max speeds. When he was finished, she put her hand on his arm and said, We're screwed. Audrey came tramping down the stairs and stuck her head around the corner. Hey! The kidnappers are coming. Audrey screwed up her face. Oh shit. I already said that, said Ivan. I think this calls for something stronger like holy dick blasters. Andromeda had a hand to her mouth. How are we going to protect this place? It's just the 3 of us. A weird circus stone singer and alchemist. They're going to annihilate us. We have to wake them up. Ivan grimaced. We can't. They're the distraction. Would you prefer to die? Andromeda went bounding up the stairs as Ivan followed, yelling for her not to do anything rash. His youngest sister threw herself on her knees and started shaking Morgana's shoulder, but only managed to make her body jiggle like a stringless marionette. They're here, came a shout from downstairs. Ivan put a hand to his mouth. His heart was going 1,000 miles an hour, and he wanted to vomit. What are we going to do? Asked his sister, looking at him as if he should know. He closed his eyes. I think Ares set up a bunch of defenses, but they're not active. Great, said Andromeda, pushing him towards the stairs. Turn them on. I don't know how, he yelled as he rumbled down the stairs. Passing a window, he saw the 2 vans outside the gate just pulling up. A door slid wide on the first van. He reached the bottom floor and looked around in a panic. There's supposed to be a trigger word or something. Ares was afraid the invasion was going to happen at any moment, and he wanted to create a fortress. But we never found the password. We're lucky enough it wasn't activated when we got here. Andromeda headed straight for the calendar of yachts hanging on the wall next to the door. She flipped it over, revealing a handwritten piece of paper with a short spell on it. Our brother was nothing but predictable. He ironed his underwear, feared our father, and kept his passwords in the most obvious of places, said Andromeda. She yanked the paper off and stepped outside the door as the sound of a van door closing announced their approach. Victor is an asshole. Andromeda spoke the words as if she were performing on the stage. As she finished, a blast of energy traveled across the concrete and up the sides of the 3-story building, right as someone tried to open up the gate. A shout was followed by the scent of burning hair. Ivan remembered there was a camera facing out of the gate, and turned on the monitor right inside the first floor, to see the 4 mages and the frightening-looking cobra-headed creature that he'd heard about from the others. He buzzed the speaker. Go away unless you're selling Girl Scout cookies. I'm all out of trefoils, and those thin mints are the devil. A hulking dude and a beautiful girl in an expensive black trench coat shared a confused glance. The other two behind them were examining the fence and gate. "I don't know who this is, but we're here for the others. Send them out and we won't tear this place down brick by brick," said the girl in the trench coat. Ivan was chewing on his fingernails, formulating a response, when Andromeda buzzed the speaker. "You're outnumbered and outclassed, Sammy. Leave well enough alone, you're already meddling in things you don't understand." "Andromeda. You should have stayed with your touring company. We decided to let you go." "Bullshit," said Andromeda, "you were grasping at straws. A desperate Hail Mary to feel important. You're the ones meddling in things you don't understand. You'll be the destruction of the city," said Nandi. She angrily pointed at the camera. "Or maybe you do because you charmers are demon-loving traitors. We know your family was involved with the summoning of Illusion." Magnus admitted as much to Beckett. Andromeda looked to him for an answer. Ivan shrugged his shoulders. She punched him in the arm, so he buzzed in. "Our father was a megalomaniac who got what he deserved," said Ivan. "You're not denying that he summoned Illusion." "I'm not denying that he was an asshole. Grade A, farm fresh, the kind that uses his kids for his own sick purposes. You're not going to find any of us still worshipping at his altar. He's gone. Good riddance. He had Solstice killed and had Morriganna." Andromeda shoved her hand over his mouth. He pulled her hand gently away, while the other mages conversed away from the camera. He couldn't hear them. "They're still going to try and come in," he said. "They might leave." Ivan shook his head as he reached for the non-existent elixir in his pocket. "They think themselves too important not to try." As he expected, the four of them spread out near the gate. Nandi faced the camera and began the motions of a spell. It wouldn't be good. She'd been tops in her class at Coterie. A formidable mage with excellent training. "What are we going to do?" asked Andromeda. Ivan squeezed his eyes shut. "I haven't the slightest clue." Chapter 35. Illusion was coming. He trapped her in his mind, forcing her to relive the most awful moment of her life. The wheel of the sedan was still spinning behind her. Morriganna walked towards the flipped vehicle. She wanted to look in hopes that it would be different. She knew it wouldn't be different. Isabella had died, and Ian spent 2 weeks in the hospital recovering. She walked away with minor head wounds that didn't even need stitches. There'd been another picture that day. The photographer whose car she'd hit had snapped one of her screaming on the side of the road. Trails of blood bisected her face, and she'd been tearing at her clothes. The paper never published it. The photographer sent it to her in the mail months later. She'd never understood why. Maybe he felt guilty for being on the side of the road. If he hadn't, it never would have happened. Part of her had wished the picture had been published. Maybe it would have proved to the world that she'd been punished enough for what happened that day. The sirens grew louder. Almost ear-piercingly loud. She put her hands to her ears. It wasn't the ambulance, but Illusion. He was coming for her. Last time he'd bargained for her life with Victor, but even he was smart enough not to give her up. But then Illusion had gotten loose and he'd come straight for her. Morriganna hadn't thought that he could take the sigil from her in the woman's mind, but now that she was here, she was convinced that it was possible. The burning had gone beyond ache, and was actually crisping the skin around the tattoo. Heat radiated off the embers. She could smell burnt flesh. Her flesh. The 2-lane road curved around the tree line. Elocian was approaching from around the bend. Running was out of the question. She was in his mind. Or he was in hers. Either way, there was no escape. Mori. She spun around to find the redhead and her fox-like companion standing on the road near the flipped car. Pax glanced to the accident with a frown before hurrying forward. "We have to get out of here," said Pax. He's coming. I know. How did you get here? Pax grabbed her arm, pulling her towards the flipped vehicle. No time for that. Morgana resisted as they neared the front where she'd see her dead daughter. What are we doing? Leaving. Morgana jammed her heels in the ground at the corner of the vehicle. She could smell gasoline. The corner wheel was slowing down. How? We need a door to make a portal. Pax bunched up her mouth as Carly whined, eyebrows going up and down as she stared in the direction of the approaching sirens. Trust me. What about the other car? Asked Morgana, her voice trailing to nothing as she realized there was no time left. The skin around the tattoo was turning char black. Pax ducked down and yanked on the passenger door, which didn't budge. She closed her eyes, tried again. The metal groaned until she could pop it free. The whole time Pax was working on the door, Morgana was staring at the general region of the back seat. She couldn't see it from her vantage, but she knew what was there. Her heart was climbing into her throat. The world had condensed to a single point. Isabella. The name leaked from her lips. Morgana wished the embers in her arm would turn to flame and consume her completely. Crouched on her knee, Pax looked into the back of the vehicle, frowned, then back up to her. Pax held out her hand. I'm sorry. We have to do this or he's going to catch us. Don't look if you can. Morgana took her hand, realizing that her own was shaking profusely. Her feet wouldn't move at first until Pax gave her a little tug. As she crouched down to duck walk into the flipped passenger side door, she heard a tiny, cute voice from the back seat. Mama. Pax tugged on her arm to get her to move, but her feet were frozen. She closed her eyes as anger replaced the horror and fear. Damn you, Illusion, for using my daughter against me like this. As if I haven't suffered enough. She looked through the broken glass to the other side of the vehicle, to see two hairy hooves. Morgana had an urge to stand up and unleash the tattoo on him, but then Pax gave her hand another tug and she threw herself forward as a tentacle whipped around the top, barely missing her ankle as they disappeared through the portal. Chapter 36. Zane had locked himself in the bathroom of Ori's hospital room. He couldn't watch their daughter be born and injected with the lady's poison again. He'd nearly given his life to free Varna from her clutches, and now he was back in an alternate reality where he'd given in to her request to join her. The birth had looped through dozens of times. He refused to participate, and so he was seated on the closed toilet trying his best to ignore the cries of birthing. So when he heard a new voice, he stood up reflexively. Zane Carter. He put his hand on the doorknob and hesitated. He knew the voice. Why had the vision changed? When he stepped back into the hospital room, it was empty, except for a tall woman staring out the window. Her silver and black hair had been braided into a crown that sat on her head, and she held her arms behind her back. The light purple skin, the color of lilacs, meant it could only be one person. Lady Arcadia. She turned. Purple eyes regarded him with faint amusement. I've killed you once, Entana, he said, using her secret name. I can do it again. The dead never truly die. They live on in memory and the strength of their deeds. In a generation or two, when no one alive has to take your poison, you'll be forgotten, said Zane. Doubtful. She gestured towards the air. You killed me, yet here you are, talking to a figment of your imagination. I didn't create you. I'm afraid you did, Zane. You wanted answers. Why? How? That sort of thing. The questions you should have asked before you killed me. She arched an exquisite eyebrow. Her beauty, however alien, was undeniable. This is a distraction. You're trying to keep me here on Illusion's behalf. Or as far as I know, you are Illusion in disguise. He's a beast, said Lady Arcadia with a sneer. We left him for good reason. Left him? You came from the demonic realm. She approached with long, graceful strides. Of course. She cupped her hand beneath his chin. Her flesh was cold hard. But I escaped. Are you the lost prince? Lady Arcadia laughed. The melodic sound was intoxicating in its loveliness. Zane shook his head to get the voice out of his mind. No, darling. But I came over with him. There were others too, but they got lost or ended things either by their own hand or because of foolishness. Few are left from that time. The ones that are had to reinvent themselves. Your world is so inflexible. Its beauty and curse is that the rules don't change. Why did you come over? Lady Arcadia lifted a shoulder. To escape? To subjugate your foolish race? A little of both. The place we came from was unkind, cruel, constantly changing. We had to leave or be transformed irrevocably. But you left Delosian. Yes. Her eyes glittered with thought. We betrayed him. He was the best and worst of us. Of us. The elders. The first ones to drag ourselves from the throes of chaos. To form ourselves into something solid. You call it the demonic realm, but it's not that. It is creation. Raw, changing, beautiful, damning. It's high magic. It's madness. How can I know this? This is a trick. You're really Elosian. Come now, Zane. You carry my poison in you. Not the secondary stuff from the spiders you harvest, but the poison I secreted. While you live, I will never truly die. Then tell me what we need to do to kill Elosian, he said. You can't. As powerful as your magics are, you cannot kill Elosian. My demise was aided by long millennia in your realm. He is invincible. Hardened by chaos and time. That he has not changed since we left him stranded at the gate proves his power. You'd be best to find a new home should he make the journey across. There has to be something. Someone. I killed you. We can kill him. No. Just because you want it to be true doesn't mean it is. The seeds of the past eventually grow fruit, but sometimes it falls to waste and rots, turning to poison. Just like you did to me. Zane felt a breeze on his back. He turned with a blade in his hand to find Alex standing in the doorway. Who are you talking to? She asked as she adjusted her glasses. Zane spun around again to find the hospital room empty. I was talking to. It doesn't matter. We have to get out of here, she said. What happened? He asked, glancing to the window where Lady Arcadia was standing. The vision hadn't been like the one of Ori giving birth. He was waiting for us. She bunched up her lips. Ambushed us, like we were trying to do to him. I got out of my vision. Took me a few tries to make it here. There's some weird shit in his head. Or our heads. I don't know you all enough to know if a cave full of creepy spiders, or a passage of weird ants comes from any of you. How did you get out? Alex sighed. She was clearly annoyed that she had to explain. Game world or dream world, they work pretty much the same. There has to be a construct where you exist, either the GAMEMAKERS arcane technology or in that arsehole's mind. I had to make my own portal out of a shitty balsa wood door, but it helped me get free. How do I know you're not a figment of my imagination? Alex paused with her mouth open. Good question. I don't have an answer. Trust me or not. She looked over his shoulder. Why a hospital room? It was his turn to be stymied. He wasn't sure he wanted it to get back to Ori, that his vision had involved them having a kid, and getting shot up with the lady's poison. It's not important. Right. Alex stepped inside the room and closed the door. Who are we getting next? Kitty or Ori? As soon as the words left her mouth, the corners of her lips creased slightly. Never mind. Ori it is. Hey, he said as he took her hand. Alex closed her eyes momentarily, then opened them back up. Be ready for anything. I don't know how many hops it'll take to find her. The portal burned black when it was revealed. As they stepped through together, Zane worried that Lady Arcadia was right and all their plans were for naught. Chapter 37. The two figures, Elosion and the green-skinned one, turned away from the gap as she tried to catch the rest of their conversation. Pi pounded her fist on the wall. They were gone before she could figure out how to squeeze through. She shouldn't have been able to, but the physics of this world weren't the same as her own. The tortuous, seemingly random passages eventually deposited her outside the structure, giving her a view of the valley below. The sight left her shaken. As far as the eye could see, there were hovels and structures, less chaotic than the place she now stood. Tens of thousands of creatures milled about. The distance did nothing to protect her from their awful visages, blade men, mantics, others she had no name for, like the hunched ochre-skinned humanoids with long claws that were most common. Chaos had birthed them. Now they were poised for an invasion. Across the valley, a structure drew her eye. The arch design had one purpose. It was the portal that the army would pass through on their way into the city of Sorcery. But where would it come out on the other side? Pi wondered if she could discover that truth. It would help them stop it if she could find her way out of Elosion's mind. Struck by the chaotic sights below, Pi hadn't realized she was standing on the side of a building. She'd barely noticed her surroundings once she'd come outside to view the valley. Pi craned her neck. The impossible building climbed up the side of the castle, twisted and warped. She tried to follow sections with her eyes, but they gave her a headache, and she had to look away. Her logical mind couldn't comprehend the madness of the construction. Pi headed across the wall floor towards the valley floor. If she could reach the portal, she might learn what could save them, and possibly escape through it. The nearer she got to the bottom, the more she realized she would stick out. Using the magic of intention, Pi held her hands around her head as if she were grabbing the hood of a cloak. She pulled it forward, imagining the black fabric, and to her surprise, found her fingers squeezing the soft cotton. The newly created cloak fit comfortably around her shoulders, turning her into a vaguely humanoid-shaped shadow. There was no path around the endless settlements, so Pi settled for heading straight through, hoping the cloak and her intentions would keep her safe. The hovels she passed were made of many materials. She saw one made of what appeared to be pure gold, but cracked along the dome as if it were eggshell. The creatures in the settlements gave her little notice as she followed the gaps between the buildings. Their language was incomprehensible to her at first, but as she spent more time listening to their guttural phrasing, her mind started to pick out the words. It was like standing at the Tower of Babel before the fall. Everyone spoke different words, but the chaotic magic of the realm made it possible to understand. One of the ochre-skinned humanoids with long claws grabbed her arm as she slipped past a narrow gap between two hovels. She hadn't seen him. Grother N.A. Post-it. Ferrum Sparta. Pi stared at him from the shadows of her cloak. She yanked her arm away as her mind caught up to the words. You're not supposed to be here. This is Ferrum territory. He reached for her again, but she pushed past, hurrying before he grew more curious. She glanced over her shoulder to see him talking excitedly to a group of the ochre-skinned creatures. As she moved past a strange four-legged beast of burden that reminded her of a stubby elephant with lizard scales, the Ferrums moved to follow. Shit, she muttered under her breath, moving faster, but finding her movement drawing more attention, either from speed or the lessening of her disguised intentions. The Ferrums followed her relentlessly as she crossed into other regions of the extended settlements. As she was slipping by a taller building that rose to a point like a narrow pyramid, a tentacle reached out from the dark cavity at the front and grabbed her leg. Surprised and horrified, Pi didn't so much as think, but reacted, slashing down at the appendage and wounding it enough that it retracted back into the darkness. As it retreated, she stared at the newly formed dagger in her hand. Useful. She kept moving. And scary. The pursuit continued. At times Pi thought she lost them, but then as she rounded a corner, a lone Ferrum would spot her and the chase would resume. The Great Arch was not always visible in the depths of the hovels, but as she crossed the vast plains filled with demons and their buildings, she spotted the twisted landscape she'd seen in previous visions in the distance and far overhead. She wondered if the bridge lay between the two areas that came together at a point as she'd seen before. But there was no time to explore. She wanted to get out of Elosian's mind and hoped that the portal would provide the method. Distracted by her thoughts, Pi didn't see two Ferrum until they'd stepped into her way. Their slit noses flared. Teeth like needles were revealed. Ugly fuckers. When they reached for her, she shoved the blade into the first Ferrum's chest, eliciting a horrific scream as black blood leaked from around the knife. She pivoted around her stabbing target, using his body as a shield against the second. He reached around his dying friend to grab at her cloak, catching the hood as she tried to leap away, pulling it back and revealing her human face. A cry of alarm went up around her. The casual murder became something entirely different, as her identity was understood. Pi leapt away, leaving the blade she'd conjured from nothing in the Ferrum's chest, yanking up her hood in hopes of outrunning the chaos. Pi no longer tried to maintain a pace that didn't look like flight. She ran headlong, shoulder charging whoever or whatever got in her way, hoping the prone victims of her impacts made it harder to follow. She ran for minutes, never quite breaking free. Although they never got close, there were too many pursuers and she was easily marked. It wasn't her intention to throw herself through the flaps of a hut, but she found herself in a space between the huts without another soul in sight. If they rushed past and she was in hiding, she might be able to lose them. The interior of the makeshift dome of bone and dried cracked flesh was warm and stuffy. Her eyes adjusted slowly. A lumpy figure in the back was revealed to be a creature that looked like melted wax. Black eyes moved through the head of the creature, coming to bear on her. She stayed crouched at the flap, but kept checking behind her to make sure the waxy fire hydrant wasn't making a move on her. Pi stayed in the hovel for at least 10 minutes, maybe more. Time was hard to measure. Her hovel companion stayed in the back until she'd decided to leave, and then Pi heard a gurgle and looked back to find a human-like appendage sticking out from the center of the pluggy figure. The idea of shaking its hand was repulsive, so she opened her palm and imagined a lump of gold, which when it appeared, she handed to the waxy fire hydrant. The appendage disappeared into the lump, and a sound like a quiet hiss leaked out. If she had to guess, it was a thank you, but it could have just as easily been a get out. Before Pi returned to the outside, she imagined a different shape and color to her cloak, settling on something that matched the dried flesh look of the hovel she was hiding in. Once she was content that she looked different, Pi continued towards the portal archway. She stayed alert, avoided crowds and never stopped moving. Focused on her surroundings, she didn't realize she was near the portal until she saw the great curve of the archway above her. It was made of twisted silvery metal. Pi had seen pictures of the arch in St. Louis, and this was a miniature version. No hovels were built near the archway. She learned why when she approached. The entire structure put off a hum that made her teeth hurt. It was like getting stuck in a dentist's chair while he drilled in her mouth. The twisted metal sent off little sparks as if high currents of electricity were coursing through it. After her examination, she was unsure how she might use it to escape. From Elosian's castle, the idea had seemed solid. Now, her reasoning evaporated. She looked back to the mountainside to see the place where she'd escaped. The structure climbed over the slope with towers and bridges sometimes going nowhere, the logic of chaos. Pi spotted a creature that looked like a lumpy ball with legs by the nearest hovel staring at her. She faded back towards the buildings so as not to be as obvious. The hovels went no further than the edge of the portal. She looked past it to the other landmass hanging in the sky, where the bridge she'd seen in the vision existed. If escaping wasn't the main goal, she would have headed towards it, an expedition to satisfy her curiosity. Deep in thought about the bridge and its significance, Pi didn't hear the figures behind her until a curved knife was pressed against the soft flesh of her neck. Chapter 38. Ivan was transfixed on the monitor as Nandi completed her arcane gestures, and the gate bent in half as if two giant hands had grabbed it. The metal structure flung away, sliding across the concrete, leaving the path to the 3-story building open. They got through the gate. Ivan yelled. "I'm right here," said Andromeda. It was for Audrey. He looked back to the monitor. "What are we going to do? I wasn't expecting a fight. Are you sure we can't wake them up?" Ivan shook his head as Lenny, the huge protector mage, tried to walk onto the concrete path only to have it blow him off his feet. "I'm sure. They have to provide the distraction so the others can get Pi." He looked over to his sister's confusion. "It's a long story. At least Ares was prepared for this." He was prepared for a demonic invasion, not a couple of righteous mages bent on eradicating the charmer threat, she said, making air quotes. "Can't you mix up some bombs or something?" Ares had a small lab. The mages outside had gotten Lenny back on his feet. Ivan was hoping he'd be out of commission, but the explosion had only caused surface wounds. "His materials are all wrong. Salt, mercury, stuff like that. If we were being attacked by Scorpix, sure, but not these assholes," he said. "If we don't do something soon, they're going to break through the defenses. I've been abducted once by these canasses, I don't want a second time." Heavy footsteps came pounding down the steps. Audrey leaned around the corner. "Maury's tattoo is burning bright. Should we do something?" Her gaze flitted to the monitor. "Oh shit, they're through the gate." Ivan reached into his pocket, staring at his hand like a traitor when it came back empty. "Sorry babe," said Audrey. He put his fingertips against his temples. "Can you sing us a wall or something? Make it harder to get inside." "If I had more time, maybe. I haven't been practicing, but I could manage something outside the door." Ivan spied the kitchen counter, checking underneath the sink to find cleaning liquids including a bottle of ammonia. He raced into the small laundry room off the secondary room and grabbed the bottle of bleach on the shelf. "Can you get us more time?" he asked his sister. "Distract them somehow." Andromeda looked around and grabbed the shotgun that was leaning against the wall. "It's filled with salt shots," said Ivan. She rolled her eyes. "You wanted a distraction. I don't need to kill them." Andromeda disappeared upstairs, which wasn't the direction he was expecting, but he was too busy with his makeshift explosive to question it. He grabbed some plastic bags from the pantry and looked around for a paint marker to make some trigger runes. While he was running around the bottom floor, Audrey had the front door cracked open. She was singing through the gap, her ethereal voice giving him the chills. Ivan nearly dropped the bottle of ammonia when the shotgun blasted from right outside the first-floor window. He ran over to see Andromeda standing on the side of the building, perpendicular to the wall. A wave of flame came rushing towards her, but she backed around the corner before it caught her. "Nice." Resuming his makeshift explosive, Ivan combined the liquids, using the bags to keep them separate until the trigger. When he had everything shoved into the bottle, he opened the side window as not to interfere with Audrey's stone singing. The mages had managed to deactivate the enchantments around the entrance, and were taking tentative steps inside the enclosure. The protector mage looked like he was readying a volley towards his girlfriend at the door. Ivan leaned the bottle out the window and gave it a great heave. The plastic container spun through the air. "Eat shit, you bootlickers." Lenny turned and fired at the spinning bottle with a two-hand force blast. The magic triggered the runes and the bottle exploded, knocking him on his rear and sending out a cloud of caustic gas, which forced him to retreat. When Nandi stuck her head around the fence, Ivan flipped her off as he was laughing. He couldn't help it. He was having a good time. Ivan returned to the kitchen, looking for materials for his next explosive. Chapter 39. Huge green domes loomed above the smoke drifting across the concrete paths. A vendor cart had been ripped in half, plushies of supernatural animals scattered around the destruction. Carly made a huffing noise. "I agree," said Pax. "Where is this?" asked Morgana, still clutching her hand. Pax gave her a little squeeze. For her to climb into the wrecked vehicle had taken a lot of courage. She didn't know the details of Morgana's accident, but seeing the anguish on her face told the tale. Portland Zoo during the disaster. "Looks like Illusion is trying to keep us occupied," she said. "Why?" At the edge of the smoke, Pax spotted a team of special forces heading towards the security building. "I wish I knew. I don't know how this mind realm stuff works any more than you do, but I think Illusion can't control it completely. While I was escaping my version, I stumbled into the past. I was in Egypt when the Lost Prince was there. I think he made Apep." "How do you know it wasn't Illusion showing you this vision?" asked Morgana. A shout from inside the smoke was followed by a string of gunfire. Something was burning to their left, making it hard to see. Carly could tell. Morgana craned her neck towards the gunfire. "Should we be worried here?" "No. Nothing can hurt us. Physically anyway," said Pax, noting Morgana's flinch. "The visions seem to be our most traumatic moments. The seeds of the past. We're who we are because of what we've experienced." "Some things are better left in the past," said Morgana, staring into the distance. Pax felt his presence even before Carly started growling. "He's here," said Morgana, peering into the smoke. "Come on. Let's find a doorway." They jogged towards the security building. There was a gap in the smoke as the winds swirled it away. A matador was standing near a snow-cone kiosk, its spiked tail swishing behind. The lion face snarled as it looked for potential threats. "Keep going," said Pax when Morgana tried to pull away. "It's only in the vision." "This is what happened." Pax nodded. "This was the easy stuff. Here. This is the Shambhala Dome. We can use the doorway to go somewhere else." "Where?" "Good question." Morgana sucked in a breath through her teeth. The tattoo on her elbow flared up. The flesh around it was charred black. Her eyes rolled into the back of her head, showing only the white. She collapsed against Pax, who helped her to the ground. Carly growled again. A shape was moving towards them through the smoke, tentacles undulating at his side. Pax got up and grabbed the door to find that it was locked, or barred from the inside. The nearest dome was another 150 feet away. Chapter 40. Alex stepped onto the grass as a dark shape flew overhead, making her duck. Zane released her hand and surged forward. She saw where he was headed. The older Silverthorn sister stared blankly at a gravestone. In the distance, smoke rose in columns. Zane grabbed her shoulder, startling her. Ori's eyes were as wide as moons. "Where did you come from?" Her head snapped around to the front. "Where did he go?" "Who?" "Elocian." "He was here?" asked Alex. Ori pointed to a spot near the gravestone. She knelt in the grass. "Right here. I can see the impression where he was standing." "This only gets stranger," said Zane. "He's toying with us," said Alex. "Or he's not completely in control of the visions." "Maybe he went after one of the others," said Zane. Ori had her arms pulled around her chest. She kept glancing back to the gravestone. Alex read the epitaph and grimaced. "He's trying to get under your skin," Alex told her, but Ori didn't seem to hear. She was shaking her head with words held back. "She's right," said Zane. "Whatever this is, it's an attempt to distract us. Confuse us. He did the same to me." Ori looked up. "What did he show you?" Zane flinched. "It doesn't matter. But at the end of the vision, I had a visit from the lady." It could have been illusion in disguise, but I don't think so. She told me that a group of them came over from the demonic realm a long time ago, but they left illusion because they feared him. Said he was the worst of them. How does this help us? Asked Ori. I don't know. Not yet. Not sure I would trust the Lost Prince if we found him though, knowing that he was like the lady and the other psychos that tried to rule our forebearers. We need to get moving, said Alex. The faster we find your sister and get out of here, the better. Agreed, said Ori. But Kitty first. Ori flinched but nodded. Whatever had happened in her vision had wounded her greatly. There was something diminished about Ori, as if she'd lost trust in herself. Alex didn't know her that well, but she seemed markedly different from the woman she'd met at the Verum Locus. They found a mausoleum a short distance away. Zane pulled the stone door open, revealing the darkness inside. Everyone ready? Asked Alex, holding out her hands. They went through the portal together, finding themselves in a huge room at what appeared to be a luxury lodge. A group of kids were playing in a pool outside. The head of a massive elk was affixed to the wall, and at the end of a long table sat a lone figure, staring blankly into the distance. That's Victor Charmer, said Zane. But where's Kitty? Sobs came from the corner. Kitty was seated on a prep table, knees pulled to her chest, head down. Alex checked back to the vision to see what might have injured her, but the scene seemed to be resting. Hey, said Zane upon approach, startling Kitty to lift her head. Her eyes were red from crying, cheeks blotchy. I'm a monster, she told them. He made me one. The lone figure of her father didn't suggest the accusation against herself, but given the emotional distress, Alex was prone to believe her. That's what he wants. Elosian's trying to keep us from doing what we came here to do, or break us, or both, said Alex, putting her hand on Kitty's foot. I know. Broken hells, I know. This is standard psych ops kind of stuff, but it doesn't make it hurt any less, said Kitty with a quivering exhale. We need to leave, said Zane. Can you move? Kitty nodded with her lips squeezed tight. We're getting pie next, right? Asked Ori. They gathered by the big double doors. Alex caught Kitty's hate-filled glance towards her father at the head of the lonely table. Focus on Pythia, said Alex. When they stepped through the portal, the sharp stab of phase hit her nose right away. It was like trying to snort a spoonful of pepper. She squeezed her nose shut the moment they arrived. Where are we? Exclaimed Ori. They stood on the edge of a vast plain covered in hovels. To their left, a twisted archway hung over the settlement, while in the distance, jagged impossible mountains surrounded them. She's not far, said Ori, striding off without hesitation or guile. Alex ran up and grabbed her arm. Ori tried to shake her off. We need to be careful, said Alex, nodding towards the figures in the hovels, who were quietly staring at them. We're not invisible here. This place is different. Ori followed her gaze. She frowned. But she's near. We need to get her and get out of here. The defiance in Ori's eyes made Alex let go of her arm. Fine, she muttered after Ori continued her march. Let's just bring everyone's attention on us. They passed a half-dozen hovels, their flaps occasionally pulling wide as whoever or whatever was inside watched them pass. When they spotted a figure in dark clothing staring into the distance, Zane held up a fist, and when they paused, he snuck forward and put a blade to the figure's neck. The figure spun out of his grasp with surprising quickness and yanked back her hood to reveal the missing Silverthorn. She seemed different than the one in the Verum Locus. Raw. Cheeks slightly emaciated, eyes hungry. Ori threw herself in her sister's arms. They held tight, rocking on their feet while Alex noted the increasing interest in their appearance. A half-dozen ochre-skinned humanoids with long claws came around the corner. Alex felt the recognition in their gazes. Hey, she called to her new friends, I think we'd better get ready for a fight. Chapter 41. Andromeda had been crouched on the side of the building, using the enchantments she'd learned at the Mystique to perform the gravity-defying movement, when the cobra-headed creature sauntered onto the concrete and leaned its head back. She threw herself through the open window on the first floor as a black cloud of coal smoke came billowing towards her. Her shoulder knocked a pile of dirty plates and glasses to shatter on the floor as she tumbled through. The faucet neck snapped, sending a spray of water in a wide arc. Andromeda landed on the floor, soaking wet, an ugly pain in her shoulder. Andy. Audrey was standing near the door, mouth agape as Andromeda climbed to her feet, trying not to catch the spray of water directly in the face. A glance down revealed a shard of pottery in her shoulder. "Well, that sucks," she said. "Oh, Merlin, are you going to be okay?" asked Audrey, holding out her hands as if she wanted to help but not knowing how. Andromeda grasped the shard with both hands and yanked it out, tossing it onto the floor with the other shattered pieces. "I really liked that pattern." With a hand to the wound, Andromeda closed her eyes and focused on knitting up the flesh. She'd done it so many times during her performances that she barely had to think through the spell. When her wound was closed, she slipped under the sink and turned the knob to stop the water from spraying everywhere. "Where's Ivan?" she asked at the moment a shotgun blast erupted from the second floor. "Never mind." The steel front door started shaking, smoke slipping around the edges. The metal was bending in the frame. Ivan came running down the stairs with the shotgun in his fist. "That beast is, never mind." He shook his head. "They've disabled the wards and I'm all out of Molotov cocktails. I even threw that bottle of 200-year-old brandy, Merlin rest its soul. They'll be at the door soon." A horrific crunch hit the door, bending the center in as if a giant fist had impacted it. Light slipped through the gaps. Andromeda could see the massive Lenny striding towards the entrance. He looked big enough to rip the door off without magic. "Is it too late to wave the white flag?" "I'd be happy to donate my underwear to the cause," said Ivan. Audrey smirked. "You're not wearing any, babe, remember?" A pair of hands grabbed the two sides of the bent door. Metal groaned as he pulled it away. Andromeda blasted a flame bolt through the gap, but it slid off his skin, so she switched to earth, sending pellets of rock after him to the same effect. "He's built like a tank, literally," she said, backing away. The entire door flung away from the entrance. They fired various elements after him, but he casually pulled a ruined riot shield from his back to block the attacks. "Retreat," said Ivan, scurrying up the stairs with Audrey right behind. Andromeda backed up slowly, continuing the assault as Lenny marched forward. The narrow stairs provided a choke point. She stopped halfway up and yelled over her shoulder. "Any chance they're awake yet?" The answer never reached her ears as Lenny shifted the riot shield aside and shouted. A wave of mind-altering magic washed over her. "Do not resist." Staggered on the stairs, Andromeda could barely stay standing as he climbed the steps. When he was a few feet away, she shook off the enchantment and kicked him in the face with her big black boot. He came away with a bloody nose and she extended her middle finger. "I was born to resist." The gesture cost her as he reached out and grabbed her wrist, yanking her down the stairs. He intended to throw her behind him where the other mages were gathering, but she wrapped her legs around his waist as she flew by, stymieing the attempt. The years of acrobatics at the Mystique had benefited her in ways that surprised even her now. "Hi," she said, clutching his side only a few inches away. Lenny threw his fist at her face, but she ducked around his arm. The blow glanced off his biceps and hit the wall, leaving a hole in the drywall. "Hey asshole, that's my dead brother's wall." Andromeda scurried onto his back, grabbing him around the neck and pulling as hard as she could. It was like strangling a fire hydrant. "Lenny, will you hurry up?" said Sammy, standing inside the first floor with her hands on her hips. "We don't know what they're doing upstairs. We need to stop whatever it is." He was trying to reach her, but his massive arms were getting in the way. He lacked the flexibility to put his hands behind his back to grab her. Yeah, hurry up, Lenny, she mocked from his back. Her grin lasted until he threw himself into the brick outer wall. She heard at least 2 ribs crack. The air exhaled from her lungs violently and the strength left her arms. Lenny grabbed a leg, whipped her off his back and attempted to toss her across the kitchen. Performing under painful circumstances was every night at the Mystique. She grabbed the inner wall of the stairs as she was flung away, and despite the throbbing tenderness under her left arm, she catapulted herself back onto the steps in his way. You're fucking annoying, said Lenny, marching up while cracking his knuckles. The beauty of being the youngest in a fucked up family. You learn to take a beating, both physical and emotional. He extended his hands and she thought he was going to grab her, but a pair of ghostly chains flew out, wrapping around her limbs. The smirk on his lips lasted about 2 seconds, until she slipped out of the restraints by dislocating her shoulder and then popping it back. The enchantment dissipated into smoke, leaving him angry. It's polite to ask for consent before attempting a little bondage play. Also, my safe word is Rumpelstiltskin. He leapt halfway up the stairs, grabbing her around the neck before she could scramble up. His fist was as big as her head, though his fingers closed all the way around her neck. The impact as he smashed her against both walls, brick and drywall, left stars in her eyes. Andromeda stuck her thumbs into his sockets as he continued to pound her into submission. I don't give up. Lenny, will you hurry the fuck up? Pain she could withstand, but he had a tight grip on her windpipe and the exertion was rapidly using up her oxygen. She'd pass out soon. Lenny lifted her above his head and smashed her onto the steps. Multiple bones broke, even the ones hardened by magic. Exquisite pain shot through her, but she couldn't help but laugh. Big man gets his rocks off by hurting women. She held up her bloody knuckles and willed the word dickless to scroll across them like a theater marquee as she laughed. His rage turned his head into a bright tomato. He pulled his fist back, and Andromeda was sure the impact would smash her skull right through the floor, but her body was filled with pain and adrenaline, and she was sure she didn't have enough energy left to move out of the way. Don't fuck with my sister. To her utter surprise, Ivan threw himself down the stairs at Lenny. His attack was pathetic at best. It looked like the weak slap of a child until Andromeda realized that hadn't been the point. The bulged eyes and then inadvertent swallow as Ivan chopped him in the neck made his tactic clearer. You have no idea how much sadness that gives me not to take those drugs myself. The effect was instant. Lenny went from rage-filled beast to vacant-eyed staggering fool. He swiped near his face as if there were bugs flying about. Andromeda started laughing, but the effort sent waves of pain through her broken body. She coughed and black blood came out. Not a good sign. Ivan's grin at besting Lenny lost its vigor when he looked down to her. Merlin's enormous hairy ball, sis, you look like Mr. Thul's taint. She gave him a bloody grin as he helped her up onto the second floor. I don't know what you did to him, but it's not going to work. The 3 of you don't stand a chance against me, said Nandi as she stepped onto the bottom step. It was fun while it lasted, said Ivan, hauling her up. Each movement was like getting punched in the ribs, but she didn't want to give them the satisfaction of seeing her weak. When they were halfway up the flight to the 3rd floor, Nandi reached the landing beneath them. She slipped out of her black trench coat. The intensity on her face was nothing short of terrifying. Get ready to. The change from passionate anger to surprised confusion lasted until a staccato of notes was sung from the top of the stairs. Blasts of ice flew over them, hitting Nandi with 3 successful punches, throwing her backwards down the stairs until she came to rest at the feet of a drugged-up Lenny. Morriganna marched past them, a flicker of worry in her eyes as she glanced down at Andromeda. The tattoo on her sister's arm burned in bright embers. Don't fuck with my family. Chapter 42. Pi wasn't entirely sure they were real, until she saw a 4th member of their group that she didn't recognize. It wouldn't make sense for Illusion to insert a stranger into her vision. The reunion was cut short when a large group of Ferrum stalked through the gap between a pair of hovels. "Hey," said the girl with dark hair and glasses. "I think we'd better get ready for a fight." "Not a good idea," said Pi. "There are thousands of them and only a few of us." Her sister stepped forward and attempted a true name shout, "Aurelia." The Ferrum flinched at her confidence, but then glanced between themselves as they realized nothing substantial beyond a light wind had happened. They advanced on them. Zane and Kitty stepped in their way, producing weapons from hidden places. "Magic doesn't work normally here," said Pi. "Think about the intention of the Eternal City." The new girl's head snapped around. "What does that mean?" There was an intensity to her gaze that Pi found intriguing. "Either we're in Illusion's head or this is a place of high magic. Maybe both. It's enough to imagine what you want to do, and it'll happen. No need for fancy theatrics." As the Ferrum advanced, Zane and Kitty lunged forward, slicing them with precision and speed, keeping them off balance. The darting attack broke the line of the demons, but did not force them to retreat. It would have been well and good if they were the only ones around, but Pi spied other groups converging on their spot from further away. A half dozen or even a dozen demons were easily handled by a group of their experience, but if the whole army turned on them, it wouldn't be much of a fight. "We need to rethink our plan," said Pi, as her sister sent a wave of force magic against another group coming up from the flank, knocking them over like bowling pins. "We're gonna get overrun." "I can only stab so many at once," said Kitty, glaring over her shoulder. "Alex, can you come here and help us?" The newcomer, Alex, looked unaffected by the shifting odds, or the request from Kitty. Pi was about to add to her sister's magics, but she found herself intrigued by the calm demeanor of the newcomer. Alex turned her head a few times, checking the positions of the four groups of demons converging on their location. Then a glance to the air. Alex made a fist, held it above her head, and then smashed it down onto the ground. A concussive wave flew out, sending the Ferrum's tents and other materials away from them in a tsunami. In the matter of 2 seconds, there was nothing and no one within 100 feet of them. "You're thinking too small," she told the others, then checked to the twisted archway. "We need to get out of here." "Not yet," called Pi. "We need to find out how Illusion plans to cause the invasion." Alex hesitated. "If we knew where to go." "I know." Pi lifted a shoulder. "Or think I do." "Let's go then." "Where is it?" Pi extended her arm towards the other landmass hanging in the sky. The tips of the 2 continents connected at a narrow gap. "Up." Alex squinted. "I can get us there." "Have we figured out what we're doing yet?" asked Zane. "Because they've multiplied." At the edge of the circle of destruction, hundreds of figures approached, walking over the uneven ground with shiny and twisted weapons in their fists. "Gather round," said Alex, holding out her hands. Pi made sure she was first to grab one. Her sister took the opposite side. When the 5 of them were connected, Alex said, "Imagine that place up there. Fix it in your mind." Pi did as she was told. A brief bout of vertigo ended when they landed on the path of the strange crystalline trees that led to the bridge between mountain ranges. "How did you do that?" asked Ori. "This place isn't much different than my game world. The idea is not to be confused by your limitations, but push the boundaries of what's possible. Why did you want us to come here?" "I've seen it in my visions." "Come on," said Pi as she jogged ahead. The fractal-like crystals of multi and shifting hues formed a loose tunnel that led to the bridge. She was halfway there when she noticed 2 figures standing on it and slowed until she was walking. "Who are they?" asked Kitty. The 2 figures were positioned at the midpoint, facing each other, which meant one of them should have seen them by now. Pi checked behind them to make sure it wasn't a trick, catching Alex doing the same. The visions she'd had in the castle became clearer. "We're not only in Elosian's mind, but this is his past," she told them. Why can't these two see us? Asked Ori. I don't know, but I feel like it's important, she answered. They crept forward until Pi was certain who the two figures were. It's Elosion and the Lost Prince, said Kitty with breathless surprise. Pi slowed. I saw them in the castle. And that's the bridge from Mori's arm, said Kitty, tilting her head. I always wondered why it looked as if it wasn't a real bridge, but now I understand. The connecting bolts were perpendicular to each other because the two landmasses it bridges are twisted, said Alex. I don't understand. What is this place? Why are we seeing it? Asked Ori suspiciously. They were about 100 feet from the two figures, and had stopped moving forward as if they collectively worried about being noticed, even though it would have made sense for it not to have happened already. Elosion was easy to identify with the backward-facing knees and tentacle arms. He towered over his opposite number. The Lost Prince had greenish mottled skin and a knobby bald head. There was something about him that hit Pi right in the gut. She checked to her sister to see the same slow recognition. Broken hells. Zane's head snapped around. What? That sounded bad. Her sister flinched as if the realization had been a slap across the cheek. Oh no. Yeah. Kitty turned on them. Are you two going to keep dancing around whatever it is that you figured out, or are you going to tell us? It's Invictus. What? Exclaimed Kitty. You're joking, right? Pi shook her head. I wish I was. The Lost Prince is Invictus. Trust me. We've spent the last 2 years getting yelled at by that crotchety old fart. I'd know his body language anywhere. Elosion reached out a tentacle, and Invictus grasped it briefly before he turned and headed across the bridge towards his side. Pi followed the trail, leaning her head back to view the settlements on the opposite side and figures waiting not far beyond. Gigantus, said Kitty. I'd know those big-headed demons anywhere. Does this mean we're fucked? Asked Zane. Has this whole dance about stopping the invasion been a ruse? Pi felt like a hand was squeezing her chest. It was hard to breathe. I don't know. Alex turned on the group. Whatever it means doesn't matter if we can stop the physical act. This is Elosian's mind. There should be somewhere that holds the key to his plans. Maybe Invictus too. Sure we do, said Kitty, grinding her teeth. It means we've been betrayed. Again. I'm getting sick of these old bastards selling me out. Alex stepped to Pi. You've been here, and you were in his prison before you got out. Was there somewhere inside that might have held his plans? She was about to tell Alex that there wasn't, until a memory popped into her head. She hadn't known what it meant at the time, but now it seemed significant. I can take us there. They gathered around, holding hands. Pi fixed the location in her mind and willed herself to be there. At first nothing happened and Alex said, it's like flying in a dream. You have to have complete confidence that you'll stay aloft. Pi nodded. The second attempt was a blur of motion, ending when they landed. Her sister nearly tumbled over at the sudden stop. Sorry. The space seemed larger than when she'd seen it before. There were no windows, no doors, only a cavernous room with stone columns holding up the ceiling. Pi thought the design was absent until she realized they were standing on it. Here. Everyone followed her gaze to the floor, where a giant circle with 5 dots and 2 lines going through them in an X marked the stone. The 5th marking came at the point the 2 lines crossed. I saw this before. I don't know what it means. A few heads turned towards Alex, who lifted her shoulders. I know game worlds and dreams, not much else about the threats. I know what it is, said Ori with a hand to her chin. There was something diminished about her sister, since they'd rescued her. Ori usually was the one to direct things, but she'd been mostly quiet, occasionally opening her mouth and then closing it again. She tapped on the edge of the circle. This is the city of Sorcery. Ori moved her foot to the upper left-hand corner. This is the well of power beneath the 5th ward. Specifically air. That one's earth and over there is fire and last is water. Both Kitty and Zane shivered at mention of the water well. Does that make the one in the middle force? Asked Alex. Ori nodded. Or spirit. Forgive my ignorance, but what are these wells? Like I said before, I haven't spent much time in the city, said Alex. Because of our constant use of phase, the barrier between our realm and this one has been breaking down. The original patrons and Invictus created the wells to collect and vent the phase in a safe manner. To protect the city from a collapse. Zane lifted his chin. I helped Priyanka inspect them when I was a student. He glanced away. Amongst other things. The wells would be the logical place for the break to happen, said Ori. Just like Montana's, added a sullen Kitty with her arms crossed tightly around her chest. Exactly like Montana's, but much worse with a city of 3 million living above it. Ori crouched by the center circle where the 2 lines crossed and placed her hand flat on the stone. I don't know much about the 5th well. Its existence was insinuated but never confirmed. It's where the societies meet for the convergence and other things. Ares was murdered at the ritual site, said Kitty. But it couldn't be the location of the invasion. The well was closed up over half a century ago. There's thick concrete and runic protections made by the original patrons. You'd have to blast the entire area to dust to reach the well buried beneath it. That can't be the location. Then why put an X over the wells? Asked Zane. Are they ley lines? Some other field or pattern we don't understand? Asked Alex. Ori tapped her fist against the center circle. It has to be the 5th well. But how? There's only one person who knows that, said Alex quietly, looking past everyone. Kitty and Zane reacted to the newcomer before Pi saw him. They snapped to a ready pose, blades in their hands, facing the far side of the room. The how and where doesn't matter for the lot of you, said the honey-over-gravel voice of Illusion, Prince of Whispers, Lord of Lies. The tall demon stood away from them, tentacles undulating at his side. His smile made her sick to her stomach. She felt like a farm animal being sized up for slaughter. None of you are leaving here. Ever. Ori closed her eyes briefly. He's blocking us. It was a trap all along. Trap. Distraction. It's all the same, said Illusion. Not long from now, the invasion will begin and there's nothing you can do to stop it. I will finally get the peace and stability I deserve. That I earned. By destroying our realm, Ori said defiantly. As if you would let me live amongst you peacefully, said Illusion, spreading his tentacles. Unless you'd like to join me. I can offer amnesty if you help me quickly recover the sigil. He grinned at Kitty. There are others here who have been only too happy to support my cause. Kitty regripped her blade but made no move to advance. Are you done yet? Asked Alex, sauntering forward. The dark-haired girl with glasses was small. Elocian towered over her in size and stature. Yet, she was not intimidated. Alex was sizing him up with a little head tilt that brought a smirk to Pi's lips. You're outclassed whoever you are, said Illusion. You don't know who I am, said Alex with a burgeoning grin. Your spies never saw me because I've been both away and entirely in the city this whole time. You're not as omniscient as everyone thinks. A clever strategist, sure, but you can't see everything. It's the problem with an organizational structure built on one man, or demon in this case. For all your power, you're only one mind, capable of only so much. What does it matter? I will grind your bones to dust. Illusion reached out a tentacle to coil around Alex. Pi was sure she would be easily disposed of and moved to intercept, but Alex was quicker, slapping away the appendage as if it were a fly. Illusion's head snapped back. He bared his teeth, turning his human-like face monstrous. Meet you at the portal, said Alex, turning her head slightly. To the utter shock of everyone in the room, Illusion included, Alex burst forward in a blur. The two hit the back wall of the room like a nuclear bomb. The entire back half the structure ripped away, and as the dust settled, Pi spotted Elocian and Alex high in the sky locked in combat. Chapter 43. The outside of Ares' 3-story building looked like it had been through a war. The gate was torn asunder, the concrete was blackened from the cobra-headed creature's breath, and other marks of sorcery marred the brick exterior. Pax was cleaning a wound on Carly's shoulder. The fight against the mages had been brief. They'd overwhelmed them with surprise after coming out of the trance. She was shocked and relieved that they'd managed to escape Illusion's trap. Some of them, anyway. Ivan was getting some water at the broken sink by switching on the pipe and holding his glass sideways to collect enough to drink, while Andromeda was seated against the wall, covered in blood and bruises. She'd already healed herself, a miracle of her haul. "Think they'll be back?" asked Audrey, who was trying to clean up the glass on the floor with a broom. "Not soon, but eventually, yeah," said Andromeda. "When they had me, I got to hear them blather on about their righteous mission. They think they're saving the world, and sometimes I wonder if they're right. Has anyone been able to get through to the other team?" "Nothing but messages," said Morgana, holding up her phone. She was wearing one of Ares' old shirts, since hers had gotten mostly burned up when she unleashed the power of the tattoo at the other mages. While they'd all helped drive them back, the main force had been Morgana. "If he was waiting for us," said Pax, "then he was going to do the same to them." "Which we can do nothing about," said Andromeda. Ivan had given up on his quest for water. He'd gotten drenched for his efforts. "What are we planning on doing with that poor lady we kidnapped?" asked Ivan, nodding towards the 3rd floor. "Can you keep her safely under longer?" asked Pax. "Sure. For another day easily, more if necessary, but we should find some way to give her fluids intravenously." "Why?" "Because I'm afraid Elocian will do to her what he did to the housekeeper." Andromeda, who'd taken the worst of the fight, stood up shakily. "We're not just going to sit here, are we? We have to do something." "I'm all for action," said Pax, "but what are we going to do? I fear the worst about the other group." Ivan raised his hand. "I'm 100% for sitting here. If this invasion is going to happen, then I want to spend my time fortifying this place. Ares might have had his head up Vic's ass for most of his life, but he did a good job building a fortress." "The funeral is tomorrow," said Andromeda, rubbing her ribs and grimacing. "Seems appropriate," said Ivan, running his hands through his damp hair to make it spiky. "Poor bastard spent his time at Coterie preparing to deal with a bunch of bullshit demons, and he had to die before it started, and won't even get to have his funeral because the world is ending. It'll at least spare him the embarrassment of not having anyone besides us show up." "Ivan." "Sorry, Andy." "I know." Ivan exhaled and hung his head. "I wish I would have spent some time with him these last few years. But we've been busy with G&T and he's been, well, you know." He crossed his arms. "And I'm a shit younger brother." "You're a survivor," said Andromeda. "We all are." He made a small gesture of understanding, but the weight of their family's problems sat heavy on his shoulders. Pax didn't need Carly's psychic abilities to see that. If she ever had a chance to meet this Victor, she would like to give him a piece of her mind. "I'm headed to Arcanium," Pax announced. "Even if they're stuck in Pi's memory, I want to know for sure." "I'll come with you," said Morgana. "No one should be alone." Ivan pointed to the ceiling. "We'll take care of Sleeping Beauty. I'll pop back to the lab and grab some IVs plus some other things before coming back here. I probably should send the staff home. Paid vacation, all that jazz." "How generous of you, Ivan," said Morgana. He lifted a shoulder. "If the invasion happens and we lose, then what does it matter? If we win, then I look like a fucking god to those people. Loyalty is hard to come by in this business." Your altruism knows no bounds. Morgana rolled her eyes and chuckled. We should get going. I'll stay here, said Andromeda, who looked uneasy on her feet. I'm still not quite right. I'd take a trip to Golden Willow, but I doubt there's time. I'll pick up some goodies for you, said Ivan as Audrey grabbed her shoulder bag. They left the building, stepping around the scorch marks as if they still might be burning. While they waited for a couple of taxis to arrive, Ivan said, Is this it? Do we think it's happening? No idea, said Morgana, holding her elbow. But we'd better be ready in case it does. At that moment, a strange light emanated from the top of the spire. The pulse was longer and brighter than the ones that had come before in the previous weeks. Pax had to shield her eyes from the illumination, and when it was gone, spots were left in her vision. Since she'd been back in the city of Sorcery, she'd heard lots of speculation about what was happening with the top of the spire, but now upon seeing that bright display, she had a pretty good sense of what it probably was. It was a beacon. Chapter 44. The trick wasn't, as people claimed, not to look down. That somehow acknowledging the fear would put credence in it. Fear was necessary. Fear was good. Alex embraced it. She had rivers of it coursing through her veins as she flew through the air to avoid Elosion's pursuit, dodging around the angular mountains that stuck up like grown crystals, rather than geological happenings. The others were still stuck with the concrete rules of magic and physics that governed their world. They were used to limits. Not so for Alex. She'd spent her life before the 100 halls breaking games, finding the loopholes that allowed her to achieve things that shouldn't be possible. The same was true for this mind space in Elosion's head. Not only was it a dream, but it represented the demonic realm, a place of high phase where almost anything was possible. That was the part that frightened Alex the most. Elosion had existed in this realm for thousands of years. The extent of his power had to be astronomical. Alex ducked through a labyrinth section of crystals, dodging around their razor edges that looked sharp enough to flay skin. Elosion came barreling through them, turning the crystals to dust, which only made the phase-rich air sparkle even more. She cursed herself for not doing the same. She tried to navigate the passages instead of blasting through them. When she'd hit Elosion the first time, blowing them both through the rock wall and into the air, it had been on pure instinct. Now she was thinking too much. Fight. Don't think. The problem was, she had a goal in mind that required too much of her conscious brain, which was interfering with the primal need to escape. Alex turned her skin to steel, it was so easy and liberating, even more so than the games she'd played, and burst through the crystals to evade Elosion's grasping tentacles. Then she grabbed a section of the mountaintop, a few 100,000 metric tons by her world standards, and lobbed it at the demon lord. A spark of hope formed in her chest when the mountaintop collapsed over Elosion, driving him towards the ground, until the entire thing exploded into dust. I can do this all day. You're not as powerful as you think you are. He slowed his advance, floating in the air about a quarter mile from her, but she could see and hear him perfectly. All this effort is meaningless. I said it before, you already lost. No defiance is ever meaningless. He smirked. Something only the damned would say. For all your planning, all your whispers, you've managed to accomplish so little. Thwarted at every turn. Think about it. You've been doing this whisper shit for a long time, but you still haven't broken through. Convincing others to open the portal required your kind to be more advanced. The opportunity wasn't available until recently. Before that it was like trying to teach a dog how to fly, said Elosion. That's where you've made your mistake, said Alex. For all your power, the city of Sorcery is filled with thousands of mages, trained in the halls, ready to send your ass back here if you stick your ugly head into our realm. Infants. They mean nothing. He tilted his head. You're not like the others. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought you'd come from my realm. Power is a mindset. One that you don't have, said Alex. Says the girl trapped in my mind. She grinned. You've spent all this time in a place of high magic, unimaginable power at your fingertips, and you sit in your high palace and whisper into our realm rather than building something of your own here. You don't know what you speak of. You don't know the corruption of this place. Phase is corrosive. It changes you. But you could have built your own empire. She stretched her hand towards the settlements in the valley. These are the slums of a backwater world. You're the Lord of Ashes. Alosian surged forward, his tentacles twitching. You know nothing of what I've built, nothing of the trials of this place, nor the efforts of my whispers. Lies in the dark. They've accomplished nothing. The portal is soon to open and then you'll see, said Alosian. When I enter your realm with my armies, I will find you, show you the extent of what I can do. I will make you my instrument. Your mind is exquisite. Once I have taken the sigil and enslaved you, I will use you to break your world. You won't take me. I know how you plan to break through. The fifth well, the place of the convergence. We already sent word. There will be no invasion, no breaking of the world. Nothing. Alosian roared forward until he was within 30 feet. She could feel the anger radiating from him. You are too late. I have already won. My whispers have already done their work. The fool, Olli Rend, thinks he is saving the city from a demonic invasion, but he will be the one to ensure it. He's there now, setting his explosives. I can show you if you want. We can watch the destruction of your world together. Olli Rend. Fifth well. Explosives. Got it. The slight widening of Alosian's eyes could have been an affectation of his human-like face, or the realization that he'd let the details of his plan slip. Alex hadn't a clue how she was going to escape. She knew whatever it was, it had to be big enough to give them a chance to make it through the portal and back into their own minds. The past was prologue, giving her a singular idea, one big enough to keep the demon lord occupied. It wasn't hard to make it appear. After all, this was a dream world based in the demonic realm where intention ruled. She didn't have to worry about pesky physics or the intricacies of arcane magic. When the shadow appeared over them, blotting out the sky, though not the sun because she'd never seen one in this realm, Alosian craned his neck back. Above them was a black pyramid, larger than the entire mountain range beneath them. The jet-black surface absorbed the light, making it hard to see even as it loomed over them. There were many names for it, Darthica Decameter or the Death Fields, but in GameMakers Online most knew it as the Plane of Twilight. This means nothing. His words cut short when thousands of winged shapes erupted from holes in the Black Pyramid, converging on his location. As Alosian prepared to repel the onslaught, Alex willed herself to the portal, hoping that her new friends had relocated themselves there and they could slip away in the aftermath of the battle. She landed near the twisted silvery archway. The others were gathered nearby, and to her surprise, an earthen wall surrounded the portal, keeping out the hordes of demons in the valley. If only it would be that easy in their world. What the hell is that? Asked Pi, looking across the valley at the black pyramid in the sky. No time. Portal now. I know how he's getting through the barrier. Some guy named Olli Rend at the fifth well. The devastation in Kitty's eyes meant she knew him, but Alex was too busy focusing on the archway. They needed to get out while Alosian was distracted. Everyone, with me. Focus on your own minds. Imagine that once you walk through this, you're back in your own bodies. Alex made a shimmering field appear beneath the archway. It had no effect, but she thought it might help her new friends visualize the transfer. Before they could step through, an ear-splitting thunderclap boomed through the valley. She couldn't help but look back to see the pyramid snap in half and start falling through the sky, about to crash into the mountains. Hurry! She felt Alosian's approach as she jumped forward, the caress of the field slipping over her skin and the world. Chapter 45. Ori awoke prone on the floor, halfway through an in-breath as she'd been jumping forward only a millisecond before. She rolled over to see her sister snap into her body, the shock of return as if she'd gotten smacked in the head. Ori checked around to see the others similarly returned, sitting up and shaking their heads. "The fifth well," said Ori, remembering Alex's words. Even though it had only been a blink, it felt longer, the cotton-headed feeling after a dream. "Where is it?" "Follow me," said Kitty, jumping up. The five of them burst from the Verum Locus in a sprint, confusing the two students who'd been standing guard. "Where are we headed?" asked Ori as they ran. "Fourth ward. Near the Invictus statue. Korean grocery store." "Shit." That was about 15 blocks away. As they crossed the drawbridge, their shoes thundering across the surface, a dark blue SUV pulled up on the sidewalk, scattering tourists in their Halls t-shirts, a familiar redhead and her companion looking out the open window. They threw themselves into the vehicle, shouting at the driver to take them to their new destination. Heaving with breath inside the SUV taxi, Alex explained what she'd gotten out of illusion before they escaped his mind realm. "Ollie Rend. He's phase mad. Tried to kill me a number of years ago," said Morgana. "Probably makes it easier to manipulate him. He doesn't know right from wrong," said Ori. He was convinced that the demonic invasion was going to happen soon and had holed himself up in the Undercity, said Morgana. Since they'd thrown themselves into the SUV, Kitty was intensely quiet, staring at the floorboards. "Kitty, you okay?" asked Ori from the passenger seat. She looked up, devastation on her face. He was the one. The one. Ares. He killed my brother. Ollie Rend killed my brother. There was a hiss of recognition in the SUV. The pieces made sense. Ollie had probably been on a scouting mission, and Ares had figured out what he was going to do, or had just been in the wrong place at the wrong time. "I'm so sorry." They hit traffic about 3 blocks from the statue of Invictus. It was a busy afternoon and the tourists were thick. There'd be a festival in the second ward or something, packing the city. Ori wasn't sure since she'd been so busy, but she saw the scarves and flags. It would be the worst possible time for the invasion, when the halls were packed with students and the city wasn't too hot from the approaching summer. Ori spotted a father with a little girl on his shoulders, walking blissfully along the sidewalk. When the taxi driver honked his horn trying to convince the stopped cars to move, Kitty said, "Screw this," and hopped out of the vehicle. Everyone followed her, but Kitty was faster, using her imbuements and rage to outpace even Zane, who should have been able to keep up. The two of them, plus Pax and Carly, quickly disappeared ahead. A block away from leaving the taxi, as Ori dodged through the pedestrian traffic with her sister, Alex, and Morgana right behind, the statue of Invictus came into view. She was so focused on keeping up her speed that she didn't notice the strange light until everyone on the busy sidewalk stopped and craned their neck towards the top of the spire. The bluish light was stronger and lasted longer than any of the pulses that had come before. More importantly, it meant that Invictus was back in his demi-realm. What is he doing? Chapter 46. The stupid society kids hadn't bothered to reinforce the passage where he'd pickaxed his way through to reach their headquarters. The police tape from his previous visit was still present. Ollie stuck his head through the gap, checking for guardians, but found an empty rocky passageway. "It's clear, but we're going to have to carry these explosives through by hand. The hole's not wide enough," he told his compatriots. Easy and Lame John leaned on the carts that they'd hauled through the tunnels. Both of them were drenched in a light sweat. Easy was leaning over the handles. The cart was stacked with crates of explosives. "Fuck me, I'm exhausted already, this is way ho shit. We hauled these crates over all those rocks and now you want me to carry them." Lame John pulled out a cigarette, tapped it on a wall, and lit it up. The embers glowed bright as he inhaled. It's not much further, said Ollie, pulling the handgun out of his waistband. Let's make sure the way is clear first. Easy pulled out a water bottle and chugged it, spilling sup on his pit-stained shirt before saying, "Fine. Let's do this. At least I get to play target practice." As Ollie slipped through the gap, he said, "Shoot first. If they get a chance to use magic, we're boned." "No problemo here, man," said Easy, clucking his tongue. Lame John chuckled and flicked his barely smoked cigarette behind them, before pulling a semi-automatic rifle from one of the crates and slinging it over his neck. The passage led to a ruined door. Ollie pulled out his key, kissed it and tried the lock. It wouldn't open. They changed it. Now he understood why the passage hadn't been blocked. They changed the lock. Ollie was scratching his head when Lame John pulled a hunk of explosives out of his shoulder bag and slapped it over the lock. Then he pushed a metal pin into the putty-like material. "Lame John's lock-breaking service," he said with a wink. Ollie nodded as they retreated down the passage. "Be ready to fight once that door is open. They're going to know we're coming." Lame John clicked the safety off and grinned. When Ollie gave him the nod, he pulled a control box out of his bag, clicked a few toggles and then smashed his thumb on a red button. The explosion nearly deafened Ollie as dust rolled back towards them, but he ignored the ringing in his ears and sprinted ahead. He had the layout memorized and led them into the main chamber where he'd killed Ares' charmer a week ago. "Oh, fancy dig," said Easy, looking around. Ollie motioned them towards the opposite doors. "You each take one. Check every room. Leave no survivors." While his co-conspirators disappeared down the hallway, Ollie went in search of the hatch. He found it underneath a bench on the upper level of the summoning chamber. If the drawings he'd gotten were correct, they led into the space beneath the floor where a concrete slab had been poured decades ago. As he pushed the bench out of the way, gunfire erupted from Easy's hallway. He listened for his friend's laughter, before opening the hatch and climbing down the ladder. When he reached the bottom, he brought a mage light into existence. Spider webs clung to the corners and there were critter droppings, but the space was otherwise clear. As he ducked beneath the low ceiling, he coaxed the floating ball of light forward until he could see the capstone. Ollie grinned as he saw the heavy cracks in the concrete. Not only had his vision told him that the material used had been poured decades ago, but it hadn't been the quality that the makers had thought it was. Since then, the regular rumblings in the Undercity, the frequent tremors and shifting, had put pressure on the weakened concrete. Ollie had been worried that the number of explosives they'd brought wouldn't be enough, but seeing the condition brought a smile to his face. "I'll be a hero. They'll make a statue of me." Ollie climbed out of the hatch into the society chamber, as his co-conspirators returned. Lame John blew on the end of his rifle as if smoke was drifting from the barrel. "Got two of them trying to run away. Didn't even try to use magic. Maybe these mages aren't all they're cracked up to be. We should have done this a long time ago," he said. Easy whistled as he turned in a circle. "What is this place?" "Summoning chamber. Where they make deals with demons and betray humankind," said Ollie feverishly. He caught the concerned look in their eyes, so he added, "Which will make taking their ill-gotten gold even more sweet. I checked the vault covering. It shouldn't be any problem to blow it open. You two bring it in, I'll carry them into the chamber below the floor." The work was arduous and slow. Each crate required both of them to haul it into the chamber. Once they set it near the hatch, Ollie took out bricks of the explosives and carried them below, setting them along the edge of the capstone. The entire section of concrete was 100 feet in diameter, and reaching the back sections required clearing out a lot of webs. A couple hours later, the explosives were set, and the wires ran through them, the lead wire running out of the hatch and into the passage where they'd first entered the chamber. "What I don't understand is why they buried their gold beneath the chamber without an easy way to get to it," Easy said, resulting in a glinty-eyed nod from Lame John. "Collateral. The gold was stolen a long time ago and they hold on to it, while the banks lend them the money. Why else do you think they're all so rich? The slow nods meant they'd bought it. Ollie was proud of his quick thinking. "Let's blow this thing before someone discovers the wires," said Lame John as he stubbed out his cigarette on the wall and flicked the butt into the darkness behind them. He pulled 3 sets of earmuffs from his shoulder bag and handed them out. They fit tightly on Ollie's head. He couldn't believe how close he was to finally stopping the invasion. The nightmares and constant visions he'd received would end, put to rest by his success. They'd want him on every TV show, put his name in lights, probably have a play about him at Ashnod's theatre. "You okay over there?" asked Easy. "You look like you were about to have a seizure." Ollie squeezed his nose with his forefinger and thumb. "Thought I was going to sneeze." "Right. Ready?" asked Lame John as he hooked up the wire to his control board. Ollie gave the thumbs up, which brought the biggest shit-eating grin from Lame John as he held his thumb over the toggle and mouthed a countdown. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 47. Ollie Rend. His name was a marquee in Kitty's head, except it wasn't bright lights and big city, but carved into stone with her knife. She'd promised herself that she wouldn't kill anyone, unless it was absolutely necessary. That way would only turn her into the monster her father wanted her to become. She'd been his little pet attack dog. Not a daughter. Not a child. A tool for his empire. Ollie killed Ares. She was sure of it. That he might trigger the invasion was secondary. She flew through the crowds, headed towards the old Korean grocery store, cutting into the street and running alongside the barely moving cars to make up time. The square around the statue of Invictus was packed with tourists. Hundreds of families milled about, taking pictures with the statue as the backdrop. Kitty barely noticed. The bell rang as she threw herself through the door. The owner sat behind the counter, reading a book, barely having time to lift her chin to see who it was before Kitty hit the secret door that led to the elevator. As she slammed her hand on the button, willing it to arrive faster, Zane, followed by Pax and her furry companion, appeared. Their concerned expressions reflected the pain in her heart. "Kitty." She touched her face and found a tear on her cheek. She hadn't known she'd been crying. The wetness on her finger was strange. "He killed Ares." "We don't know that." Kitty gritted her teeth. "I know. Let us take him alive. We need to know what Elosion's been doing to him," said Zane. "Ollie's not your enemy," said Pax. "It's Elosion. He put Ollie up to it. The poor soul is phase mad, as you said." The elevator reached them and the door opened. She didn't want them to go down with her. She wanted to face him alone. "I don't even think about it," said Zane. "We're your friends. We're facing this together." They climbed into the elevator. There were only 2 buttons. Up and down. She hit the lower one with her knuckles, closed her eyes. "He might not even be down there yet," said Pax hopefully. "We could stop this whole thing right now, and since we know where he plans to invade, we can make sure no one messes with it." Zane nodded. Elosion's advantage has been that no one believes it's going to happen. Kitty didn't answer. She could hardly trust herself to speak. The only thing she could see was her knife going into Ollie's chest, ending him once and for all. She glanced at the little line that showed how far they'd dropped towards the bottom. The white light was nearing the halfway point. Carly let out a long whine followed by a warning bark. Pax's whole body went on alert as she turned towards her companion. "We have to turn it around. We have to go back up. They're going to set." The last thing Kitty remembered was getting thrown so hard into the stainless steel walls of the elevator that it knocked her out. Then darkness. Chapter 48. Dust blew out of the passage, forcing them to close their eyes until the explosion was finished. As minor secondary rumbles triggered in the aftermath, Ollie couldn't help but grin. His life's work was coming to an end. Ollie led them back into the chamber once they were certain it was safe. The space looked nothing like before. A cavern the size of a parking lot had opened up. The interior of his nose burned with phase. He felt submerged by it. Golden particles filled the air. "What the?" exclaimed Easy, swiping his hand through the air. "Is that gold dust?" Ollie didn't bother explaining. He only had eyes for the deepest part of the crater. A bar top complete with beer dispensing handles was lying on the edge. He stepped to the side of it, looked into the burgeoning darkness. Anticipation filled him with dread and delight. "We blew the gold to smithereens," said Lame John with an unlit cigarette hanging from his bottom lip. "It's just a fucking hole." The world shifted around Ollie. He could hardly stand. "Do you smell that? They're so sweet." "What are you talking about? Did that explosion knock your brains out your ass?" asked Easy. "I'm a hero," he muttered. "What?" It wasn't complete. He knew that much. The threat was still there. They could come through at any time unless he could stop them. "How do I stop them?" "You'd better stop staring into that hole like a lunatic and tell us where the gold is, or I'm going to start getting a different idea of what's happening here," said Easy. The answer came to Ollie all at once. He felt whole, complete. He wasn't sure why he hadn't seen it before. "It's right down there," he said, extending his arm to the darkness. "I can see it with my dark vision. Let me give it to you so you can see it too." Ollie took a step back, keeping his expression as neutral as possible. They turned towards him. Lame John was busy lighting his cigarette, while Easy had an air of suspicion. He was right to. Before either of them could stop him, Ollie hit them with a force blast, throwing them into the crater. The wet smack of a melon splitting sounded right after. Ollie looked over the edge to see a motionless Lame John with the lit cigarette miraculously still in his lips, and a groaning and massively injured Easy moving around the rocks. As his friend looked up, Ollie unloaded his pistol into his chest, ending his misery. When he was finished, he threw the gun into the crater. It was no longer needed. The ritual came to his mind unbidden. The answer to his problems. Ollie started speaking slowly and carefully. The words were nonsense, but he felt a righteous warmth fill him with purpose. The longer he went, the more he could smell the sweet lilacs filling his senses. At times, it was almost as if he wasn't even in control of his body. He was a vessel for truth. The world would see that. When the ritual completed, he heard a great tearing. The air groaned awake, as if a beast had been set loose deep in the earth. Confused by the change, Ollie peered into the darkness. The sense of purpose had left him, making him feel cold and alone. He looked to the bodies of his friends and wondered what had happened to them, until he remembered, and then he wanted to be sick. "Oh no." The words preceded his understanding, as if his conscious mind wasn't allowing him to know the gravity of his mistake. As he stared into the darkness, sensing movement at the edge of his vision, he had a terrible realization about what had happened. The noise and movement grew louder and nearer. He feared what he might see, but let a mage light drift into the crater, which seemed infinitely deeper than it had when he first arrived. As the bluish light fell upon bone-white pincers with black, beady eyes, he could no longer ignore the truth. He had punched a hole between realms. And not just any realm. The demonic one. No. He wasn't a hero. He wasn't even a villain. He was a fool. A terrible fool. As the repercussions of what he'd done set in, Ollie felt his reality break. He stumbled backwards, falling over the dropped automatic rifle that Lame John had been holding only 10 minutes before. Ollie fled into the darkness. This concludes Infernal Alliances by Thomas K. Carpenter.